Chapter 596. We're about to meet our match. When the giant statue appeared, Lin Fei frowned, then said to Nangong Chanshan and the others, "Who is it?" Nangong Chanshan's killing intent flared. It wasn't easy to find a demon immortal senior. How could Nangong Chanshan give up? No matter who it was, she would kill him without mercy. He was of great importance and she could not afford to lose him. Taoist Master. Although his divine sense was suppressed, Lin Fei could just barely sense it with his sky immortal divine sense. Tai was slightly shocked. He thought to himself, this Lin Fei isn't simple. My divine sense is suppressed by the graveyard of the gods, but he can still sense who the enemy is. That smiling villain from the 10 Prodigies? Tai's expression darkened. Lin Fei laughed. It looks like neither you nor I are interested in this villain. Half a kilometer away, Lin Fei and the others stopped and looked at each other from a distance. Lin Fei. Taoist Master narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing in them. One of his clones had been destroyed at the other's hands. Taoist Master would never forget this. He hadn't expected to meet him so soon. Lin Fei. Behind him, Taoist Master Ghost Blade laughed coldly. His sharp saber intent locked onto Tai. This person who had humiliated the saber sect back then had grown to this extent in just a dozen years. Gentlemen, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed. How could I not remember a genius like you from the Divine Sword School? Taoist Master said. This guy really knew how to act. I think you forgot something. Even if you turn to dust, I will still remember you. Lin Fei continued laughing. Taoist Master's gaze shifted. When he saw the muscular man dressed in animal hide, his heart sank. Why was he with them? Tai, I didn't expect you to be here too. Tai laughed coldly. I thought you didn't know me. How could I not know the top young expert of the Yao race, Tai? Taoist Master said with a laugh. I'm curious as to why you're with them. Lin Fei could tell that Tai and Taoist Master had some friction. You're Lin Fei. Spiritual Master Ghost Blade rushed out with a sharp aura. Your saber intent is so strong and overbearing. If I'm not wrong, you're from the Saber sect. With Lin Fei's current strength, if he could not tell that the other party had turned into a human-shaped saber, he would have wasted his time cultivating. Taoist Ghost Blade was not surprised. His expression was cold. It's best that you recognize me as a member of the Saber sect. It will save me a lot of trouble. I thought you didn't dare to admit it. Big Brother Lin, this is Taoist Ghost Blade from the Saber sect. He specializes in the Ghost Blade technique, which is untraceable and untraceable. You have to be careful. Zhuge Hui reminded. Lin Fei took a step forward. If you want to find trouble with me, just say it. I don't mind sending you to hell. The people behind Taoist gentlemen were furious. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. Ghost Blade Extreme Shadow. Taoist Ghost Blade coldly snorted, Today I will kill you. With Taoist gentlemen here, Taoist Ghost Blade was not afraid of Lin Fei. He immediately slashed out with his saber, which contained hundreds of saber strikes. Each saber strike was as one. The saber light was vertical and horizontal, and each saber strike was real. Taoist Ghost Blade lived up to his name. Overestimating yourself. Lin Fei was disdainful. Isn't it just hiding from the real body and using a killing move? My divine sense is suppressed, but I have the system. You're just a human target. Lin Fei instantly used his hand as a saber, and 100 Zhonglong saber light slashed toward his left. The void trembled and a figure fell out. Taoist Ghost Blade was injured in one slash. Since you gave me a saber strike, I'll return the favor. Lin Fei took a step forward and slashed again. It was incomparably overbearing, not giving Taoist Ghost Blade any chance of survival. Saber fusion, Ghost Shadow Saber. Whoosh! Taoist Ghost Blade broke through the saber attack, appearing in front of Lin Fei with a sinister smile on his face. Go to hell for me. This was Taoist Ghost Blade's most powerful move. It could ignore all attacks and it was a killing move at close range. It was unknown how many people had died under this saber strike. Lin Fei would not be able to escape death. Lin Fei did not move an inch, but disdain flickered in his eyes. A whirlpool appeared in front of Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, Taoist Ghost Blade disappeared without a trace. That tyrannical saber strike also vanished into thin air. AI, what's the point of doing this? Lin Fei shook his head. Lin Fei quickly released Taoist Ghost Blade. Duan Wuhan and Taoist Ghost Blade were good friends. Seeing his friend being suppressed so abruptly, he did not even have time to react. The others were also shocked. They did not even see how Taoist Ghost Blade disappeared into thin air. Lin Fei was nonchalant. You say release and you say so? Then why didn't you stop him when he tried to kill me? It's only hindsight. Tai Yi and the others laughed. Kawa of the three-headed clan was also shocked to see this scene. The Shintian continent is indeed full of human geniuses, with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This human named Lin Fei is not simple. He is very strong. Taoist Ghost Blade has a bit of fame, but he was still suppressed and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. Humans love infighting. Otherwise we might not have had the chance to invade the continent. Luca nodded. That's true. The human race is famous for infighting. You fight, I fight, everyone fight, fight to the death. There is no distinction between you and me. Taoist gentleman knew he had to speak. Lin Fei, since you are a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, release Taoist Ghost Blade, and I will pretend this never happened. Did everyone hear that? The 10 prodigies have spoken. I am a soft-hearted person. Lin Fei said with a straight face, I can let this person out. However, when he made his move just now, I was shocked and my heart was shaken. If you give me a celestial lower-grade immortal sword, I'll let him out. It's not too much, right? Taoist gentleman's face sank for the first time in front of others. He wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. You dare to extort me? Is this extortion? Lin Fei shook his head. Tell me, is this extortion? Su Shan grinned. Sigh, the 10 prodigies really speak differently. No wonder you can become one of the 10 prodigies. Brother Lin wants compensation. When did it become extortion? Li Chengfeng said in a strange tone, this is also the first time I've heard of compensation. You call it extortion. What a joke. Lin Fei wanted to slap the opponent's face to make it sound like a slap. 10 prodigies? What the F***? In the past, I've heard that in any battle the loser would need to redeem himself. Otherwise he would become the winner's slave. Lin Fei patted his head. It's fine if you don't want to. I can send him to the auction. Many people would like a slave of this level. Don't you guys think so? You dare. Taoist gentleman raged. This time he was truly furious. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so despicable. Lin Fei grew impatient. Either you give me compensation or I'll send him to the auction. You guys heard wrongly. It's not that I don't want to release him. I've already stated my conditions, but you guys don't agree. Bastard, this guy is a bastard. Taoist gentleman cursed in his heart. This is a low-grade heaven immortal flying sword. That should be fine, right? Taoist gentleman was helpless. He took out a low-grade heaven immortal flying sword. If he didn't rescue Gui Dao today, his reputation would be greatly affected. If he left Gui Dao in the lurch, it would be a huge loss. More importantly, the Saber sect was a first-grade sect. If he didn't rescue Gui Dao, the people of the Saber sect would bear a grudge against him. The people of the Saber sect were all hot-tempered and difficult to get along with. Unless he killed them all, was that possible? It was impossible. Some people liked reputation while others didn't care about it. Coincidentally, Taoist gentleman cared about reputation. He had to rescue Gui Dao. Fortunately, he had collected several low-grade heaven immortal flying swords, so it didn't matter much to him. Taoist gentleman thought that if he took out the immortal sword, the other party would release Taoist Ghost Saber. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei shook his head. Sorry, 1 immortal sword. That was just now. Now I want 3 immortal swords. Behind him, Zhu Gehui couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This move was amazing. So Lin Fei was also this good at tormenting people. Taoist gentleman's face turned red. He pointed at Lin Fei. You're being lazy. Am I? Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Who asked you to not take them out earlier? Now take out 3 and I'll release him immediately. If you take too long, I don't know what will happen to me. Damn you, Lin Fei. I'll kill you and turn your bones into ashes. Taoist gentleman almost went crazy. When had he been slapped in the face like this? Hurry up. Lin Fei wanted to provoke the other party. I want 5 immortal swords. The eyes of the people behind Taoist gentleman turned red, almost spewing fire. They had never seen such a shameless person before. You're amazing. Taoist gentleman could only swallow this loss. He cursed Taoist Ghost Saber in his heart. What are you so smug about? Taoist gentleman felt his heart ache as he took out 3 low-grade heaven immortal flying swords. Here. The 3 immortal swords flew over. However, Taoist gentleman was cunning. He infused them with immortal energy and turned them into 3 streams of light to annoy Lin Fei. How could Lin Fei fall for it? A black hole appeared in front of him and the 3 immortal swords flew in. Sorry, I'll be taking the immortal swords. Then 2 flying swords appeared in his hands. This is for you two, 1 for each of you. Even though they had dug several tombs, they did not encounter a single immortal sword. It's for us. Zhu Gehui was surprised and did not dare to believe it. This is a gift from Daoist gentleman. Hurry up and thank him. Lin Fei chuckled. Daoist gentleman, many thanks. Zhu Gehui laughed. You're a good person. The next time I see you, I definitely won't call you a gentleman or a villain. You're a good person. The two naturally did not stand on ceremony and immediately put away the immortal swords. Daoist gentleman stared at Lin Fei. Can you release him now? I will immediately. I'm a trustworthy person. I'll release him when I say so. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out a piece of human skin. It swayed as it floated towards Daoist gentleman. Daoist Ghost Saber. Behind him, Duan Wuhan's eyes were spewing fire. You killed Daoist Ghost Saber. Daoist gentleman suddenly realized. In his anger he said, Lin Fei, you're really vicious. So you were just stalling for time with me just to kill Daoist Ghost Saber. The Divine Sword School produced a scum like you. Chapter 597. In fact, Lin Fei was indeed stalling for time and using the Divine Flame Space to refine Daoist Master Ghost Blade. Lin Fei would never show mercy to anyone who dared to attack him, especially someone from the Saber sect. He would kill anyone who dared to attack him. Moreover, Daoist Master Ghost Blade had taken the initiative to attack him. Naturally he would refine him. Extorting Daoist Master Ghost Blade's 3 immortal swords was just a whim. Who would have thought that Daoist Master Ghost Blade would really take them out? Lin Fei would gladly accept such a good deal. Lin Fei would never hold back when something was delivered to his doorstep. Everyone present was shocked by Lin Fei's action. Daoist Master Ghost Blade appeared to be angry, but he was actually shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Daoist Master Ghost Blade's battle prowess was at the level of an 8 Tribulation Loose Immortal. It was easy to kill someone, but it was much more difficult to refine him. Did he use the power of the Sacred Embryo? He can't refine Daoist Master Ghost Blade unless he uses the power of the Sacred Embryo. He's a formidable opponent. The members of the Three-Head Tribe were also shocked. It was easy to kill someone, but it was quite difficult to refine someone. This human must have cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation method. You're talking nonsense. Daoist Master Ghost Blade was furious. His killing intent was revealed, and he said righteously, Lin Fei, you willingly fell to your death and joined forces with the demon sect and the demon clan. I'll personally kill you and rid the righteous path of evil. Daoist Master Ghost Blade stabbed out with his sword, and a huge June character flew straight at Lin Fei. He couldn't hold it in anymore. After losing so much face, the only thing Daoist Master Ghost Blade could do was to kill Lin Fei. Otherwise he would become a laughing stock if word of this got out. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei shouted, and with an immortal sword in his hand, he slashed at the June character above his head. The two of them collided, one above the other. Rumble, the void was instantly shattered and astral winds howled in the endless void. The two of them exchanged blows and Lin Fei was temporarily at a disadvantage. After all, Daoist Master Ghost Blade's battle prowess was already at the level of a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal, and he was several levels stronger than Lin Fei. That's all there is to your strength. Lin Fei snorted coldly and the wounds on his body quickly healed. With the support of a massive amount of true essence, Lin Fei didn't care about his injuries at all. This was his capital, a capital that no one else had. A gentleman keeps his promise. Daoist gentleman made his move again. With the noble sword technique, he turned himself into a noble sage. His sword technique was incomparably sharp, continuously suppressing Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also formidable. Relying on his powerful physical body and sword techniques that were not inferior to his opponents, the battle was intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 moves had passed, but there was still no clear victor. Damn it, this guy's fleshly body is too strong. What kind of weird cultivation technique did he cultivate? His Jinyuan is too thick. Daoist gentleman had become famous throughout the continent with his gentleman swordplay. There had never been anyone he could not deal with. Today he had encountered a monster. Even though the other party's fighting prowess was only at the 6th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal realm, his defense was beyond his expectations. Not only that, his quintessence seemed to be boundless. Do I really have to use the power of the Sage Embryo to kill Lin Fei? Daoist gentleman hesitated. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he understood one thing. If he wanted to kill Lin Fei, he had to use the power of the Sage Embryo. With his current strength, he would only be able to injure his opponent. Damn it! Why didn't I chase after him back then and kill Lin Fei? Why did I create such a powerful enemy for no reason? At this moment, Taoist gentleman was filled with regret. He even wanted to slap himself. It would be fine if Lin Fei didn't have the sage embryo. Once he used the sage embryo, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. But now, Lin Fei also had the power of the sage embryo. With this, it was impossible for him to kill his opponent. His chances of success were too low, and he would have to exhaust the sage embryo's power. It was simply not worth it. Whoosh! Taoist gentleman slashed at Lin Fei with his sword and stopped his attack. Lin Fei, this matter isn't over yet. Taoist gentleman snorted coldly. Outsider commander, you've been watching for so long. You can show yourself now. Ha ha ha, as expected of one of the 10 prodigies. You can even detect me like this. A small team suddenly appeared in the sky, led by a middle-aged man with a fire mark on his forehead. He gave off the impression that he was a ball of fire. This Taoist gentleman is too calculative. Since Taoist gentleman had stopped, Lin Fei wouldn't attack either. Otherwise, Taoist gentleman wouldn't be a gentleman. He clearly can't do anything to Brother Lin. Zhu Gehui said. Brother Lin, you've embarrassed this lowlife. Brother Lin, I really suspect that you have the blood of the Yao race in you. Otherwise this defense. Tai was shocked as well. His combat strength was inferior to Lin Fei's, but his defense was strong. Taoist gentleman, a 9th tribulation loose immortal, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This was the first time Tai had seen something so heaven-defying. You've guessed right. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled. I want the blood of the Yao race too, but it won't be that easy. That commander is very dangerous. It looks like we'll be in a lot of trouble if we want to snatch this demon tomb. Taoist gentleman and the others felt that things were going to be troublesome when the outsiders showed up. They weren't willing to give up on this tomb. Seeing the commander appear, Luca hurriedly flew over and transmitted his voice. Commander Mo sang, these humans are very powerful, especially that black-robed man over there. His defense is very strong. Even Taoist gentlemen of the 10 prodigies can't do anything to him. The one with the fire mark on his forehead was Commander Mo Sang. This commander has only one plan. Mo Sang said calmly. He turned to the others and said, everyone's goal is this tomb. If we don't destroy the demon immortal outside, we can forget about entering the tomb. I have an idea. Why don't we attack together and kill the demon immortal? As for the items in the tomb, we'll fight for them with our own strength. One had to admit that Mo Sang was very good with words. Good idea. We can give it a try. Taoist gentleman said with a smile. His expression changed quickly as if nothing had happened. Everyone who saw it was shocked. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the people behind him. I will definitely kill Lin Fei. This is everyone's revenge. However, we must first snatch the treasures. This is also an opportunity. The others understood. It would be difficult for them to kill the demon immortal. Entering the tomb was even more impossible. All right, let's enter the tomb first. Duan Wuhan said. The others also agreed. Lin Fei could exchange more than 100 moves with Taoist gentlemen. They knew they were no match for him. It was better to snatch the treasures in the tomb first. We also agree. Lin Fei said to everyone. They couldn't break through the demon immortal's bottleneck. They had to work together to eliminate the outsiders first. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. He was afraid that Taoist gentlemen would deal with him first. Everyone was very clear about this point. It was better for the 3 families to work together. The commander over there is from the fire tribe. Rumor has it that they were born from fire and have mastered fire element spirit arts. This Mo Sang is also very calculative. With just a few words he managed to incite us. Everyone be careful. Nangong Chanchan reminded everyone. Chapter 598. Mo Sang's method was practical and effective. If it was a different situation, a different place, there would definitely be a huge battle. They wouldn't be so amiable. There were always exceptions to everything. In the face of benefits, even friends could turn enemies into friends, let alone mere means of battle. In fact, Mo Sang was wary of Reverend Junzi, Tai, Nangong Chanchan and Lin Fei. The first 3 were all famous figures and it was impossible for him not to know them. The last one had a ridiculously strong defense and was not easy to deal with. If Mose could deal with it, he would not have chosen to cooperate. If they couldn't win, then they could only cooperate. However, cooperation was equivalent to risk. If there was a risk involved, the chances of success would be lower. Right now, they could only cooperate for the time being. As for the treasures, it would depend on their own means. Everyone split into 3 directions to deal with the demonic immortal. Now that there were so many people, there was no need to attract the main force while blasting open the tomb. They could just go straight for the root of the problem. 3 forces, 3 directions. the gigantic demonic immortal stepped out once again. Demonic chi filled the air, and the demonic saber slashed out. The entire area was filled with demonic chi, and it transformed into numerous illusory figures. Each of the illusory figures had the battle prowess of a ninth tribulation loose immortal, and they charged toward them. When this guy died, he must have been a devil immortal of Shen immortal realm. When the afterimage demon immortal attacked, everyone realized how powerful he was. Although everyone present was powerful, they knew that they wouldn't be able to create so many phantoms at once, and each one of them contained this much strength. Mose was the first to make a move. Suddenly, green flames filled the area. The green flames gave off a gloomy aura. They also turned into flame warriors and fought with the illusory figure. Reverend Gentleman's group was no exception. They activated their immortal artifacts, but after losing Reverend Ghost Blade, their immortal artifacts weren't as powerful as before, so they were more than enough to deal with the shadow. Lin Fei, Tai Yi, and Nangong Chanshan made their moves one after another. At the same time, they were on guard against any sneak attacks from Enlightened Master Junzi or the alien Mo Sang. In reality, they were both on guard against each other. Although the Fiend Immortal was dead, his fighting spirit was still there. The phantoms were all inanimate objects. They attacked instinctively, and as time passed, flaws appeared everywhere. The three forces joined forces and killed the phantoms one by one. Kill? When all the shadows were cleared, everyone launched their final attack. No one used their strongest attacks. If the other party was really a Shen immortal, they would have died long ago. Right now they were just a wisp of remnant thoughts. They used the word, wear, to continuously wear down the other party and the Fiend Immortal's strength. Half an hour later, the Fiend Immortal was ground to death by them. Each of the three forces had suffered a certain degree of injuries. The Fiend Immortal was too strong, it was inevitable that he would be injured. To them, this kind of injury was negligible. It was really nothing. Look, exterminating a Fiend Immortal is such a simple matter. Mose descended from the sky and stood at the entrance of the tomb. Boom. The entrance to the tomb was blasted open. Mo Sang and the others were the first to enter. Some people refused. Taoist gentlemen blocked the cave entrance. The entrance to the tomb was taken by the three of us. It's not right for you to go in first. Reverend Gentleman was a scheming person. How could he let the alien race go in first and snatch the treasure? Mo Sang stopped and said with dissatisfaction, I can't let you go in first. What do you say, young Master Lin? Mo Sang was not stupid. He immediately dragged Lin Fei in to threaten Reverend Gentleman. Lin Fei naturally would not allow Reverend Gentleman to go in first. I think we can solve this problem. Lin Fei said with a smile, we can divide into 3 groups. We can arrange people in each group. This is fair to everyone. That's a good idea. I think it'll work. Mo Sang did not give Reverend Gentleman a chance to refuse. Then let's do it this way. Reverend Gentleman's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He knew that if he led people in, the Fiend Immortal sect and the alien race would join hands to destroy them. Lin Fei, that's a good idea. Don't you see the expression of gentleman and villain? Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Lin Fei said with a smile, I just had a flash of inspiration. Now let's arrange the people in the first, second, and third groups. You make the decision. Nangong Chanshan said. I don't care. Tai Yi said. Since they said so, Zhang Xiaohu did not refuse. How about this, Chanshan and Zhuge Hui will be in the first group, Su Shan and brother Tai Yi will be in the second group, and Li Qingfeng and I will be in the third group. Lin Fei immediately decided. That's good. Everyone agreed with Lin Fei's decision. Nangong Chanshan, you're from the Fiend Immortal sect, so you know the Fiend Immortal sect best. When you find something useful, remember to remind us immediately. We will do our best to snatch it. Nangong Chanshan also understood Lin Fei's intention. Thank you for this time. Haha, we are partners. At this time, everyone had discussed the candidates. The first batch, the second batch, the third batch, everyone stood together. I didn't expect you to be in the last group. It turned out that Mo Sang and Reverend Gentleman were in the last group. They seemed to be worried that someone would attack them from behind, so they personally took charge. Reverend Gentleman said with a smile, aren't you in the last group too? Let's go. The first group entered the passage first. After putting some distance between them, the second group went in, and then the last group. Everyone was on guard. The passage was gloomy and rippling with fiend chi. At this time, without looking, they knew that this tomb was very different from the previous ones. They could not help but secretly increase their vigilance. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the first group came out of the passage without making any noise. It seemed that everything was going smoothly, and nothing good had appeared for the time being. When they came out of the passage, they saw a stairway that went up from bottom to top. It was shaped like a pyramid. On the left and right sides of the stairway stood an armored man. The stairway went all the way to the end of the world. Everyone's divine senses were suppressed, but they saw a throne with fiend chi at the end of the world. A fiend immortal emitting fiend chi was sitting majestically, like an emperor overlooking the world. That was not the main point. The main point was that the fiend immortal was holding a box the size of a square inch. Above the box, fiend chi was like clouds, constantly changing, and shadows were wandering around. Chanshan, do you recognize what's in the box? The fiend bone. There must be a fiend bone inside. Nangong Chanshan was excited. At the same time she explained, the fiend bone is a method passed down by our fiend sect. It's similar to the demon heart. The fiend bone left behind by a fiend immortal at the mystic immortal realm must be extraordinary. Lin Fei checked with the system. The fiend bone inside was indeed precious. There was no trace of fiend chi in this body. Do it. Whether it was Mo Sang or gentleman, it was just a temporary cooperation. As soon as they saw the box with fiend chi, they immediately realized that it was something good. The temporary cooperation was immediately broken. Whoosh, whoosh. The fastest was the alien race. Rumble. When they flew out, the world shook violently. The armored man, who originally had no aura, opened his eyes. Fiend chi covered his body and he slashed with his blade. In an instant all the armored men moved. The originally calm stairway to heaven was full of killing intent. The armored men guarded their path. The demonic blade turned into rays of white light. Mo Sang's two subordinates were killed by the armored men without any resistance. After killing them, the armored men stopped. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The stairway to heaven was not easy to pass. Gentlemen and the others who were preparing to go out were also covered in cold sweat. They were scared out of their wits. Those two alien races had the combat strength of an intermediate individual immortal, but they were killed so easily. It seems that the armored men on the stairway to heaven are all guarding the fiend immortals on the stairway. Lin Fei said indifferently, "Brother Tai, let's charge." Okay. Tai was a monster, a warrior race. He was very confident in his defense. Lin Fei, let's compete again and see whose defense is stronger. Let's compete. The two of them took the lead and rushed out. Nangong Chanshan and the others immediately caught up. Charge. Gentlemen also took the lead, not willing to be left behind. The treasures in such a large tomb must be priceless. Such an opportunity might only come once. It would be a pity to miss it. Advent of the Fire God. Mo Sang let out a loud roar and sent out a series of hand seals. Whoosh. Flames rose from the entire tomb and then spread out, turning into flame warriors. They didn't distinguish between you and me and they all charged at them. Enjoy yourselves. Mo Sang laughed and rushed to the throne with his people. The flame warriors were everywhere in such a large tomb. Moreover, these flames could block the detection of one's divine sense. Once touched, one could not get rid of them. Damn it. Gentlemen cursed. Gentleman's light, open. The flame warriors that rushed up exploded with a bang. A white-robed gentleman appeared above gentleman's head. The flames automatically opened a path, and the gentleman's righteous chi blasted them away. Mo Sang is smart. He wants to use flames to block us. Lin Fei sneered. A black hole appeared in front of him, and the flame warriors were directly sucked in. Lin Fei flicked his finger and flames fell on them. The flames are retreating. With the flames on their bodies, the flames did not dare to approach. How dare the flames of heaven and earth act so arrogantly? Lin Fei's flames of heaven and earth were very powerful, let alone flames. As for getting rid of the flames, Lin Fei could do it too. Doing so would only help others. He was not that bored. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Fei rushed in front. In the green flames, a blade slashed out and landed on Lin Fei's body. Blood flowed. Lin Fei slashed with his sword and blasted the opponent away, fighting for a chance for Nangong Chanshan and the others. As for getting rid of the flames, he still needed to suppress them. He could not be distracted. Damn it, this is a puppet. My sword actually left a white spot on it. Lin Fei was shocked. It was simply unexpected. There was such a puppet? It was even more powerful than the puppets of the alien race. Suddenly Lin Fei was moved. Chapter 599. Let's take one first. Lin Fei was tempted. He couldn't suppress the extra puppets, but he could at least suppress one, right? The divine flame space moved, and Lin Fei instantly took away an armored man. In the divine flame space, the armored man kept struggling, and the divine flame quickly suppressed it. It seems like I can suppress another one. After suppressing one puppet, Lin Fei took another one and suppressed it. His strength was exactly 50% to suppress 2 puppets. Lin Fei did not dare to attack the third puppet. In a few breaths, Lin Fei and Tai rushed through half the distance. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and they forcibly blocked the armored puppet. Great entanglement technique. In the void, countless black vines as thick as an arm flew out, and the huge area instantly turned into a cage, blocking everyone's path. Incinerate! Mo shouted. A red spear appeared in his hand, and a blazing aura shot out in all directions. It hit the vines, causing a gap to appear. As for his subordinates, he temporarily ignored them and went straight for the treasure box on the throne. Whoosh whoosh, Tai drew his bow and shot 3 arrows at Mo's. Bang bang, the few outsiders at the back were immediately injured. This Mo's is really cunning, using his subordinates as cannon fodder. Tai cursed. Tai tried to stop the 2 arrows just now, but who would have thought that Mo's would be so cunning and know how to use his subordinates as cannon fodder? It was really cruel. A word decides the world. Mo's was approaching the throne, and Taoist gentleman behind him was anxious. A sacred fetus appeared behind him, and he threw a huge scroll in his hand. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers appeared, and everyone immediately felt a huge force suppressing them. This is the supreme immortal artifact of the celestial sect of wonders, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Nangong Chanshan was shocked. Once the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared, the entire world pressed down on everyone, making them unable to move. Nangong Chanshan, your eyesight is not bad. You can even recognize this. Taoist gentleman was excited. Unfortunately, the demon immortal's treasure is destined to belong to me. You can only watch. Taoist gentleman used the power of the sacred fetus to activate the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Mo's was also suppressed by the 10,000-li river mountain. This immortal item was a heavenly immortal supreme grade immortal item, one of the 3 treasures of the celestial school of wonders. It was suppressed by the boundless rivers and mountains and the aura of an emperor. A top-grade heavenly immortal artifact. Mo Sang was shocked and his body froze. Taoist gentleman strode forward and overtook Mo's. The treasure box appeared in front of him. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains was very powerful. Mountains and rivers, the chi of the emperor, the chi of the dragon vein, and the supreme chi of fate suppressed everything in the world. The profound sex righteous path is indeed capable. Lin Fei was shocked. This immortal artifact's power was tremendous. There was a mysterious power that suppressed them. It was as if there was an unmatched emperor that could decide everything with a single word. Humph! No matter how strong one's luck is, how can it be more domineering than the divine fire of the heavens and earth? Lin Fei roared. Divine flames burned on his body, ignoring everything as they burned the void. Crash! The inexorable sovereign began to loosen, and Lin Fei was able to move in an instant. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicer art. Lin Fei could move again. The 1,000-feet-long saber light slashed towards Taoist gentleman. Damn it! Just as Taoist gentleman was about to put away the treasure box, he sensed danger behind him. He saw Lin Fei break free and slash at him with a familiar saber. At this moment, the sacred embryo drove the 10,000-li river mountain. Taoist gentleman's battle prowess was only that of a 9-tribulation loose immortal. Naturally, he did not dare to take this saber strike head-on. This move had destroyed his body in the past, and he still had lingering fears. Taoist gentleman dodged decisively. When he dodged, Taoist gentleman cursed inwardly. Treasure box. The throne was right in front of Taoist gentleman. The demonic immortal on the throne and the treasure box in his hand entered Lin Fei's attack range. Although Taoist gentleman did not know what treasure was hidden in the treasure box, it would be too late for regrets if a sharp attack landed on it and destroyed the treasure inside. Taoist gentleman regretted dodging. Lin Fei's attack was too fast. Taoist gentleman had just reacted when Lin Fei's saber strike landed on the throne. Rumble! The crowd immediately saw the demonic immortal's body explode into thousands of pieces. The treasure box in his hand rose into the air. Surprisingly, it was not destroyed by Lin Fei's saber strike. Mine. Taoist gentleman stretched out his hand, trying to grab the treasure box. Whoosh! An arrow was shot from afar, carrying a fatal aura. One of Taoist gentleman's hands was destroyed and he lost his chance. Tai! Taoist gentleman roared. A huge flaming bird flew down and grabbed the treasure box with its claws. Mose had made a move. He controlled the flames and formed the flaming bird. It was indeed effective. 10,000 Li River Mountain. The sacred embryo flew up, and the 10,000 Li River Mountain pressed down on the flaming bird. The flaming bird was only formed, and it was destroyed by the pressure. The treasure box fell as well. The fight had entered a white-hot stage. 7-colored glazed pagoda. Nangong Chanshan made a move at the crucial moment. The huge 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared above the treasure box and took it into the pagoda. However, Taoist gentleman reacted quickly and froze the pagoda. Slash. Lin Fei rushed up and used the great cutting art. At the same time, the sacred embryo appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, the great millstone of heaven and earth crushed down on the 10,000 Li River Mountain. With this crushing, the 10,000 Li River Mountain was set on fire, and it began to loosen. The 10,000 Li River Mountain was unified. A single spark could start a prairie fire and destroy the artistic conception. Rumble, the 7-colored glazed pagoda kept struggling. Fire God King bless me. Mose roared. He was not willing to give up just like that. In the endless void, a force descended. A shadow appeared behind the commander, covered in fiery red armor and emitting a domineering aura. The Fire God King took a step forward. The Fire God saber slashed down on the 7-colored glazed pagoda, pressing it down. Nangong Chanshan, who was controlling the pagoda, spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured. Tai, suppress Mose. Lin Fei shouted. Tai was the only one who could make a move. He could not do anything for now. One was dealing with Taoist gentleman himself, and the sacred embryo was dealing with the 10,000 Li River Mountain. The only one who could help Nangong Chanshan was Tai. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a demon god appeared behind Tai. Demonic chi soared into the sky. He activated the sacred embryo and shot an arrow with a longbow in hand. The arrow struck the Fire God King. Sparks flew everywhere. The Fire God King took 3 steps back. The pressure on Nangong Chanshan was immediately relieved. Sky-raising finger. Lin Fei activated his essence chi attack. He pointed at the Taoist gentleman's sacred embryo and killed it. Terrifying power swept out. The merciless finger landed on the Taoist gentleman's sacred embryo. Rumble, Lin Fei's great millstone of heaven and earth continued to grind the 10,000 Li River Mountain. War broke out everywhere. The 10,000 Li River Mountain was no longer united. The suppression was out of control. At this moment, Lin Fei burst forth with another burst of power, causing everyone to be shocked. Nangong Chanshan took the opportunity to put the 7-colored glazed pagoda back into her body. At this time, Lin Fei's essence chi attack landed on the heaven stairway. The heaven stairway was raised to the ground. Unexpectedly, something strange happened. A huge black vortex rose from the bottom of the heaven stairway. A powerful suction force enveloped everyone. Damn it! What is this? The huge vortex moved from the bottom to the top. The terrifying suction force was irresistible. One by one they were sucked into the vortex. Chapter 600. What a lucky kid. A resonant voice descended from the heavens. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Anyone could tell how powerful this voice was. It was as if it belonged to an unparalleled existence. If this person wanted to, this voice alone could kill them. Who spoke that voice? Could it be the almighty being from the treasury? Too powerful. Everyone had their own guesses. But they still couldn't believe that these words had come from that almighty being. What exactly did those words mean? In the blink of an eye they were sucked into the vortex. Before losing consciousness they were all cursing in their hearts. This had nothing to do with luck at all. The heavens were playing a big joke on them. After an unknown period of time, Lin Fei slowly woke up. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he looked around at his surroundings. I'm in a cave. At that moment Lin Fei was lying in a dark cave. He could see the outside world from a short distance away. However, Lin Fei was completely confused as to why he had come to this place. Tai, where are Nangong Chanshan and the others? Aside from himself, there was no one else in the passageway. If I don't run into the adept gentleman and the others, I shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Fei told himself as he began to figure out where he was. That last voice, could it really have been that almighty being? How could he have left behind a voice and even said something like that? Lin Fei said to himself. And there's a giant vortex at the bottom of the stairway to heaven. Should I be teleported outside or? Lin Fei wasn't sure. More importantly, Lin Fei would never have imagined that this almighty being would have set up such a joke. If it hadn't been for his final attack with his elemental energy, perhaps the vortex wouldn't have opened, and he wouldn't have known that there was another world below the stairway to heaven. Lin Fei first used his divine sense to investigate, But as soon as his divine sense touched the outside, he felt a monstrous pressure bearing down on him. His divine sense couldn't even move an inch. He was shocked. In the necropolis of the gods, his divine sense had been able to stay within a certain range. Lin Fei stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, the view of the outside world came into view. At this moment, Lin Fei was on top of a tall mountain. Outside was a boundless plain as well as undulating mountain ranges. Did he really come out? Lin Fei was very doubtful. The necropolis of the gods couldn't possibly have such an appearance. That place was a graveyard. Lin Fei walked out. Plop, as soon as he took this step, a force of gravity assaulted him. Even though Lin Fei reacted quickly, he still collapsed under the pressure and his legs sank into the ground. What's going on? How can gravity be so strong? Lin Fei was completely stunned. This place was even more terrifying than the necropolis of the gods. Crack, crack, under the gravitational force, Lin Fei's bones were crushed and blood flowed out. The ground was covered in blood, but the gravitational force remained the same. After about 10 breaths, with a bang, Lin Fei exploded. After the blood mist, Lin Fei condensed again, but his face was filled with shock. This is still the Heaven's Legacy storehouse. I was teleported away. Lin Fei immediately understood what the last sentence meant. What a lucky brat. They had been lucky and had been teleported away by the vortex. Nangong Chanqian and the others were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they had all been teleported away. Lin Fei didn't know that he had been teleported to the second floor, but judging from the gravity here, this floor was definitely above the necropolis of the gods. But his joy only lasted for a moment. The gravity here was 100 times stronger than the necropolis of the gods. This mercilessly told Lin Fei that the gravity here was capable of crushing a person to death until their body exploded. Lin Fei's true essence was very thick, but even he couldn't withstand this sort of consumption. Each time he regenerated his flesh and blood, he would use up a large amount of true essence. Aha, the result was obvious. Swoosh. Lin Fei entered the divine flame space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the divine flame space. Otherwise, his losses would have been enormous. When he tried to fly, the gravity took effect, suppressing his speed until he was as slow as an ox. This time, Lin Fei was completely speechless. Damn, is this the 7th floor or the 6th floor? How can the gravity be so strong? Lin Fei's eyes were red with panic. There was nothing more frustrating than this, and there was no way to resolve it. The gravity was too strong. Lin Fei had no way of dealing with it. Constantly regenerating his flesh and blood? Lin Fei wasn't confident. Right now, Lin Fei did not even know which floor he was on. He also did not know what kind of dangers there were on this floor. To Lin Fei, everything was unknown. Lucky kid? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. He wasn't lucky at all. As soon as he came out, he had been killed by the gravity. This sort of feeling wasn't good at all. Could it be that he had to rely on the divine flame space to activate it? Lin Fei thought to himself. This method didn't seem to work. It was too slow. Who knew how long it would take? Lin Fei was completely helpless. In the face of this terrifying gravity, Lin Fei believed that everyone else would be the same as him. They wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. Did he really have to cultivate his flesh and blood regenerating to the greater mastery level? But what about spiritual essence? Lin Fei asked himself. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei still couldn't come up with an answer. The distance was only about 1,000 miles. Lin Fei was speechless at the thought of this distance. Gravity is against people. What if there's something outside the divine flame space that gravity can't resist? Suddenly, Lin Fei recalled the scene of the battle in the tomb. Splash, outside the divine flame space, there was another layer of divine flame. From the outside it looked like a fireball. Let's go. Lin Fei activated the divine flame space. The fireball turned into a beam of light and flew out. The divine flame had blocked the unstoppable gravity. It's finally done. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If it hadn't worked just now, Lin Fei would have vomited blood. This mountain range was huge. Lin Fei didn't dare to come out again. The gravity was terrifying enough. Who knew what else was down there? He had to wait and see. Chirp, there was a shrill sound. Suddenly, a giant bird descended from the sky and grabbed the divine flame space. F***ck. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Through the divine flame space, Lin Fei saw that the bird was huge. It was thousands of feet long and gave off a powerful aura. This is a sky immortal monster. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Damn, a random bird was at the sky immortal level. How was he supposed to live? Moreover, it wasn't afraid of the gravity. That was even more terrifying. Because of this, Lin Fei felt extremely fortunate. If he flew out rashly, wouldn't he fall into the bird's hands? Fight my ass. On one hand there was the gravity. On the other hand there was a sky immortal bird. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. He would probably be killed the moment he came out. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Right now that was all Lin Fei could do. The huge bird grabbed the fireball and spread its wings. It could travel tens of thousands of miles. In a few breaths, it could travel millions of miles. It was really brave and mighty. Lin Fei could finally see the whole picture. F***ck, these monsters are all loose immortals. Birds flew across the sky, and from time to time, groups of demonic beasts would appear below. They gathered together, and that was a huge aura. They leisurely hunted for food, and the gravity that could crush Lin Fei was nothing to them. Lin Fei coughed up blood when he saw this. Monsters were really strong against gravity. Suddenly Lin Fei rejoiced at his good luck. If it wasn't for luck, he might not have been able to come to this level. He didn't know how Nangong Chanshan and the others were. It would be best if they were killed by monsters. They wouldn't be as lucky as him. The bird continued flying and flew millions of miles. F***ck, where is this bird going? Millions of miles. This bird was too fast. It was several times faster than Lin Fei. Boom. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky and slammed into the bird's body. The massive attack power was immediately blasted away, and it landed in a mountain range below. The mountain was instantly razed to the ground. God knew how many monsters were killed. Monkey? No, this seems to be the extinct giant flying ape. It's rumored to be ferocious. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. This was another celestial immortal monster. Furthermore, it could fly. Awesome. When the bird was blasted down, the scene was filled with purple flames that burned everything around it. At the same time, it continued to spread, forming a kingdom of fire. F***ck, so that's what happened. Previously, Lin Fei might not have seen anything and suspected that this bird was just interesting. But now he knew that this guy was interested in his divine fire. A flaming celestial immortal bird. Roar roar. The giant flying ape rushed down and attacked the bird. The bird controlled the divine fire and fought with the giant flying ape angrily. They exchanged blows and the whole mountain was in trouble. The itinerant immortal level demonic beasts all disappeared without a trace. The bird was the overlord of the sky, but on the ground, it was suppressed by the giant flying ape. Every time it wanted to fly up, the giant flying ape would always shoot it down. This giant flying ape is too strong. If I encounter it, I won't be its match at all, even if I use the sacred embryo. Lin Fei was shocked by what he saw. This giant flying ape was really ferocious. Its defense and recovery were top-notch. Although the purple flames could hurt the giant flying ape, it could not stop its rapid recovery. One could imagine how powerful this giant flying ape was. This bird is going to lose. Just as the voice fell, the bird was blasted away and a huge hole appeared. But this bird did not put down the divine fire, treating it like a treasure. The bird was the overlord of the sky, but when it encountered the giant flying ape, it was much weaker in terms of power and attack. Just when it thought that the bird was going to lose. Chapter 601. The Sky Immortal Bird's last counterattack had severely injured the flying ape. Just as Lin Fei was cheering at how impressive this attack was, he did not expect the heaven-soaring ape to counterattack even though it was injured. Its physical body was strong so it would not die immediately. Its claws were like knives. Blood splattered as it forcibly tore out a chunk of flesh from the celestial immortal bird. F***ck, it's not dead? Lin Fei saw the last attack clearly. The Sky Immortal Bird had compressed its power and the attack was shocking. However, the result was still surprising. Looks like the Sky Immortal Bird is going to die. Lin Fei didn't think that the Sky Immortal Bird could kill the flying ape. The Sky Immortal Bird was severely injured and could die at any time. Save it? Of course it was impossible. With Lin Fei's measly strength, if he were to make a move, wouldn't he be killed by the soaring giant ape? Boom, some time passed. A shocking scene appeared. The flying ape was severely injured. After it sent the Sky Immortal Bird flying again, purple flames appeared all over its body and turned the Sky Immortal Bird into a purple flame man. What? Lin Fei was shocked. Unexpected, truly unexpected. No matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was unimaginable. The Sky Immortal Bird stood up, soared into the sky and pounced. At least that was what Lin Fei thought. A Jingguang golden elixir flew out. A monster elixir. Lin Fei recognized it immediately. It was the legendary monster elixir. After a monster leveled up, its monster core would become a monster elixir. It could be used to hurt people at the crucial moment. It could be considered another attack method of the monster. After eating the monster elixir, the sky immortal bird's injuries recovered a lot and it soared into the sky. How tragic. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked. A fight between two celestial immortal demonic beasts would be like this. If a human celestial immortal were to encounter it, Lin Fei truly did not think that he would be able to withstand it. This was especially true for the final strike. Not even he could tell that the power within the strike had been compressed. The giant celestial soaring ape had ignored this power and was heavily injured on the spot. However, this was not the main point. The purple flames seeped in from the outside to the inside. This was the most tyrannical aspect. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't act rashly. The sky immortal bird was more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! After the celestial immortal bird flew halfway, it fell from the sky with a bang and smashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak was cut in half on the spot and a large crater was created. F***ck Lin Fei was startled. They all thought that the heavenly immortal flying bird was amazing. Who would have thought that it was actually exhausted, its injuries severe? F***ck is he dead or not? Lin Fei did not dare to show himself. The celestial immortal bird's goal was not the celestial immortal shadow. Even though the celestial immortal shadow was very powerful, it was actually just a small amount of energy. Although they could kill a person, they couldn't kill them completely. Everyone could rest assured. This was a true celestial immortal bird. It was the truly terrifying one. Once it attacked, it could completely kill you. Even if Lin Fei had flesh rebirth, he would not be able to withstand the attack of a true celestial immortal. That was how terrifying celestial immortals were. Be it humans or demons, once they passed the tribulation and became celestial immortals, even the weakest celestial immortal could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless immortal. This was a chasm that no one could cross. Lin Fei had foresight. He could be arrogant, but he couldn't be arrogant to celestial immortals. They had the ability to be arrogant, but did he? Not at all. After the celestial immortal bird fell to the ground, it was on the verge of death. Its injuries were too severe and it could die at any moment. Just after it fell to the ground for a while, Lin Fei acutely sensed that two powerful auras were heading in this direction. F***ck so sensitive? After a while, two birds of the same size appeared in the sky. One was black and the other was red. They looked ferocious as they circled in the sky. I knew it. It turned out that two more celestial immortal birds had appeared in the sky. They were going to eat the bird. Which level is this place? There are too many celestial immortal beasts. Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had planned to cultivate flesh rebirth, but he was afraid that if he did that, he might become the prey of countless beasts. Even though his lifespan was only around 3,000 years, his chi and blood were still powerful. Right now, a celestial immortal bird had attracted two celestial immortal birds after being injured for a moment. The chi and blood of this celestial immortal bird were powerful enough. Lin Fei easily figured out that the two celestial immortal birds had found him through their chi and blood. The purple bird was covered in wounds. Even though it had consumed a beast core, purple blood was still flowing out. Each drop of purple blood contained a powerful aura. It's such a pity that it's eaten. It would be great if I could tame it. Lin Fei thought to himself. Even though he had Hairball as a pet, this bird was the kind that grew slowly. In other words, he didn't know how long it would take for it to grow to the point where it could attack. Lin Fei really needed a beast that could fight. If he had a celestial immortal bird as a mount, that would be awesome. Right, why don't I give it a try? Before, Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about this. The celestial immortal bird was too powerful. It wasn't something he could tame at the moment. The difference in levels was too big. But there seemed to be an opportunity right now. If I use the sacred fetus to suppress it and then use the system, the success rate should be very high. Lin Fei was beaming with joy as he analyzed. He was very confident. Damn it, let's do it. In the end, Lin Fei decided to give it a shot. If he succeeded, he would gain endless benefits. It was worth the effort because this level was too dangerous. Lin Fei activated the sacred fetus. Even though the celestial immortal bird was injured, it still resisted. But it couldn't resist the divine flame space. In an instant, the celestial immortal bird was sucked in. As soon as the celestial immortal bird disappeared, the other two celestial immortal birds outside let out a long cry and rushed down from above. The first mountain collapsed again. They let out a long cry of anger. The prey in front of them had disappeared. In the divine flame space, Lin Fei thought that he would need to use his power to suppress the celestial immortal bird. But when the celestial immortal bird came in, it stopped struggling. Scared? The divine flame burned. The heavily injured celestial immortal bird started to tremble as if it had seen an unparalleled existence. Good chance. Lin Fei didn't care why it was trembling. This was obviously a good chance to tame the celestial immortal bird. Pet system activated. Ding. Discovered heavily injured primordial fiery bird. Do you want to tame it? Required points, 100 million. Success rate, 80%. Tame. Chapter 602. In a dark and gloomy underground world. A huge sacred fetus was moving forward step by step against the monstrous gravity. His eyes were fixed on the end. Lin Fei, you're dead this time. This person was none other than Taoist Master Gentleman. At this moment, his body was in a sorry state. The power of the sacred fetus behind him was constantly weakening. At the end of the path was a corpse. It was a gigantic golden skeleton that emanated boundless might, as if it was the lord of a sun. Taoist Master Gentleman could not escape from the huge whirlpool and was also transported out. Lin Fei, you must not have expected that I'm lucky enough to escape death. After I refine this thing, my main body will have the combat strength of a heaven immortal. At the very least, I will have the combat strength of a half-step heaven immortal. At that time, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Crack, crack. Taoist Master Gentleman's blood flowed, forming a path of blood. Ha ha, under his ferocious face, there was a devilish red color that made one's scalp go numb. I don't believe that you will be luckier than me this time. In the divine flame space. Lin Fei could not help but yawn. Damn, who is thinking of me now? Could it be my woman? After a while. There was still no reply from the system. Lin Fei was really worried that he would fail. 100 million points was nothing to Lin Fei. He could do it 7 or 8 more times without blinking. A heaven immortal mount had many benefits that could not be compared to points. I must succeed. Lin Fei did not think that he would encounter such a good opportunity. Even with such a serious injury, the success rate was only 80%. One could imagine how powerful this primordial flamingo was. According to theory, Lin Fei believed that the success rate would be very high. Unless he was extremely unlucky, there would not be a failure rate of 20%. An hour later. Lin Fei was no longer disappointed. After such a long time, it was almost impossible to succeed. Failure was inevitable. Just as he was about to give up, the system's voice came. Lin Fei could say that the appearance of this voice was no less than the feeling of picking up a girl. It felt so good. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully taming the ancient flamingo. Ding! Primordial fiery bird is severely injured, please treat it in time. Lin Fei's happiness lasted for less than a minute before he immediately became worried. Boom! The body of the primordial flamingo once again appeared in the divine flame space. Even though their bodies were the same as before and they were still emitting terrifying auras, each aura forming into a small blazing bird, they were still on the verge of death. F***ck, isn't this a scam? Lin Fei vomited blood. System, can't little purple be saved? Lin Fei knew that the system had specialized medical equipment. Ding, you are not yet a heavenly immortal. This function is temporarily unavailable. Unexpectedly, the system gave Lin Fei an explanation that drove him crazy. F***ck. Lin Fei gave him the middle finger. There was no other way. There was really no other way. Lin Fei immediately opened the system shop and spent tens of millions of points to buy pills in an attempt to treat Little Purple, who knew that the pills would have no effect at all. Little Purple's aura continued to weaken. According to his calculations, in less than an hour, Little Purple would die. This time Lin Fei was even more unable to stay calm. F***ck, did I get happy for nothing? Lin Fei hung his head dejectedly. It wasn't easy to get a heavenly immortal bird, a real heavenly immortal bird. But in the end this was the result. It was really a huge blow. F***ck. Lin Fei cursed. Then he used 100 million points to buy an emperor medicinal pill. This was the medicinal pill with the strongest recovery effect among all the pills. As for the heavenly immortal pills, they were all sealed. This time it should be of some use. Even Lin Fei couldn't bear to buy a 100 million point pill. He had spent almost 300 million points on this guy. When the monarch medicinal pill was consumed, Lin Fei's anticipation did not appear at all. In other words, Lin Fei's medicinal pill was wasted. 100 million was wasted. Is it really not working? After consuming the 100 million imperial pill, Little Purple's injuries did not recover at all. It seems that the injuries caused by the battle between heavenly immortals can only be healed with heavenly immortal pills. Lin Fei could only stare. I'm not fated to have it. Not resigned. Really not resigned. The heavenly immortal bird was subdued, but it was not far from the brink of death. Lin Fei had suffered a loss. Moreover, the two heavenly immortal birds did not leave. Instead, they were circling in the sky. Lin Fei suspected that they had sensed Little Purple's aura. This was also a big problem for Lin Fei. What a headache. The two heavenly immortal birds did not leave. Lin Fei could only hide in the space of divine fire. Once he went out, he would be killed by the two heavenly immortal birds and become their food. Yes, food. Lin Fei's head was hanging low. At this juncture, a faintly discernible thought kept reverberating in his mind. This is. Lin Fei was shocked. He immediately understood what it was. This is my contact with Little Purple. This thought, Lin Fei calmed down and began to ponder. Fire? Fire? The thought was intermittent. Lin Fei could barely feel it. Excited? Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. I finally understand. Little Purple wants to consume the divine fire of heaven and earth. In the thought, Lin Fei finally sensed that Little Purple wanted to consume the divine fire to heal its injuries. Lin Fei thought it must be so. He couldn't have been wrong. Anyway, in this situation he had to try it. Maybe, the surrounding divine fire of heaven and earth turned into tiny ox hairs and entered Little Purple's body. Lin Fei didn't dare to force it. The divine fire of heaven and earth was too powerful. Damn, it still looks like it's enjoying it? When the divine fire entered Little Purple's body, Lin Fei found that this guy who looked lifeless just now, suddenly became motivated. Although it was very weak, Lin Fei could still feel it. It works. It really works. Lin Fei was undoubtedly the happiest one. After investing 300 million points, he finally got a flying mount. How could Lin Fei not be happy? This was a strong fighter. Whether or not he could get along well on this level and obtain treasures depended entirely on this fellow. It took Lin Fei 3 days to heal. At first it was as thin as ox hairs. Later it became fist-sized fireballs. Little Purple ate it with relish. Fortunately, in the space of divine fire, it could continuously produce divine fire. Whoosh! After swallowing another divine fireball, the purple flames on Little Violet's body burned fiercely and turned into a huge purple fireball. This is? Lin Fei was shocked. This happened without any warning. Ding. Congratulations, player, the primordial flame bird is undergoing atavism, commonly known as bloodline activation. No way, I'm so lucky. Lin Fei blinked and looked at the huge fireball. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that Little Purple could evolve because of the divine fire. The divine fire of heaven and earth was a unique existence. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that the power of the divine fire was only a small part, but it was enough for Lin Fei to benefit endlessly. The only thing he didn't expect was that the divine fire would be so powerful. It could even help the primordial flame bird to atavism. Atavism. Lin Fei knew very well what it meant. Many demonic beasts were either from the ancient times or the ancient times. That was especially true of the domineering races. Almost all of them had a powerful ancestor. As time passed, the descendants of these overbearing beasts all lost the possibility of being powerful. It was either because their bloodlines were thin or because there were many reasons. Even so, these descendants of the demon race were all powerful beings. Now that the primordial flame bird was atavism, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful it would be. I've really found a treasure. Once the primordial flame bird atavism was successful, Lin Fei would have a powerful fighter. Also, he could refine that huge demonic bull. Lin Fei controlled the universal heavenly furnace and used the power of the sacred fetus, but he still couldn't refine it. But now he had a heaven immortal primordial flame bird. He could refine anything he wanted. It was a piece of cake. This was why Lin Fei thought he had picked up a treasure. The purple flames surrounding Little Purple exploded, and Lin Fei saw an immemorial blazing bird exuding a tyrannical aura fly out of the flames. It was like a purple sun, filled with destruction and tyranny. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining atavism Overlord Beast. The primordial flame bird flew out. Luckily, the mystical flame space was big. Or else it wouldn't be able to contain this guy. Motherf **Ker, this is practically a sun. Lin Fei could personally feel that Little Purple had been reborn. Its body was now tens of thousands of feet long and its body was burning with purple fire. Little Violet let out a long howl filled with boundless dominance. The way it looked at Lin Fei was gentle. After all, it knew that if it wasn't for the person in front of it, it wouldn't have succeeded in atavism and become a true overlord beast. After successfully atavism, Little Purple howled and spat out purple fire at the demonic bull's giant corpse. Ever since he placed the demonic bull in the mystical flame space, Lin Fei had tried to refine it. Sadly, it didn't work. Even though he could refine it with the mystical flame, the speed was very slow. Little Purple's purple fire landed on the demonic bull's body. Previously, the mystical flame couldn't burn the demonic bull's body. Under the purple fire, the tough flesh started to loosen. Then, it was burned into nothingness. Strands of celestial energy were squeezed out from the flesh. Awesome. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Little Purple was so smart. He was trying to show off. With a mouthful of purple fire, the demonic bull was refined. The moment the celestial energy came out, Lin Fei sucked it into his body. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the celestial energy. Chapter 603. It's done. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, they shone like two rising suns. Breakthrough. Lin Fei finally took an important step and became a high-level loose immortal. After refining the demonic bull, Lin Fei absorbed and refined all its immortal power. Although he was still a perfected emperor, his combat power had entered the ranks of a 7 tribulation loose immortal. He was now a high-level loose immortal. Lin Fei felt that his body had become stronger. Even when facing gravity, his body would not easily explode. After becoming a high-level loose immortal, Lin Fei's combat power had become stronger. The demon immortal Devil Ox's immortal power was all within its flesh and blood. Lin Fei was lucky enough to rely on Little Violet to refine it. If it fell into the hands of ordinary people, they would only be able to stare at it helplessly. Even celestial immortals would need a very long time to refine it. This time, it's all thanks to Little Violet. Lin Fei stood up, his aura soaring. Don't underestimate a minor breakthrough. For Lin Fei, his combat power was constantly increasing. If it was before, when facing perfected gentlemen, Lin Fei would still be suppressed. Now that he had advanced a minor realm, his combat power was no weaker than perfected gentlemen's. Anyone could imagine the terrifying amount of celestial force that would be refined from such a demonic immortal. If he encountered perfected gentlemen again, Lin Fei could fight him to a draw or even win. He would not be at a disadvantage like before. Back then, although Lin Fei could unleash the combat power of a high-level loose immortal, he needed to unleash it. His offensive power was slightly insufficient. Now that he was a high-level loose immortal, he could unleash the combat power of a high-level loose immortal. He did not need to unleash it. Little Violet, good job. Lin Fei said to Little Violet. Without Little Violet's help, although Lin Fei could refine the demonic bull, he needed to have the combat power of a sky immortal to completely refine it. Little Violet flapped its wings. Purple flames burned. It was very excited. At the same time, it wanted to go out. Could it be the two sky immortal flying beasts outside? Lin Fei could also sense that the immortal birds were circling in the sky, searching as if they would not stop until they found the corpse. I wonder how strong Little Purple will be after the atavism? Although he knew about the atavism, Lin Fei really didn't know about its actual combat power. In his subconscious, Little Purple, who had successfully atavism, should be a very powerful existence. Crashed in the sky, Little Violet appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky like a purple sun. It let out a long roar and the sky changed color. Lin Fei also came out. The gravity instantly dropped. Lin Fei activated his quintessential essence and forcefully withstood it. It was much easier than before and he didn't have to worry about being crushed. The combat power of a high-level loose immortal truly is much better. Resisting the gravitational pull is not as taxing as before. As soon as Little Violet appeared, the two sky immortal flying beasts in the sky turned into two streams of light and rushed down. They seemed to think that Little Violet's appearance was fake and wanted to expose Little Violet's disguise. Little Violet's huge body changed and returned to the size of 10,000 feet. It rushed up and grabbed with its sharp claws. The defense of the sky immortal flying beasts was immediately broken like a piece of tofu. A golden demon core was grabbed out and then it swallowed it. Another claw fell on the body of the sky immortal flying beasts. Woo! The sky immortal flying beasts fell from the sky with a miserable cry and smashed into a mountain range, shaking the earth and the mountains. Without the gold core, the sky immortal flying beasts lost 90% of their combat power. How could they resist Little Violet's attack? Even Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded by what he was seeing. After atavism, it is so powerful? The sky immortal flying beasts were severely injured by one attack? Lin Fei couldn't imagine that the sky immortal flying beasts would be defeated so quickly. In his subconscious mind, although Little Violet had been defeated and rebuilt, it needed time to recover. At most, it could drive away the two Sky Immortal flying beasts. He didn't expect that it would severely injure one Sky Immortal flying beasts and swallow the gold core. This Sky Immortal flying beasts were useless. A Sky Immortal flying beasts. If they were in front of Lin Fei, he might not be able to injure them even after 100 years. Seeing this, the other Sky Immortal flying beasts turned around in fear and wanted to fly away. Now that little Violet had succeeded in atavism and became an overlord, it spat out a purple flame that covered the sky. Another Sky Immortal flying beast was killed. As soon as the purple flame appeared, the Sky Immortal flying beasts were trapped in the flames. The Sky Immortal flying beasts kept struggling, but they couldn't break free. They let out miserable cries and finally, they were burned to death by the purple flame. Lin Fei's heart ached when he saw this. When little Violet was about to kill the second Sky Immortal flying beast, Lin Fei kept it without hesitation. What a joke. If he killed it again, it would be a huge loss. Through little Violet's burning, it turned into extremely pure celestial force. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fei knew that he had made the right bet. With such an overlord mount, it seemed that reaching the combat power of a Sky Immortal was no longer a dream. Originally, Lin Fei was aiming for the Spirit Vein. But now he didn't need the Spirit Vein's help anymore. Refining the Sky Immortal flying beasts would give Lin Fei a large amount of celestial force. Little Violet, let's go hunt the Sky Immortal flying beasts. Lin Fei sat on Little Violet. Little Violet let out a long roar. Its domineering voice attracted the uneasiness of countless beasts and it started hunting them. Apart from the Sky Immortals at the beginning, most of the beasts that Lin Fei encountered were high-level bodiless immortals. Each of them was a few times stronger than a human. Lin Fei didn't refuse any of them and refined them all. The core lake continued to expand. Lin Fei's strength was also constantly being compressed. Even he didn't know how many times he had compressed it. In the beginning, little Violet used the advantage of being an overlord and swallowed the golden core. Its strength grew day by day and it could find powerful beings. But later the beasts ran far away. Everyone knew that there was an overlord beast and those powerful beasts didn't dare to come out. Clearly, the combat power of a Sky Immortal could kill beings of the same level. Especially that purple flame, it was really terrifying. Only a few beasts could withstand it. The beasts were gone and Lin Fei's strength was improving by leaps and bounds. How could he be willing to give up? So, Lin Fei thought of a way to put little Violet in the divine flame space and wander around to attract the attention of the beasts. It was a very powerful move. Lin Fei's chi and blood were strong. As his strength increased, his lifespan also recovered from 3,000 years to 20,000 years. He walked on the mountain and released the power of his chi and blood, which immediately attracted a large group of beasts. When little Violet was released, its overlord aura suppressed the beasts on the spot. In a month, Lin Fei and little Violet swept through the entire area. They killed more than 20 Sky Immortal realm beasts and turned them into Lin Fei's cultivation tools. After refining another group of beasts, Lin Fei's strength entered the 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal realm. It was really like riding a rocket. Finally, I'm a 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal. I'm only one step away from becoming a Sky Immortal. Lin Fei opened his eyes. There are no beasts on this level. I'm going to the next level. I haven't accumulated enough yet. I need to keep accumulating. Go to the next level. Chapter 604. The entrance to the next level. Lin Fei found it easily. It would have been troublesome if he had to rely on himself, but with little Violet around, it was easy to find the entrance to the next level after some guidance. The entrance to the next level was in the nest of a demonic beast. A half-step heaven immortal demonic beast had 80% of its immortal force and was only 20% away from becoming one. Once it became one, it would become a heaven immortal demonic beast. Moreover, Lin Fei realized that there was no heavenly tribulation in this space, which was why demonic beasts could become heaven immortal demonic beasts. The demonic beast that was destined to become a half-step heaven immortal naturally became Lin Fei's tonic. His strength had skyrocketed all the way to the 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal, but the amount of immortal force he refined afterward didn't increase much. Lin Fei knew very well that he needed to accumulate too much. Others needed 10 units to break through to the heaven immortal realm, but Lin Fei needed 100. Accumulation. Accumulation non-stop. Little Violet, can you shrink a little more? Little Violet turned into a fist-sized purple bird and retracted its heaven immortal demonic beast aura, making it look like an ordinary fiery bird. Lin Fei was amazed. It's a good trick. Even though Lin Fei didn't like to trick people, it should be very interesting to use little Violet to trick people. Let's go. Lin Fei stepped onto the teleportation platform and was teleported away with a flash of white light. When he appeared again, he was still in a mountain range. A monstrous gravity pressed down on him. Lin Fei's expression changed. The gravity was at least 10 times stronger than before. Even though Lin Fei's strength had increased, his bones kept breaking. Divine fire protection. At the crucial moment, the divine fire around Lin Fei turned into a sun. After his strength had risen, Lin Fei took another step forward with his divine flame space and used the heaven and earth divine furnace to defend against this gravitational force. Previously he couldn't use it because he wasn't strong enough. But after becoming a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, Lin Fei's control of the divine fire space had greatly improved. Now he could refine an 8 or 9 tribulation bodiless immortal with just a thought. Such rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. After resisting the gravity, Lin Fei spent some time getting used to it. Then he felt the spiritual energy wandering between heaven and earth. There should be a spirit vein on this floor. Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Compared to the previous level, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was many times denser. There was an 80 to 90% chance that a spirit vein would appear. The gravity on this level was too strong. Despite the protection of the divine fire, Lin Fei was still under a lot of pressure. Little Purple grew to 1,000 feet in size and sat on it. With the strength of a celestial being, it relieved part of the gravity. Spirit bird. A huge white bird flew across the sky, emitting spiritual energy. It was like the sun in the night sky, making it difficult for one not to notice it. Lin Fei cried out involuntarily. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual qi had reached an extremely dense level, and the spiritual qi had taken shape on its own. This was the second time Lin Fei had seen spiritual energy materialization. The first time was when he had a grade 5 spirit meridian and turned into a spiritual energy giant. The spirit bird just now is completely an energy body, and its strength is also at the level of a low-level bodiless immortal. Moreover, it is an energy body, and its combat power is no weaker than a mid-level bodiless immortal. Lin Fei saw through everything and saw through the spirit bird's actual situation. Seeing a spirit bird, Lin Fei didn't make a move and continued to fly forward. Along the way there were countless flying birds and ferocious beasts everywhere. It was a dazzling sight. Lin Fei still didn't make a move. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the spirit qi turning into an energy body. He was going for his target. Spirit vein. Energy bodies weren't of much help to Lin Fei. Only the spirit vein could. He admired that mighty figure for creating such a treasure land. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an energy wave coming from the boundless mountain range. Is there someone? Lin Fei frowned. He didn't know what dangers there were on this level, but he suspected that some geniuses had appeared. Little Purple, fly over. With the overlord Little Purple around, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He had long regarded Little Purple as a top-notch sky immortal. 5 million miles away, Little Purple had just flown over a tall mountain, and the scene in front of him shocked Lin Fei. It was unimaginable. In the mountain range 2 energy bodies were fighting, and behind them, there was a long river of spiritual energy, revealing a vast and boundless aura. Spirit vein, 2 spirit veins. The 2 spirit veins turned into energy bodies and fought with each other, trying to devour each other and evolve. Lin Fei observed for a while and understood the intention of the spirit vein. It was obvious that they wanted to devour each other and improve their grade. They obviously had high intelligence. He was shocked that they found spirit veins in such a short time. On the continent, spirit veins were hard to find, and every time one appeared, it would lead to a fight. These 2 spirit veins should be grade 4 spirit veins, 1 level higher than grade 5 spirit veins. Lin Fei felt that the living beings born from grade 5 spirit veins weren't as strong as the 2 in front of him. In terms of strength, they were high-level loose immortals and they were energy bodies, so ordinary people couldn't subdue them. Plundering spirit veins, let's start from here. Lin Fei stopped observing and attacked the 2 grade 4 spirit veins. Heaven and Earth Furnace. The moment he attacked, he used the Heaven and Earth Furnace to suppress everything. Now that he used the Heaven and Earth Furnace with the strength of a 9 tribulation loose immortal, it was like a dazzling sun. Just the aura of the divine fire could burn a weak cultivator to death. The 2 living beings immediately stopped and resisted the suppression of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. Lin Fei used all his strength, and the 2 living beings didn't resist for long. In just a moment they were sucked into the Heaven and Earth Furnace, and the 2 spirit veins behind them were also sucked in. 2 grade 4 spirit veins, my strength has increased quite a bit. With a thought, the Heaven and Earth Furnace refined the spirit veins and poured them into the huge core lake. Let's go. This time, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to keep the heaven and earth furnace. He continued to use it, and the heaven and earth furnace turned into a red tornado, sucking in all the energy bodies in a million miles radius. At this moment, the heaven and earth furnace was like a bottomless pit. No matter what kind of energy bodies it was, they were sucked in without exception, and the energy bodies only resisted for a short while. Many a little makes a mickle. 5 million miles. 10 million miles. Billions of miles. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had flown, but along the way his energy body could be calculated in billions, and he didn't know how many spirit veins below grade 4 were collected. The heaven immortal realm demonic beast that he was most worried about didn't appear, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei knew how scary heaven immortal realm demonic beasts were. Swoosh! A huge face appeared in the sky above Lin Fei and swallowed them. It had the power to devour the heavens. Before they could react, they were swallowed whole. The spirit chi in the vast river was extremely dense. A living being materialized out of nowhere and punched out at the heaven and earth smelt, causing it to tremble violently. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. This is a grade 1 spirit vein. Damn it. How did it attract a grade 1 spirit vein? One punch was enough to injure him. This grade 1 spirit vein had the power of a heaven immortal, and it was in its territory. This living being was almost indestructible. Lin Fei brought Little Purple to the heaven and earth furnace. Even though Little Purple had the power of a top heaven immortal, it was just a waste of energy against a spirit vein that had spirit chi. Bang bang bang, this living being's fist technique was ordinary, but it was no match for a heaven immortal. Even the simplest punch had the power of a heaven immortal. With every punch, Lin Fei didn't feel good. A grade 1 spirit vein is indeed terrifying. If he really encountered a heaven immortal level spirit vein, he might be killed before he could subdue it. Little Purple used the divine fire. Let's refine this spirit vein from the inside. Lin Fei calmed down. Little Purple nodded. Smart. Lin Fei couldn't refine a heaven immortal, but Little Purple could. So what if it was a spirit vein? He could still refine it. Absorb. Little Purple channeled its powers and the heaven and earth smelt turned into a gigantic vortex, sucking in endless amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi. Within the divine flame space, the spirit chi turned into energy bodies that rushed out at Lin Fei. Lin Fei's divine flame protected his body, and he turned into an immovable wisdom monarch. The energy rushed down, but it was blocked by the divine flame. Little Purple flapped its wings, and the purple flames turned into rays of purple saber light that destroyed the energy. Little Violet acted as a hired thug, constantly killing the energy forms, while Lin Fei wholeheartedly began to refine and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. At first, the grade 1 spirit vein didn't seem to notice and continued to attack fiercely. With Little Purple's protection, the heaven and earth furnace was as stable as a rock and didn't move at all. The spirit chi gradually decreased and the tug-of-war began. A grade 1 spirit vein was too strong. Only Lin Fei's heaven and earth furnace was amazing. No matter how the grade 1 spirit vein fought back, it still couldn't be destroyed. If Lin Fei had brought an ordinary immortal abode with him, he would have died under the attacks of the spirit vein, which had the combat power of a celestial immortal. At the same time, Lin Fei was lucky to have a helper like Little Violet to keep the divine flame dimension under control. Otherwise, the daily attacks from the spirit vein would have been more than enough for him to worry about. The tug-of-war lasted for a long time and half a year had passed. A grade 1 spirit vein had the power of a heaven immortal, but it was completely different from a heaven immortal monster. This was the largest spirit vein in the mortal world and the spirit chi was inestimable. For half a year Lin Fei refined it every day. After half a year the grade 1 spirit vein was almost used up. In the later period, the huge whirlpool formed by the heaven and earth furnace would absorb a huge amount of spirit chi every day. On this day the heaven and earth immortal cried out indignantly as he was crushed by the heaven and earth smelt, turning into the last bit of heaven and earth spiritual chi essence that was continuously injected into Lin Fei's body. Phew, it wasn't easy. After half a year, fatigue appeared on Lin Fei's face. Little Purple, on the other hand, was elated because this guy had absorbed the heaven and earth divine fire in half a year. His purple body contained golden divine fire and his strength had unknowingly increased. Refining a grade 1 spirit vein in half a year was enough to cause a stir. Chapter 605. It was a boundless mountain range. A huge meandering spirit vein coiled around the mountain range. Demonic beasts, birds and flowers walked leisurely. It was like a paradise. Suddenly, a whirlpool rushed down from the sky. The huge spirit vein only resisted for a moment before it was taken away. Then a figure walked out. He seemed to be far away and his movements were slow. Every step he took covered millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed millions of miles and appeared on the mountain range. The gravity that could crush people instantly bounced off the figure. It was like a falling waterfall that was separated by a rock. It seems like most of the spirit veins have been taken away. It took me so long to find one. The figure looked disappointed. Then, a purple figure landed on the shoulder of the figure and rubbed his head against the figure's neck. He looked like he was trying to please the figure. This person was none other than Lin Fei. His white hair had returned to normal. His qi and blood were so strong that he looked like a sun. His hair was black and shiny, and it was draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. I didn't expect that I would cultivate for 3 years. Lin Fei sighed. Lin Fei didn't stop refining the spirit veins on this level. He kept taking the spirit veins, refining them, and absorbing them into his body. During this period he was almost killed by the spirit veins several times, but he still persisted. During these 3 years, Lin Fei didn't know how many energy bodies and spirit veins he had refined. Anyway, it was a huge number. At the beginning he needed the divine fire to resist the gravity. Now he didn't care about the gravity. It's time to go to the next level. Lin Fei found the teleportation formation on the next level long ago. However, he didn't go down. The gravity on this level was already so terrifying. He had no idea what the next level would be like. After 3 years of cultivation, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He felt that he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking into the next level. It would be a pity not to try. Rumble, out of nowhere the space started to shake. Then a huge whirlpool appeared above Lin Fei's head. Is it time? Lin Fei's expression changed. He had not expected this at all. As soon as the vortex appeared, a supreme force shrouded Lin Fei. He couldn't use any of his strength and was sucked into the vortex. At the same time, he took the opportunity to keep Little Purple in the mount space. He really came out. After a flash of white light, Lin Fei appeared on an island. The sound of the waves crashing against the island was endless. The humid air carried a slight fishy smell, which was not present in the mountain range. Smelling the familiar scent, Lin Fei knew very well that he had exited the secret Fecta vault and was immediately transported to an island. Lin Fei felt that 3 years had passed in an instant. He was completely immersed in cultivation. Lin Fei was very unwilling to be teleported out so quickly. He had missed the chance to enter the next level. He then laughed at himself. I've gained so much and I'm still thinking about going to the next level. I'm really like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Very soon, Lin Fei returned to normal. It's been 3 years. I don't know how Jin Feng and the others are doing. Has the child been born? After returning to the Shantian continent, Lin Fei began to miss his women. He didn't know what had happened on the continent during the 3 years he was away. Let me see what this place is. As soon as his huge divine sense came out, a familiar feeling appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It turns out that I have been teleported to the Endless Sea. Lin Fei immediately recognized that the place where he was now was the Endless Sea, the place where he had rescued Big Brother Qi Lian and was chased by the Sea Clan for a while. Little Purple, come out. Lin Fei released Little Purple and was ready to ride Little Purple back. Returning to the Mount Space, Lin Fei was actually worried that he couldn't bring Little Purple out. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. The secret Fecta vault was too mysterious. As soon as Little Purple came out, the originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, dark clouds rolled, and a terrifying aura enveloped the sky where Lin Fei was. Damn heaven's retribution. The terrifying aura was locked on Little Purple. Lin Fei didn't expect that Little Purple still needed to go through the tribulation as soon as it came out. The secret Fecta vault hid everything. Little Purple could smoothly become a fairy immortal demon beast and thought that it didn't need to go through the tribulation. Little Purple was not afraid at all. It flew into the sky and turned into 1,000 feet in size. It hovered in the sky, showing its overlord momentum, provoking the heavenly tribulation. Little Purple can't transform. It should not have gone through the heavenly tribulation. If it does, it can transform. Lin Fei left the range of the heavenly tribulation and stood in the sky. Boom, the whole sea was covered with dark clouds and thunder. A blue lightning, thick as a bucket, with a destructive aura, fell from the sky. Lin Fei really wasn't worried. Little Purple was already an overlord demon beast. In 3 years, its strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. This little heavenly tribulation should be nothing. The first lightning fell on Little Purple, but it was not affected at all. Boom, the lightning, thick as a bucket, kept falling. At first it was one bolt, but then it became denser. The island below was directly bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, in the endless sea, in a magnificent palace, the huge power of the heavenly tribulation not only raged on the sea, but also affected the sea below. Someone is going through the tribulation. In the palace there was singing and dancing and laughter. Several people who were enjoying the scenery looked in a certain direction at the same time. They all felt the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Silver Shark King, someone from your clan is going through the tribulation? This area was the territory controlled by the Silver Shark King. He controlled the sea with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles and was one of the feudal lords of the Sea God Empire. Since the war on the continent, the sea was also not peaceful. The feudal lords rebelled and the war continued. Some sea races made contributions and were immediately conferred as kings. The Silver Shark King was one of them. The expression of the silver-armored Silver Shark King changed slightly. It can't be from my clan. However, this person is going through the tribulation in my territory. Are you all interested? Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can gain something. The Silver Shark King was a king of the Sea God Empire. Those who could sit together were also kings of their respective seas. The heavenly secret treasury disappeared. Maybe some human expert's strength suddenly increased and couldn't control it, said the giant crab king beside him. Whether that person succeeds or not, we can pick up treasures if he dies. If he succeeds, he will be weak for a while. Eating a sky immortal human is a great tonic. The giant crab king is right. No matter who is going through the tribulation, we have to go and take a look. Otherwise, we will miss this opportunity. The Flood Dragon King's eyes flashed with greed. The three kings immediately tore open the void and went straight to the place where the tribulation was. Chapter 606. Rumble. Above the boundless sea, the sound of thunder never stopped. The heavens' tribulation was still raging. The dense divine thunder fell like raindrops, no less than anti-aircraft cannons falling on Little Purple's huge body. The sea below was dyed red with blood. Under the attack of the divine thunder, the demonic beasts in the surrounding area were devastated. God knows how many died, creating a blood-red sea. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. The power of the heavens' tribulation was beyond imagination. It was many times more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder it's so difficult for humans to go through the heavens' tribulation. No matter what the outside world said about the heavens' tribulation, Lin Fei had seen it with his own eyes. I wonder if I will go through the heavens' tribulation. Regarding this question, Lin Fei was very conflicted. Lin Fei wasn't sure whether there would be or not. He still suspected that the heavens' tribulation would appear. The system shouldn't be able to erase it. If there was no heavens' tribulation, Lin Fei would be very satisfied. No wonder it was so difficult for humans to go through the heavens' tribulation. In fact, it was really troublesome. The heavens' tribulation is about to end. After the intensive divine thunder, the sea was restored to peace. Above the tribulation cloud, a dangerous aura was gathering. That was the last wave of energy gathering. Lin Fei could feel it. Little Purple roared, seemingly dissatisfied with being attacked by the divine thunder. Its huge body returned to the size of 10,000 feet. It turned into a purple cloud and rushed up. With a flap of its wings, it turned into two streams of light and slashed at the tribulation cloud. Whoosh, the tribulation cloud that everyone feared under Little Purple's domineering attack, was torn open. That's right, it was torn open. Awesome. Lin Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. The Overlord was indeed the Overlord. The tribulation cloud dared to take the initiative to attack and was successfully broken. Little Purple roared again. Under the continuous attack, the tribulation cloud gradually fell apart. The last attack could not be condensed. With a boom, the energy dissipated. The tribulation cloud dispersed and the sea returned to normal. The last wave of attack ended prematurely and the tribulation cloud disappeared without a trace. But there was a bloody smell on the sea. God knew how many sea beasts had died under the divine thunder, which proved that there had been a heavens tribulation here before. Immortal Chi. After the tribulation cloud, milky white light fell from the sky and shrouded Little Z. Lin Fei, who was far away, recognized the immortal Chi. If I had known that Little Z would be able to pass the tribulation so easily, I wouldn't have needed to worry. Lin Fei said that he did not care, but in reality he was very worried. After all, everyone knew how powerful heavenly tribulations were. How could Lin Fei not be worried? An overlord mount. Who wouldn't feel heartache for a gold medal fighter? Someone's coming? Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems that Little Z's tribulation has attracted the experts of this sea area. If they were sensible, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. But if they weren't sensible, they would be courting death. The three figures were fast. When the immortal chi descended, the three of them were overjoyed. I didn't expect someone to succeed in transcending the tribulation. The Flood Dragon King's eyes lit up. It's been a long time since anyone has succeeded in transcending the tribulation. However, that person succeeded with severe injuries and a period of weakness. The Giant Crab King said greedily. The Silver Shark King regretted coming alone. If he had known earlier, all the benefits would belong to him. Now he could only split it among the three of them. It was a huge loss. He didn't dare to express such thoughts. Haha, even the heavens are helping us. The Silver Shark King laughed. With the three of us, we can even fight an early-stage Sky Immortal, let alone an immortal in a weak period. Anyone or anything would have a period of weakness after transcending the tribulation. Of course, this period of weakness could be long or short. According to one's strength, a few hours of weakness was inevitable. Normally, experts would find a secret place to transcend the tribulation, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. At the same time, they would find a good friend to protect them. This protection naturally referred to the period of weakness. Many experts had succeeded in transcending the tribulation, only to fall during this period of weakness and be killed by their enemies. Demonic Beast. What a huge demonic beast. When Little Purple's enormous body appeared in front of them, the three monarchs were dumbfounded. Even in the Sea of Life, an enormous body like that would be considered a leviathan. The only exception would be the enormous old-timers. A flamingo? The Flood Dragon King seemed to recognize it. A flamingo? You must be mistaken. Flamingos are red and this is purple. Also, flamingos can transform? The Giant Crab King was skeptical. Could it be a mutated flamingo? They had thought it was a human. If it was a human, the 3-9 tribulation bodiless immortals could easily take it down. A 10,000-meter-long demonic beast was troublesome. Who cares what this demonic beast is? Let's take it down first. The Silver Shark King was anxious, afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. The three monarchs were all extraordinarily bold. After a moment's thought, they immediately attacked. Boom. The three monarchs changed back to their original forms. A 10,000-meter-long silver shark, a similarly 10,000-meter-long giant crab, and a rolling flood dragon with dragon horns on its head. The three monarchs returned to their original forms and charged at the enormous Little Purple. Although it was a simple attack, it was equivalent to an attack from a half-step Sky Immortal. Even a Sky Immortal would have to be wary of the three of them, let alone a shape-shifted demonic beast. I say, are you three robbers like this? A wall of air appeared out of thin air in front of them. The huge collision only shook the air wall that looked like it would shatter at any moment, then returned to normal and blocked their attacks. At that moment, Lin Fei appeared behind the air wall and watched with interest. He was very satisfied with the wall of air that blocked the attacks of the three monarchs. He hadn't cultivated for 3 years for nothing. A human? The three monarchs couldn't help but exclaim when Lin Fei appeared. Since when did the human race have such an expert? He blocked their attacks with one move, and it was an attack from his original form. Strange, really strange. Get him. The Jiao Dragon King was famous for his bad temper. Furthermore, he was a relative of the dragon race. At the very least, there was a dragon in his name. Even powerhouses would not dare to kill him unless they were willing to be hunted down by the dragon race. Now, a human was standing in front of them, stopping them from sharing this demonic beast. This was no different from killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. The Jiao Dragon King's dragon breath turned into a flying sword and slashed at Lin Fei's head. It was a direct killing intent, and the air wall was sliced apart. The dragon breath attack of the dragon race is indeed ferocious. Lin Fei had heard a long time ago that the dragon race had a dragon breath attack. Its power was unparalleled and many people were wary of it. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have been in trouble. But this dragon breath attack was just a child's play. Slash. An immortal sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed out with it. The domineering attack split the dragon breath in two. He stepped out, passing through the air wall and appearing above the Jiao Dragon King. He slashed down with sword intent. The Jiao Dragon King was stunned when his dragon breath attack was blocked, and then he cried out. Immortal artifact. This is a Sky Immortal grade immortal artifact. As soon as he said this, the scales that even humans couldn't break were cut open, and a large piece of flesh fell into the sea. Countless fearless sea beasts immediately fought over it. Good eye. Lin Fei said indifferently. I just don't know how many of my attacks you can block and how much of the dragon meat will fall. The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King shivered inwardly. They then reverted to their human forms, clearly terrified. Their strongest defense was their true bodies. Every time they met an expert they couldn't beat, they would attack with their true bodies. With their powerful defense, there were few who could stop them. But this human had torn through the Jiao Dragon King's defense with a single strike. It was as if the sword had cut into their hearts, dripping with blood. It was impossible to ignore. How could they not be afraid of a sky immortal grade immortal artifact? This human must have come from the Tianji secret treasury. The two instantly guessed where he had come from. At the same time, the fear in their hearts deepened. Anyone who could come out of the Tianji secret treasury was not simple. You, a human, actually hurt the noble Jiao Dragon King. I'm going to eat you. The Jiao Dragon King had never had a large piece of flesh sliced off with a single strike. The pain was secondary. His face was humiliated. His huge body rolled and he spewed out hundreds of dragon breaths. It was an inescapable net. The Jiao Dragon King had the bloodline of the dragon race, and the dragon race was a powerful race on the continent. Whether it was the human race, the marine race, the demon race, or even the foreign races, they all had to give them face. In addition, the dragon race was incomparably domineering. How could the Jiao Dragon King let it go? He had a powerful backer and was very confident. Lin Fei had a look of disdain. What was so noble about a Jiao Dragon King? Lin Fei had never cared about the dragon race. He had even eaten dragon meat. A Jiao Dragon King? What was he? I'll use you as a sacrifice. Jiao Dragon King, stop. The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King hurriedly communicated with their divine senses. This human was mysterious and unfathomable. It wasn't worth it to stop attacking. Even though they were kings, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. Don't stop me. I'm going to eat this human today. The Jiao Dragon King didn't care that much. He didn't believe that this guy could constantly use the immortal sword. In fact, he had the intention of taking it for himself. The Jiao Dragon King was a vassal of the Sea God Empire. He didn't care much about immortal weapons. He did have immortal weapons, but they were all pseudo-immortal weapons. How could the Jiao Dragon King give up on a true sky immortal grade immortal sword? He wasn't hot-blooded. He had a plan and a plan. The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King didn't attack. The Jiao Dragon King was naturally happy. He could save himself two competitors. A sky immortal grade immortal sword was too important to him. With this celestial immortal grade immortal sword, he wouldn't be able to find many of his peers who were his match. Chapter 607. The Jiao Dragon King was very greedy. In fact, this was the characteristic of the dragon race. They wanted everything good for themselves and were famous throughout the continent. A sky immortal grade immortal artifact was no less than a sparkling treasure. How could one not be envious? Hundreds of dragon breaths intertwined and formed a huge white dragon net, sealing off all of the other parties' escape routes in an instant. The Jiao Dragon King was certain that his opponent would not be able to use the immortal artifact continuously. Especially an immortal artifact of this level, each activation required immortal power in order to bring out its true power. How dare you show off with a broken net? Lin Fei snorted coldly and slashed forward with the immortal sword in his hand. The huge net containing dragon might was instantly torn open. Whoosh, the sword light landed on the Jiao Dragon King's main body, and a bloody piece of flesh fell into the sea. Even though the Jiao Dragon King was prepared, he was still injured. Second piece. Lin Fei wielded the immortal sword and slashed at the Jiao Dragon King again and again. As the sword light fell, the headache-inducing defense that couldn't be broken fell into the seawater piece by piece like tofu, creating splashes. At this time, countless sea beasts had gathered in the sea. Even the unintelligent sea beasts knew that eating dragon meat could strengthen and improve themselves. The Cancer King and the Silver Shark King watched in horror with every strike. Even though it did not land on their bodies, the fear in their hearts continued to spread. A sky immortal grade immortal artifact. This is too terrifying. Our sea race's greatest advantage is gone. The two of them recognized it. They might not be afraid of a sky immortal grade immortal artifact, but a sky immortal grade immortal artifact would definitely kill them. They would definitely have the upper hand. How could they fight? This young man was strong to begin with. A wall of air could block their attacks, which showed that he was extraordinary. They finally believed the rumors that there were many human geniuses on the continent. Strong, too strong. Impossible. How can you have so much immortal power? The Flood Dragon King was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. His huge body was covered in blood from head to toe. Each hole represented a piece of dragon meat. Who knew how much dragon meat had been cut off? When the huge dragon tail swung, the sea beasts that were fighting for the dragon meat in the sea instantly died. The Jiao Dragon King transformed into his human form, his face filled with fear. It was not a good feeling for anyone to have their flesh sliced up. This was especially so for a noble existence like the Jiao Dragon King. After taking human form, the Jiao Dragon King's face was pale, and his injuries were not light. Nothing is impossible. You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a member of the dragon clan? Lin Fei snorted coldly and swung his sword again. This sword was fast and fierce. In times of crisis, the Jiao Dragon King could only go all out. He had never been in such a sorry state before. All this while, the Jiao Dragon King had been able to disregard everything with its powerful defense. After all, immortal weapons that were of a higher level were extremely rare, and it was almost impossible to find one. That was also the reason why the Jiao Dragon King wanted to snatch the other party's immortal weapon. Who would have thought that he would meet with such a tough opponent? What a shame. He wasn't a match for the Jiao Dragon King in his true form, and now that he was in human form, his strength had been reduced. The Jiao Dragon King's status as a king wasn't just for show. He naturally had a trump card. An ink-black scale the size of a leaf flew out and blocked in front of the Jiao Dragon King. With the wind, it grew to hundreds of meters in size, shaped like a shield. A dragon scale. The Cancer King and the Silver Shark King were shocked when they saw this. The Jiao Dragon King had used this dragon scale. It was a dragon scale, a true dragon scale, one that only dragons could shed willingly. The Jiao Dragon King was preparing to ask the experts of the Dragon Clan to deal with this human. Wuxia, the 3000 immortal art, the great slicing art, was a famous immortal art in the immortal world. Now that it was being used by Lin Fei, he was both mentally and physically prepared. The huge dragon scale was cleaved in two by the saber light, and the defense was broken. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. The Jiao Dragon King's face froze, and his pupils constricted as he watched the attack land on his body. Dragon Clan? Lin Fei laughed coldly. Powered by immortal power, this attack was truly domineering. The Jiao Dragon King was in human form, so his combat power was greatly reduced. He was simply asking for death. You two have guts. How dare you rob my little Z? The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King were dumbfounded. Deep fear flashed through their eyes. Among the three of them, the Jiao Dragon King was the strongest, stronger than the two of them. But he'd been killed just like that. It was like a dream. It was too fast, so fast that they couldn't get used to it. That last dragon scale contained the power of the Dragon Clan. It could block a few attacks and escape. It wasn't hard, but the result was unimaginable. Pet. Upon hearing these words, the two kings instantly broke down. Motherf asterisk her. Could there be anything more frightening than these words? No, absolutely not. Damn, a pet of a celestial immortal? Wasn't that killing them? In the entire sea region, no one dared to treat a celestial immortal beast as a pet. Could only be a partner. They would rather this human be awesome and covet the beast, trying to take it for himself. But this mount was his pet. That was different. Heavens, you're playing with us. If they had known that the beast was this human's pet, they wouldn't have dared to attack it even if they were 100 times braver. They would just be sending themselves to their deaths. The Silver Shark King felt that he hadn't divined today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Sir, do you think there's some misunderstanding here? The Silver Shark King's brain worked quickly. Fight back. If you want to die, go ahead. He forced a smile. The Cancer King said, It's all the Jiao Dragon King's fault. We were just passing by. This really has nothing to do with us. Since the Jiao Dragon King was dead, they naturally had to push all the blame onto him. After all, he was already dead. Who knew if it was true or not? Are you just passing by? Lin Fei chuckled. His voice was cold. The two shivered inwardly and subconsciously shrunk their necks. This human clearly didn't believe them. They found it hard to believe their own words. The reason was too empty and ridiculous. Passing by? Are you trying to trick a 3-year-old? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be easy to trick. In order to live, they had to continue lying. It's true. We were really just passing by, the Silver Shark King said seriously. We already told the Jiao Dragon King not to attack. Sir, you're a genius. It's not good to offend you. Everyone knows that he won't listen. There's nothing we can do. Master, these two beasts are full of blood energy. I like them. Let me eat them. At that moment, a cold voice sounded behind them. Chapter 608. Scared. Scared. That cold and terrifying aura made the two kings feel as if they were facing a terrifying beast. Berserk beasts, they had seen them before. In the endless ocean, there were countless dangerous and mysterious places. Many berserk beasts lived there, and each of them had a murderous aura. They had killed many berserk beasts, but they dared to guarantee that they had never seen such a terrifying beast. The terrifying aura was suffocating. They were all powerful sea beasts, so they had never been afraid of any berserk beasts. However, the berserk beast in front of them was releasing a murderous aura, as if it was a superior existence. This murderous aura was scarier than any berserk beast they had ever seen. They even wanted to kill this terrifying existence before. Mother ***, this was simply kicking an iron plate, and a huge iron plate at that. They really regretted coming out. They should have just drank and watched the singers dance. Now they were faced with a ridiculously abnormal young man and a demonic beast that was even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. Now it should be said that he was alone. They had never encountered such a situation in their lives, but today they encountered it all at once. Resist? They had completely lost the will to resist. The terrifying beast in front of them might be able to kill them in one move. They did not doubt their judgment. Don't eat us. Silver Shark King and Cancer King begged at the same time. Kings, this identity was no longer popular. They could only beg for their forgiveness and put down their pride. That was nothing. Beside Lin Fei there was a burly man with long purple hair. His body was emitting an evil aura and endless murderous aura. Even he himself was shocked. What the ****? Little Z is clearly a ferocious beast after the tribulation, a human-shaped ferocious beast. You've successfully transformed. Little Purple nodded. This tribulation is nothing to me. I can tear it apart with one bite. Lin Fei felt that he had given the wrong name. If it was still a beast, it would be fine to call it Little Purple. However, this was a burly man who was at least 2.45 meters tall. How could he use this name? It sounded awkward and feminine. However, to be honest, Little Purple was really handsome, a typical pretty boy. He could guarantee that no handsome guy or pretty boy on earth could be Little Purple's opponent. As a man, Lin Fei was also jealous. How could a man be so handsome? In addition to his evil aura, he really charmed thousands of girls. Lin Fei decided to ignore Little Z's handsomeness. Did you hear that? Lin Fei said calmly. Your methods are too shameless. The Silver Shark King and Cancer King had long since lost their temper. Facing such a ferocious beast was like encountering a natural predator. They could only hope to survive. This is our fault. We can make it up to you. That's right, we will compensate you with things. Please don't eat us. When the two saw Lin Fei's hesitation, they immediately knew what to do. This is my storage space. It's full of medicinal herbs and cultivation resources that you humans need. The Silver Shark King took out a treasure painfully. The Cancer King was no exception. That's all? Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. He wanted to extort them. The Silver Shark and Cancer King believed that they still had a chance to retaliate and would definitely roar. This was more than half of their family's wealth, but before their eyes, a single youth was enough to deal with them. There was also a terrifying beast. I still have some. In order to survive, the two king tiers could be said to have gone bankrupt. Is there really nothing else? Lin Fei played with the spatial treasure in his hand. The Silver Shark King and Cancer King shook their heads. This time they had lost everything and dared not hide anything. When one died, there would be nothing left. Even if they lost cultivation resources and treasures, they could still continue to collect them. Compared to their long lives, this was nothing. For the time being, Lin Fei wouldn't kill them. Such a large sum of money was enough to make them feel heartache. However, it wasn't appropriate to let them go just like that. Hence, he refined 2 more bottles, one for each of them. One of you is the Silver Shark King, the other is the Cancer King. Both of you have powerful vitality. Fill up the bottles and you can leave. Pay attention, I want essence blood. The 2 kings almost vomited blood. This 1-meter-tall bottle contained so much essence blood that it almost took away half of their lives. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Why are you unwilling? Lin Fei smiled with squinted eyes. Willing, of course we're willing. The 2 kings were like chicks pecking at rice, but they were cursing continuously in their hearts. Only King willing, this daddy is not willing. Essence blood. This wasn't some cabbage that could be found everywhere. We'd like to get a big bottle. However, they had to do it even if they didn't want to. That purple-haired beast seemed to be eager for them to not do it. That malevolent gaze made their hair stand on end. They were cursing in their hearts, but on the surface, they still released their essence blood. Something like essence blood was useless to Lin Fei, but it was a good thing for his subordinates to cultivate and temper their bodies. This was also the reason why he suddenly thought of it when he saw the dragon blood being snatched by the sea beast. Can you let us go now? After giving up their essence blood, the Silver Shark King and Cancer King were extremely weak. Among vitality, essence blood was the most important. If they were humans, they would have died long ago. They were sea beasts and were innately strong. After losing so much essence blood, they could barely hold on. Scram. Lin Fei's words were like amnesty. The two immediately ran away. If they didn't run now, when would they run? If they were to ask for something else, they really couldn't do it. Master, they are extremely weak. Why didn't you kill them? Little Purple's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Little Purple, you don't understand. Lin Fei said, killing them is one thing, but it's only for a short while. You have to think about it for a long time. If you meet them again, you can extort them again. Also, this essence blood is priceless. Moreover, they are already scared this time. I have planted a seed in their hearts. Their strength will stay at this level for the rest of their lives. I still think it's better to just kill them. Little Purple said coldly. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. What an unenlightened fellow. This immemorial overlord was indeed not ordinary. It was filled with an immemorial overlord's killing intent. Forget it, forget it. I won't bother with this fellow. Although they had only interacted for a short while, Lin Fei already knew what kind of person Little Purple was. It was an innately ferocious fellow. Even an idiot would know. In the immemorial era, those demonic beasts were all almighty existences. How could they not be ferocious? If they weren't ferocious, they would be killed by others. Little Purple's coldness was obviously very normal. It was hereditary. Let's go back. Before leaving, Lin Fei took away the Jiao Dragon King's corpse. Although it was not a true dragon, it was still a sub-dragon. The four villains should like it if he brought it back. As for whether he would offend the dragon race, Lin Fei never thought about it. On the boundless sea, tsunamis continued, thunder and lightning rumbled. Under the dim sky, it was a dangerous area that no one dared to step into. And at the end of this area was another sky. The sun was bright and the weather was clear. It was a good day. And at an arm's length away, there was indeed endless danger that blocked people out. This was a place on the continent that no one dared to set foot in. It had a very domineering and famous name, Dragon Island. Dragon Island was a unique force on the continent. Giant dragons lived in this place. Every giant dragon was synonymous with power when they were born. They had a long lifespan. Even if they did not cultivate, their strength could increase with time. Almost every giant dragon here was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Within the radius of Dragon Island, there was a barrier that isolated it. Only the dragon race could run amok. Other than a limited number of human experts, no one else could set foot on it. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from a small island. A middle-aged man with a dignified face walked out of a cave. The cave behind him had almost collapsed and dust was flying everywhere. Little Jiao is dead. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and the air turned cold. Long Channy, what happened? A black giant dragon descended and turned into a bald man with black skin. The giant dragons on Dragon Island were generally in their original form. They felt that their original form was the most comfortable. My nephew was killed. I have to go out. Long Channy said coldly, I want to know who is so bold to kill our dragon race. The bald man was clearly stunned. How is that possible? Didn't little Jiao become the Jiao Dragon King outside? Who would dare to attack him? With his original form, unless it was a heaven immortal or an old antique. Who would dare to attack little Jiao when they knew that he was from our dragon race? Ever since the dragon race moved out in groups and destroyed an empire, no one dared to attack the dragon race. Unless they could do it perfectly, they would face the terrifying revenge of the dragon race. An empire could be easily destroyed. In the end, it was the upper echelons of the continent that stopped the dragon race from continuing to wreak havoc. I don't know either. Little Jiao used my dragon scale before he died. You also know that my dragon scale can withstand 3 or 4 attacks from heaven immortals. But little Jiao still died. I have to go out. Long Channy said. The bald man said, if you go out like this, the patriarch will be furious. You also know that the continent is in chaos. Our dragon race can't interfere. Could it be that I can only watch? How about this? Don't we have a representative from the dragon race outside? I remember that Long Outyin is a dragon man from the dragon race. We can send him a message and let him investigate everything. Isn't that good? He seems to be the leader of some Saint Hall. It's best for him to come forward, said the bald man. Long Outyin? The middle-aged man seemed to recall something. You mean the person who obtained our dragon race's bloodline? Chapter 609. Xintian Continent. 3 years had passed. Aside from the initial appearance of the Heavenly Secrets Treasury, the continent had been peaceful for a period of time. But after the treasury was opened, the war raged on and grew fiercer and fiercer. The alien army invaded wave after wave. In the past 3 years, the alien army had conquered half of the continent, annihilated countless sects, and enslaved innumerable humans. To the alien army, this was a remarkable accomplishment. In just 3 years, they had expanded their influence to the entire continent and conquered more than half of the continent. From the intense war at the beginning to the current stalemate, there was no doubt that the army had laid a solid foundation. Other than the places that they were defending, there were almost no humans. If the human race had been united at the beginning, they would have been able to drive the alien army back to the wild world. After 3 years, the alien army had relied on their tyrannical and savage nature to take over half of the continent. It was only a matter of time before they took over the continent. Drive them out? That was no longer possible. After the alien army had taken over half of the continent, they divided it into 10 regions. Each region represented a god king, and under the god king was a holy maiden. Shantian continent, Sin Paradise. Are we really going to hand over Lin Jiqing? Isn't that a bit too unwise? Sin Paradise's internal meeting could also be described as a high-level meeting. Sin Paradise had managed to hold on for 3 years, but the situation wasn't looking good. In the great battle half a year ago, Sin Paradise had lost a big shot, a true big shot. Now it was clear that Sin Paradise was stubbornly holding on. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. Who knew when Sin Paradise would be unable to hold on against the alien army? Half a year ago the battle had been too intense. Sin Paradise had used all their trump cards, but they still couldn't hold on against King Giant Eye's attack. King Giant Eye was one of the 10 great god kings. Of course, King Giant Eye hadn't personally participated, but he had left behind a formation that Sin Paradise had just barely managed to hold on, suffering heavy losses. Sin Paradise had been trying to recover for half a year, but the chances weren't high. Sin Paradise had a total of 5 big shots. They were Sin Paradise's everything. Now one of them had fallen and the remaining 4 were all wounded. Hand it over, why wouldn't I? The loose immortal seated at the head seat was a true loose immortal. As he sat there, his entire body seemed to vanish. We've already lost 5th brother to the Giant Eye formation left behind by God King Giant Eye. Are we really going to continue? Do you also want to die here? The other 3 itinerant immortals had different expressions on their faces. The 5 leaders of Sin Paradise had lived for countless years, and they were sworn brothers of the opposite sex. It was only because of their unity that Sin Paradise had become what it was today. I agree with the boss. Now that the war has reached this point, both the humans and the outsiders have suffered heavy losses. The outsiders have an endless stream of people, and they also have mastered the secret arts of the outsiders. In reality, their losses aren't that great. Right now, the Giant Eye God King has invited us to join the Giant Eye army, and has promised us high positions. Rather than continuing to fight, we might as well join the Giant Eye army. This was the 3rd heavenly monarch loose immortal. He had always followed the boss in his footsteps. It had to be said that the words of the heavenly monarch and loose immortal were exactly what the other 2 were thinking. The Giant Eye deity king took the initiative to invite them to join the Giant Eye Legion and promised them high positions. It was impossible for them not to be moved. The Giant Eye God King wants us to send Lin Jiqing over, but have you ever thought about what would happen if Lin Fei returns? The 2nd White Mountain loose immortal asked. Moreover, the mythical tower has mastered elixirs, formations and battle armor. It's not the mythical tower from 3 years ago. They control half of Sin Paradise. The mythical tower. The expressions of the 4 leaders changed slightly, as if they had been hit on something. These 3 years didn't seem long. For experts, it was just a small period of seclusion. However, for the mythical tower, these 3 years were a huge process of development. From being weak and nameless, their influence had expanded to the entire continent. Everyone knew that the mythical tower's elixirs, battle armor and formations were top-notch. The mythical tower had also gone from a weak faction 3 years ago to a famous faction on the continent. 3 years ago, the mythical tower was nothing in Sin Paradise. However, 3 years later, the mythical tower had recruited countless experts. Coupled with the heaven-devouring demonic essence art, the mythical tower was like a ferocious beast that could open its bloody mouth at any time. Sending Lin Jiqing over was equivalent to starting a war with the mythical tower. The price was too high. This is proof of allegiance. We have to hand it over even if we don't want to. Gui said, Lin Jiqing is the core of the mythical tower. The Giant Eye God King needs the mythical tower's elixirs, battle armor and formations. If we hand over Lin Jiqing, we can obtain a high position. Otherwise, why would the Giant Eye God King treat us so well? As for that Lin Fei? Even if he returns? How powerful do you think he can be in 3 years? He might not be able to return from the Heaven's secret vault. As for Lin Fei, they didn't have much to worry about. He was just a talented kid. He was really nothing. He wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them. Second brother, boss is doing this for our own good. In the battle half a year ago we used all our means, but fifth brother still died. The giant Eye God King didn't make a move. Just the 10 giant Eye God Kings alone were enough to make us unable to resist. If they attacked again, would we be able to resist? The fourth Sky River Loose Immortal said. Yes, what else could they rely on to resist? They couldn't even resist the giant Eye God King formation, let alone the real giant Eye God King behind them. Have you all thought it through? Space fluctuated. A projection descended. It was a huge face and a huge eye. In the world it seemed like there was only one huge eye left. Giant Eye God King. The eldest Guei Loose Immortal stood up. This was one of the 10 great God Kings, the giant Eye God King. Even though it was just a projection, the feeling of power caused their expressions to change again. We agreed to join. You all have made a wise choice. Be it the future or the future, you all won't regret it. The giant Eye God King said, the mythical towers Lin Jiqing must be sent up here alive. This is your first mission. God King, don't worry. We won't disappoint you. This giant eye appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Space also returned to normal. Do you all think that the giant Eye God King is someone we can deal with? Guiyi turned around, his heart filled with lingering fear. Can we deal with him? Bai Shan, Sky Monarch and Sky River were silent. A God King was a God King after all. On this continent they were one of the strongest. Chapter 610. St. Hall. This continent's top power wasn't having an easy time with the invasion of the alien army. In the past 3 years they had lost many members. St. Hall. In the past 3 years their power had also expanded. They were now the #1 power in the St. Hall. This had a lot to do with Long Outyen, especially when he left. He had instructed them to expand their power in 3 years. They would no longer be on par with each other. News from the dragon race? After returning to the St. Hall, Long Outyen's strength had improved greatly. He was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the next realm. News from the dragon race came. Long Outyen had the bloodline of the dragon race. The higher-ups of the St. Hall knew that. Without a doubt, he had an invisible advantage in the St. Hall. The St. Hall didn't dare to offend the dragon race. He took out a black dragon scale. As a member of the dragon race, Long Outyen naturally carried a dragon scale with him. It was the only way to communicate with the dragon race. When the black dragon scale was taken out, a light screen appeared in front of him. Long Channy appeared on it. Lord Deacon. Long Outyen greeted respectfully. In the outside world, Long Outyen could look down on everything. However, in front of the dragon race he had to put down his pride. Outyen, congratulations on coming out of the heavenly secret treasury. I believe you have gained a lot this time. I wonder when you will break through to the Sky Immortal realm. Long Channy said calmly. Long Outyen didn't know why this deacon was looking for him. There must be something. He replied. On Dragon Island, deacons had a high status and held a certain amount of power. Thank you for your concern. Long Channy asked a few simple questions before changing the topic. I want you to go to the Endless Ocean. The Flood Dragon is dead. I want you to find out who did it. Hearing this news, Long Outyen was shocked. Long Outyen knew the Flood Dragon. He was a Flood Dragon, Long Channy's nephew. There were rumors that he was Long Channy's illegitimate son. Dragons were lustful. It was normal for them to have illegitimate children. Otherwise they wouldn't have taken the surname Long. Only Long Channy knew whether he was illegitimate or not. After all, flood dragons didn't have the right. Hearing this news, how could Long Outyen not be shocked? He remembered the dragon race. He seemed to be doing well in the Endless Ocean. Did someone dare to do it? Didn't they know he had the dragon race behind him? Don't worry, Deacon Long. I'll lead a team to investigate. Even Long Outyen couldn't sit still when it was such a huge matter. The death of a flood dragon was nothing much under normal circumstances. However, Zhang Xian had a deacon for a father. Even if the rumors weren't true, Zhang Xian was still his nephew. If Long Outyen wanted to do well on the continent, he would need the support of the dragon clan. Outyen, you are very capable. As long as you help me find out who killed the flood dragon, I will owe you a favor. Long Tiani said. A favor. Long Outyen was tempted by a favor from an executive. Even though he had gained a lot from the Tinji secret vault, he was not the only one who had gained a lot. As long as one was still alive, almost all of the elites on the continent had gained a lot. It could be said that Long Outyin had lost all of his advantages, especially those 10 prodigies. Every single one of them had the support of a big sect, and obtaining support was the most important thing. Long Tianyi continued, little Jiao's strength had already reached the limits of an itinerant immortal. The person who was able to kill him must be a half-step heavenly immortal expert. When you go there, I will teach you the Dragon Clan's supreme technique, True Dragon Transformation, just in case. True Dragon Transformation. Long Outyin felt as if he had been smashed by happiness. True Dragon Transformation. It was a powerful supreme technique of the Dragon Clan, and only the disciples of the Dragon Clan could learn it. Long Outyin wanted to learn this technique even in his dreams. If he had learned it 5 years ago, how could the Sacred Palace and the Sacred War suppress him? It was simply because he was not strong enough to fight against the two of them. True Dragon Transformation required the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Once cultivated, it would be a powerful body refining technique that could stimulate the bloodline and transform into a giant dragon. Giant dragon. How strong was the body's defense? Long Outyin was very clear that once he learned the True Dragon Transformation, his combat strength would definitely rise to a new level. He would even be able to fight against those 10 prodigies. Among the Dragon Clan, Long Outyin wanted to learn the True Dragon Transformation the most. He did not expect the opportunity to come. Thank you, Executive, for your help. Outyin will not let you down. Long Outyin was determined to find the culprit no matter what. At the same time, in a small world, this was the location of a sect on the continent. It was a super sect above the first-grade sects, the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It had always been called the Orthodox Celestial Sect. When Taoist Junzi, one of the 10 prodigies, returned to the Celestial Sect, everyone in the Celestial Sect was pleasantly surprised. The secret heavens vault was known as the most mysterious treasure. No one knew where it came from or where it disappeared. Once every 10,000 years, many people were destined to become successful and famous. This time the secret heavens vault lasted the longest, a full 3 years. Disciple, with your current strength, you can break through to the celestial immortal realm. In a secret chamber, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the middle. Opposite him was the cultured and elegant Taoist Junzi. At this moment, Taoist Junzi's brows were emitting a trace of demonic qi, forming a strange symbol. Master, rest assured. Within half a month, Disciple will undergo the tribulation and become the first celestial immortal among the 10 prodigies. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. Our Orthodox Celestial Sect will rely on you guys from now on. There is no need to rush the tribulation. Only with a deep accumulation will the success rate be higher. But the demonic qi in your body? Master, rest assured. It's just a mere demonic qi. I will suppress it sooner or later. Taoist Junzi's face was filled with killing intent. If not for that Lin Fei, Disciple would not have suffered this. Lin Fei? There doesn't seem to be such a person among the 10 prodigies. Could he be a rising genius from another sect? The white-haired old man knew his disciple very well. Furthermore, his disciple had the power of the sacred fetus. He should be someone from the demon sect. Disciple was able to obtain the fortuitous encounter because of him. However, Disciple wants to kill him even more. Taoist Junzi was enraged. The demonic qi on his face rippled. The white-haired old man rarely saw his disciple like this. This Lin Fei was worth mentioning. He was not an ordinary person. He pointed his finger and entered Taoist Junzi's forehead, suppressing the demonic qi. I will come here every day to help you suppress the demonic qi. Don't worry about Lin Fei. Once you successfully undergo the tribulation and become a celestial immortal, you can kill him or keep him alive with just a word. During this period of time, you can focus on your closed-door cultivation. The white-haired old man quietly disappeared from Taoist Junzi's sight. The entire secret chamber was silent. Taoist Junzi's demonic qi rippled once again. His entire body was covered in runes, looking sinister and terrifying. Miserable cries reverberated in the secret chamber. Lin Fei, I want you to die a horrible death. The geniuses of every top faction started to return. For a time, the disciples of every faction were immersed in closed-door cultivation. After all, the geniuses who survived the heavenly secret vault all had astonishing gains. What they needed now was time to digest and absorb the gains before breaking through. Sin Paradise. The outer region of Sin Paradise had long been fortified with arrays. It was no longer as casual as before. Half a year ago, an intense battle had erupted in the outer region. Countless people had died, but they had managed to hold on. In the inner region of Sin Paradise, the inner region was the same as before. The streets were bustling with people. However, compared to before, everyone was more vigilant. From time to time, teams of patrolling guards would appear. The mythological tower's next auction is about to begin. A group of men was chatting casually on the upper floor of a building. I heard that the mythological tower's blood-replenishing pill has been auctioned off. Who knows if it's true? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It can't be. Someone was doubtful. Did you guys notice that the mythological tower has restricted the auction of blood-replenishing pill, cultivation breaking pill, and the like? Everyone in Sin Paradise knew about the mythological tower. In the past 3 years, the mythological tower's influence had expanded rapidly. Coupled with the appearance of a demonic technique, countless villains had joined the mythological tower so that they would no longer face bottlenecks in their cultivation. As long as one dared to kill, one would be able to stand out. A demonic technique could allow one to stand out. Countless people had joined the mythological tower. After hearing this, everyone thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. So what if the mythological tower has restricted the auction? It's not like you can afford it. Someone said in disdain. Regardless of whether it was the pills or other items, every single one of them was extremely valuable. Only the big shots could afford them. It's great to become a disciple of the mythological tower. I heard that one can obtain pills like the blood-replenishing pill based on their battle achievements. They don't need to pay a single cent. At the same time, in the mythological tower, in the past 3 years the mythological tower had changed a lot in Sin Paradise. This was especially true for their facade. Compared to the treasure tower of the past, it was many times larger and more famous. First, madam, we're running out of pills. Should we hold the auction as scheduled? Inside the mythological tower, a subordinate stood in front of a woman and asked cautiously. Is there a rumor going around? The woman in black said indifferently. She had the aura of a superior, causing others to not dare to look at her directly. The auction will be held as scheduled, the woman in black said. We can't let this matter affect the reputation of the mythological tower. The subordinate retreated. Husband, when are you coming back? This woman was none other than Lin Jiqing. Ever since Lin Fei went to the secret heavens vault, Lin Jiqing had been in charge of the entire mythological tower. With the help of the 4 great villains, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the others, the mythological tower was quickly managed in an orderly manner. At the same time, the mythological tower's influence had increased by several times. Big Sister Jiqing, did something happen to our husband? Jean Feng walked in with her pregnant belly. For cultivators, a pregnancy could last for 1 year, 2 years, or even several years. No one dared to be sure. Why would you think that? Lin Jiqing smiled. Our husband might have been delayed on the way. He will be back soon. Ever since Jean Feng became pregnant, she didn't care about anything. Could it be that the cultivation resources left behind by our husband have been auctioned off? They're all from the higher-ups. Jean Feng was quite angry. At this moment someone barged in. Chapter 6:11. Why is he here again? Jean Feng was the first to show dissatisfaction. Ever since Lin Fei left, Sin Paradise started to fulfill their demands, but they kept on extorting them. Song Fei was the representative. Jean Feng couldn't wait to whip Song Fei's face. She wanted to teach him what it meant to be shameless. Hearing that Song Fei came, Jean Feng knew that it would not be a good thing. She had a bad impression of him. Take him to the reception room. Lin Jiqing's face flashed with anger. Sin Paradise is going too far. After he left, Lin Jiqing's face was cold. Lin Jiqing knew what Song Fei's goal was. They are getting more and more afraid of our Xinshin Tower. In the past 3 years the Xinshin Tower was no longer unknown. It was now famous in the continent. Is this Song Fei trying to extort us again? Jean Feng could not help but ask. Go back and rest. I will take care of the matters here. Lin Jiqing chuckled. Song Fei is nothing. As long as we have the elixirs and armor, Sin Paradise can only watch. But they... Jean Feng was worried. She heard that Song Fei brought a lot of people. It's fine. I will invite Brother Qi Lian and Sage Reincarnation over. We are not afraid of them playing tricks. Lin Jiqing said. Moreover, this is the Xinshin Tower, our 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron. Jean Feng left with peace of mind. After a while, Qi Lian Heavenly Demon and Sage Reincarnation arrived. In the past 3 years, the two of them had stabilized their strength at high stage Loose Immortal. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon's realm was the same. In the past 3 years he had killed many experts and refined them one by one. His strength had increased rapidly. He was now an 8 Tribulation Loose Immortal and was only a step away from 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal. Damn it. I will kill that guy with one slap. Hearing that Song Fei had brought people over, the scarlet refined heavenly demon looked ferocious. In the past 3 years, Qilian heavenly demon's temper could be said to be lawless. When he heard about this, he wanted to kill Song Fei on the spot. Don't worry, First Madam. This Song Fei is just using the power of the higher-ups to intimidate others. With us here, they won't be able to play any tricks. Reincarnation Immortal didn't care. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you to accompany me. Is there any news about that kid Lin Fei? The scarlet refining heavenly demon suddenly asked. Not at the moment. Lin Jiqing replied, however his soul orb is fine. He should be back soon. In the past 3 years, Lin Fei must have obtained a lot of treasures in the Tianji secret vault. Let's see how Sin Paradise tries to act tough when he's back. The scarlet refining heavenly demon snorted. It had to be said that with the help of the Mythology Tower's alchemical pills, their influence was continuously expanding. Sin Paradise now occupied half of the continent, and the influence of the Sin Paradise was gradually weakening. Sooner or later, a battle would break out between the two. The Qilian heavenly demon agreed. The premise was that Lin Fei would return. Wouldn't he be able to eat them alive? In the reception room, Song Fei sat upright and still. If you looked closely, you would notice that there was a trace of sweat on his forehead. He didn't even dare to move his hands and feet. Song Fei, what is the meaning of you bringing people here? Lin Jiqing brought the scarlet refining heavenly demon and venerable reincarnation in. The scarlet refined heavenly demon immediately opened fire. His personality was like that, direct and straightforward. It was unrealistic to say anything nice and polite. Song Fei raised his brows. I'm here to see Madame Lin. Of course, I brought people here for safety. You should know that the spies of the demonic races are everywhere. I don't want to be killed by them. Sophistry. The scarlet refining heavenly demon didn't give him any face and exposed him right in front of him. Lin Jiqing sat down and didn't stop him. I'm here. If you have anything to say, just say it. If Song Fei wasn't the representative of Sin Paradise, Lin Jiqing wouldn't have come personally. She didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Sin Paradise. It wasn't the right time yet. Madame Lin, I'm here on behalf of the higher-ups. I would like to invite Madame Lin to come over to our higher-ups for a chat. Song Fei said straightforwardly. I'm sorry, I'm busy and can't spare any time. I'll pass. Lin Jiqing stood up. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. That means that Madame Lin isn't willing to go. Song Fei stood up. What? You want to force us to go over? The scarlet refining heavenly demon had a fiery temper and glared. Do you believe that I can beat you up in one move? You must be the scarlet refining heavenly demon. You have quite a temper. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up from behind Song Fei. I wonder if you can beat me up. Boom, a monstrous aura descended. Not good. The scarlet refining heavenly demon and venerable reincarnation knew that it wasn't good. This was the peak strength of a loose immortal. He was even stronger than them. The middle-aged man took a step forward and grabbed with one hand. A huge aura crushed them mercilessly. Their strength was suppressed on the spot. With one move, 2 high-leveled loose immortals were suppressed. Absolute strength suppressed everything. Who are you? Lin Jiqing didn't panic in the face of danger. As expected of the First Lady of the Mythological Tower, the middle-aged man suppressed them calmly. This old man is Venerable Tianhe. Madam, you don't have to try to teleport. I have already used a powerful technique to seal the void in this reception room. Hearing this name, Lin Jiqing's expression changed on the spot. I didn't expect that your Sin Paradise would be the first to shed all pretense of cordiality. Lin Jiqing didn't expect that the higher-ups of Sin Paradise would personally make a move. Venerable Tianhe was one of them. As expected, he suppressed Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and Venerable Reincarnation. This isn't called shedding all pretense of cordiality. Venerable Tianhe said, it's nothing more than an exchange of benefits. Didn't we work together before? This is just another form of cooperation. You guys are working with a different race. Lin Jiqing stared at Venerable Tianhe and threw out a piece of heavy news. Amazing. You even saw through this. Venerable Tianhe had long heard that the First Lady of the Mythological Tower, Lin Jiqing, had top-notch abilities and boldness. With just a few words, she was able to guess the purpose. That's right. We have joined the Giant Eye God King. Venerable Tianhe said proudly, now that the human race is in decline, if Madame Lin is willing to put down her prejudice and join the Giant Eye God King, with Madame Lin's ability, you will be able to stand out among the different races. When the time comes, it won't be impossible for you to be conferred the title of nobility. Since we walk different paths, we can't make plans together. Lin Jiqing rejected. Lead the way. Once Venerable Tianhe made a move, Lin Jiqing knew that she wouldn't be disappointed. The true higher-ups of Sin Paradise, even though the mythological tower was strong, it was still in decline. Especially when the other party came inside the mythological tower and sealed the space. Chapter 6:12. Sage Tianhe was envious of the mythical tower's great power. Because of this, Sage Tianhe didn't want to make a move. After all, this was the space inside an immortal artifact. There was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. For safety's sake, he would take Lin Jiqing away first and deal with the mythical tower later. No matter what, such a big piece of meat would fall into their hands sooner or later. The mythical tower's internal members all cultivated the sky-devouring demonic essence art. Each of them had a strong killing intent. One mystic sect disciple was equivalent to 3 mystic sect disciples. Sage Tianhe and the others tried to break this demonic art, but the results were not satisfactory. The more they failed, the more they valued the mythical tower. After 3 years of development, they could feel the pressure from the mythical tower. If not for the mythical tower lacking a true expert, Sin Paradise would have changed owners. The development was too fast and uncontrollable. Just the hundreds of thousands of members were all vicious and evil. When combined, they were like a sharp knife. They kept killing to cultivate, confident that they could kill. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Throughout the years, there was no one that could compare to the mythical tower among the great factions that had appeared in Sin Paradise. Unless he had no other choice, Sage Tianhe would not kill them. Gaining control of the mythical tower and joining God King Giant Eyes would be a great asset. They would undoubtedly be valued by him. The moment they came out of the guest room, Sage Tianhe grabbed Lin Jiqing and walked out. At the same time, a force enveloped them, suppressing them. They just came out. 4 silhouettes appeared in 4 different directions. A giant condensed in the void and slammed down with a palm. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed. Dazzling stars. Sage Tianhe did not panic. A universe appeared above his head. Countless planets and galaxies filled the sky. It was filled with a boundless aura and blocked the giant's attack. 4 great evildoers, there is no need for you to continue this meaningless struggle. You cannot defeat this old man. Sage Tianhe stood proudly as if he was in the depths of a universe. He did not care about their attacks. One was a human, the other was an immortal. There was a difference between humans and immortals. The 4 fiends were very strong, but there was still a gap between them and Sage Tianhe. They could barely resist him. The moment the Heavenly River Sage made his move, the 4 great evils knew about it immediately. They quickly activated the formation and entered the void. While the Heavenly River Sage was out, they attacked in one fell swoop. Taoist Tianhe, you are very strong, but we don't want to contend against you. We only care about saving people. True Immortal Wine laughed and said, now, why don't we see if Madame Lin is still here? Sage Tianhe turned his head and sure enough, Lin Jiqing and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had disappeared. The place was empty and anger flashed in his eyes. Lin Jiqing and the others appeared behind the 4 villains. Sage Tianhe, you're a high-ranking member of Sin Paradise. Aren't you ashamed of coming here personally to capture someone? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Undefeatable Sage mocked. You didn't expect us to rescue him right under your nose, did you? Spiritual Master Tianhe was surprised, truly surprised. The person who was originally under his control was rescued just like that, and Spiritual Master Tianhe didn't even notice it at all. It was really unimaginable. It seemed that it had been a long time since someone could snatch someone from his hands. As expected of the mythical tower, they laid down layers of formations in this immortal artifact space. Unknowingly, they managed to trap someone. Sage Tianhe was very shocked. When he came, he knew that there were many formations laid down, but he didn't expect that he would fail. The 4 villains, Lin Jiqing and the others all rejoiced at this moment. When Lin Fei laid down the formations, they thought that it was unnecessary, and Sin Paradise wouldn't shed all pretenses of cordiality so quickly. They also didn't expect that the high-ranking members of Sin Paradise would personally come. In the end, they really did come in handy. They were so close. Sage Tianhe, we respect you as a high-ranking member. As long as you leave, we can pretend that nothing happened. True Immortal Wine said to Sage Tianhe. Rescuing Lin Jiqing and the others from Sage Tianhe's hands was already their limit. Moreover, they had done it while the other party was off guard. If they really fought, there would still be a gap between them. Hence, it would be best if Sage Tianhe could leave. The possibility of this was very low, very low. For villains, when did you have a guilty conscience? Sage Tianhe laughed loudly. Since this old man is here today, I will definitely take them away. You won't be able to stop me. Great galaxy capture. The galaxy above his head instantly turned into a giant silvery white hand and grabbed at the air. In that instant, the entire space seemed to fall under the control of the giant hand. This move alone displayed Sage Tianhe's powerful strength. Go to the core. The four villains once again summoned a giant and faced the giant hand with astonishing momentum. The giant hand flicked a finger and the white light crashed into the giant. Poon! The four villains instantly vomited blood, injured. Weak, too weak. Sage Tianhe had a look of disdain. Before true power, your meager strength is just like an ant. Since you foiled this old man's grand plan, then take another finger from this old man. The giant silvery white hand flicked again, and four beams of white light shot at the four villains. Retreat. The four villains instantly disappeared and the white light attack missed. This formation is interesting. Sage Tianhe didn't change his expression even though the great capture missed. Mysterious mythological tower, today let me see just how mysterious you are. Sage Tianhe didn't plan to leave now that he was here. He took a step forward and the formation appeared. He sneered, Madam Lin, no one can stop this old man today. Let's see how long you can last. Rumbled Sage Tianhe walked forward step by step, and the illusory formation shattered one after another. Inside the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, Lin Jiqing and the others were here. When Lin Fei left, he set up the immortal artifact space, and everyone had a special treasure on them that allowed them to move without restriction. Sage Tianhe is too powerful. As expected of one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise. His first move is a half-step Heaven Immortal. True Immortal Wine's face was solemn. We are no match for him. The four villains could even block a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal, but they couldn't block a half-step Heaven Immortal. The attack just now was a joint attack formation that they were proficient in, and they couldn't even block a single move. Madam Lin, our formation won't last long, Invincible True Immortal said. Through the screens they saw Sage Tianhe heading straight for their core position. The activated formations were useless before the Heavenly River Enlightened Being. They wouldn't last long. They were shattered. Activate the final formation, the 12 Heavenly Demon Slaying Formation. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know how powerful this formation was, but they knew that it was the final formation that Lin Fei had set up, and it was extremely powerful. This formation would consume a lot of resources and it was a bottomless pit. Madam Lin, just admit defeat. Sage Tianhe walked forward step by step, and the formations were shattered one after another. The large number of interweaving formations excited Sage Tianhe. He had never seen many of them before, and if a high-level bodiless immortal came, he would definitely be trapped. Break it? It was very difficult. Sage Tianhe could only use his strength to break it. Exquisite, too exquisite. The mysteries of the mythical tower were finally revealed. Fortunately, I came with my real body or we would be in big trouble. Sage Tianhe originally wanted to come with his doppelganger, but the mysteries of the mythical tower made him give up the idea and come on his own. Although it was a bit like bullying, at this point it would affect his reputation. Rumble, soon Sage Tianhe sensed their core position and he couldn't help but smile. Rumble, 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 just when Sage Tianhe thought he could capture them, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Endless darkness enveloped them. The blood-red sky. A heavy aura rushed up. Giants that were hundreds of meters tall appeared under the blood-red sky. There were 12 of them and each of them looked different. When the 12 giants appeared, demonic energy soared into the sky. Formation. Sage Tianhe immediately understood that this was their last formation, and it looked a bit strange. Kill, 12 voices of kill, converged together, and from the sky, a huge blood-red word kill blasted down on Sage Tianhe. Sage Tianhe pointed with his finger, and the cosmos world propped up a starry sky. Boom, the two were tied. The blood-red sky was shattered by this energy and then returned to normal. What a powerful formation. Sage Tianhe was shocked. It seems that if I want to break this formation, I'll have to kill one of the giants. Kill. Sage Tianhe attacked the winged giant, and an astral whip appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, he lashed out, and the sky above the whip was filled with dazzling stars. He actually blocked it. When the 12 Citadel Demon Slaughtering Formation appeared, everyone was stunned. Its power was beyond imagination. The 12 giants were really fighting Sage Tianhe. At least it seemed that they were in a stalemate. I really don't know where Lin Fei found this formation. True Immortal Flower Demon was shocked. I've never seen these 12 giants before. They heaved sighs of relief, but at the same time they couldn't help but worry. Sage Tianhe had made his move, and the entire sinful paradise had surrounded the mythical tower. Right now they were like turtles in a jar. If the situation really gets out of hand, control the immortal artifact and perform a void leap. Lin Jiqing frowned. No matter what, we can't let the immortal artifact fall into their hands. The 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron, aside from the enormous space inside, also had another function, void leap. However, this void leap was too dangerous. No one knew where they would end up. If it was a secret realm or a danger zone, it wouldn't be good. Chapter 613. Madam Lin, I can't hold on much longer. Sage Tianhe's attacks are too ferocious. The 12 giants can't absorb his energy and can't hold on much longer. Inside the 8 desolate 6-direction cauldron, Sage Tianhe's attacks were still going strong. From the initial probing to the later frenzied attacks, his movements were grand and grand. The river of stars shattered, boundless and boundless as he found the crux of the restraining formation. Lin Jiqing just admit defeat. Taoist Tianhe forced back a giant with a single move, strolling leisurely. This array formation of yours is the most powerful array formation I've ever seen. Unfortunately, activating these giants consumes a great deal of resources. Once the resources can't keep up with the giant's consumption, the array formation won't work. Sage Tianhe was one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise. He had powerful battle prowess. In a short time he had figured out the key to the formation and started attacking crazily. So what if the formation was powerful? It could still be broken if it ran out of energy. The 12 giants were currently in a state of exhaustion. They could not replenish their cultivation resources. Rumble, the 12 giants were on the verge of collapse. Madam Lin, use your last move. Lin Jiqing really didn't want to use her last move. But there was no other way. While the 12 giants could suppress the other party, and the 4 evil men had also made a move, Sage Tianhe easily saw through the clues and grasped the crux of the matter. They failed. If the 12-9 Tribulation bodiless immortals activated the formation together, they might be able to last longer. Star River shatter. The stars in the vast starry sky rumbled and scattered in all directions. Rumble, the 12 giants were sent flying by the destructive force. The formation trapping Sage Tianhe lost its effect. Admit defeat. Rumble, the silver-white Star River rushed toward the core where Lin Jiqing was, trying to capture them in one move. The space where Lin Jiqing was instantly turned into a starry sky. They were above a starry sky. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Stop struggling. This is my Star River world. You just want to activate the immortal artifact. Now that you are in my Star River world, you can give up completely. Realistic. Too realistic. In the Star River world, their strength became insignificant. More importantly, they couldn't sense the existence of space. Lin Jiqing was like this. It was the same for the 4 villains. It was the same for Red Refined Heavenly Demon and Reincarnation Immortal. Not being able to sense space meant that he couldn't connect to celestial artifacts. Boom boom. Unwilling to give up, they joined forces to attack the starry sky. The starry sky began to crumble, but then a new starry sky appeared. To be able to trap this old man for so long, you can be proud. Taoist Tianhe had never gone through so much trouble to capture a few people with his main body. He had almost failed. Return, the starry sky world transformed into a giant hand with 5 mountain-like fingers, each of them reaching into the clouds with no end in sight. His 5 fingers were like mountains, suppressing everything. Sage Tianhe heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, a strange phenomenon occurred. Flames filled the sky and landed on the 5-finger mountain. A scorching aura filled the entire space. Hualalai, who is it? Sage Tianhe's expression changed drastically. The pain of being burned by the raging flames spread throughout his body. Even someone as strong as him could feel this kind of pain. He hadn't experienced it for tens of thousands of years. An illusory starry sky. An illusory 5-fingered mountain. The flames burned everything into nothingness. They reappeared in the space and the boundless pressure disappeared. Lin Jiqing and the others were shocked. They thought that they couldn't escape this time. Who would have thought that someone would make a move at the critical moment? Little Qing, are you okay? A voice that hadn't been heard for a long time suddenly appeared in their ears, descending upon their souls. Husband, you're back. 2 figures, one in black and one in purple, appeared in the space. Lin Jiqing's eyes were brimming with tears. She rushed up and hugged him. I knew you would come back, you big liar. The flames just now were made by Lin Fei. After leaving the Endless Sea realm, Lin Fei didn't stop for even a moment. He went straight to Sinful Paradise. Plus, he had left the previous arrangements in the 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron. When Sage Qianhe made a move he actually knew. Damn, how did I become a big liar? Lin Fei patted the woman's back. It's fine. I'm here for everything. The four fiends, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, and the others were all incomparably shocked. They had tried to break this five-fingered mountain earlier, but it was like a rock sinking into the sea, useless. However, Lin Fei managed to break the five-fingered mountain with just a flame. Impressive, too impressive. Battle prowess of a nine-tribulation bodiless immortal? Lin Fei stood there casually, but the aura coming from his body shocked them once more. It could no longer be described with words. Monstrous, too monstrous. They all knew that Lin Fei's cultivation speed was monstrous. However, such monstrous speed was something they couldn't compare to. You are Lin Fei, the mythological pavilion's pavilion master. Sage Qianhe was surprised at first, but he soon recovered. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Even the heavens were helping him. Lin Fei was the most mysterious person in the mythological pavilion. Through continuous investigations, Lin Fei was a mysterious person. From a trash, he rose to prominence and killed geniuses. No matter which one it was worthy of admiration. Other than that, the rise of the mythological pavilion was also filled with secrets, especially the mysterious pill god and blacksmiths. They wanted to know all about them. Sage Qianhe didn't expect to bring Lin Fei back. He couldn't block the opportunity, but Lin Fei took the initiative to appear. Coincidentally, he knew that the Saintess under the giant Eye God King had been holding a grudge against Lin Fei, so he made a promise. If he could send Lin Fei to the Saintess, there would be no lack of benefits. How could this not make Sage Qianhe excited? If Lin Fei didn't appear, Sage Qianhe wouldn't be tempted. Since he appeared, this great credit would obviously go to him. Awesome, too awesome. Young master, this naggy guy doesn't have much strength. Are all humans like this? Little Purple was cold, completely belittling Sage Qianhe. Only then did the four villains notice that Lin Fei had brought back a fiendish guy. It sounded like he was very domineering. Who was this guy? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Little did they know that Sage Qianhe was about to announce his identity. When he heard such words, he exploded in anger on the spot, almost to the point of death. This old man's strength isn't much? Didn't you see that this old man suppressed them with one move? Isn't this strength? Bragging also depends on the target. This is a typical case of looking down on this old man. This is infuriating this old man. Chapter 6:14. Little Violet had the bloodline of an ancient overlord. If she hadn't awakened her bloodline, she wouldn't have bothered with a mere human. Now that her bloodline had awakened and she had successfully returned to her ancestral state, she wouldn't put the human race aside. Sage Qianhe was one of the upper echelons of sinful paradise. He forcefully suppressed his anger. Everything was under his control, so there was nothing to worry about. Just now, he had used his divine ability to investigate. Whether it was this Lin Fei or this purple-haired fellow, neither of them were his match. Why should he care? Killing them was as easy as flipping his hand. This fellow really is a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled. Your sinful paradise is quite bold. What benefits did the other races give you to become traitors to humanity? Wrong, you should be the big traitor. Ah, well said. Traitor to humanity. Running dogs of the other races. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's return, or perhaps it was because of his calm appearance, but the four fiends couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. They began to mock Sage Qianhe. Although Sage Qianhe didn't know what this big traitor meant, he could tell that Lin Fei was mocking him. Lin Fei, originally, I didn't want you to take action because you are the Tower Master of Myth Tower. I even wanted to give you a chance to surrender. But since you don't know what's good for you, I won't be polite to you. Sage Qianhe was furious. Ever since becoming one of the upper echelons of sinful paradise, Sage Qianhe had never heard such words from a sage. They were the first. There's no need to be so fake. Lin Fei continued to laugh. I don't care that your sinful paradise betrayed the human race. I also don't care that you joined the other races. But you should never have done that. You should never have done that to my woman. Sage Qianhe didn't care. So what? In this world, fists are the most important. This old man's fists are bigger than yours and my fists are harder than yours. Your so-called advantage is all fake. Let's see how you continue to be so arrogant later. Star River Great World. Sage Qianhe made his move. He had a faint bad feeling in his heart. Lin Fei was too calm. He didn't care about his influence at all. What did this mean? Either he was fearless and didn't take him seriously at all. Either that or he was pretending to frighten him. Sage Qianhe wanted his opponent to reveal a flaw. Regardless of whether you were fearless or deliberately acting, you would have to lie down in front of strength. Husband, I've implicated you. Lin Jiqing knew that her man's strength had increased, but she couldn't help but worry when facing one of the upper echelons of Sin Paradise. Holding the woman in his arms, Lin Fei looked indifferent. Little Z beat him until his mother can't recognize him. This guy scared my woman. What? Everyone suspected that they had misheard. Could this cool guy be an expert? Was it possible? Sage Tianhe almost laughed out loud. Was there something wrong with this Lin Fei's head? Or was he so scared that he was using this method to scare him? He even beat him up until he couldn't recognize himself? Young master, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Little Purple swung her long hair and coolly rushed forward. She raised her fist and smashed it over. It was a very ordinary attack. The four villains looked at each other in dismay. This was an attack technique. Whether or not she could even hurt him was still a question. Stinking brat, go to hell. Sage Tianhe had a very bad impression of this purple-haired kid. He wanted to kill him with one punch. He had a ferocious smile on his face as if he could see him being killed with one punch. Bang. Everyone thought that the purple-haired guy was going to be killed. But they were all stunned. Invincible, am I seeing things? True Immortal Drunken Wine rubbed his eyes. Well, I'm seeing things. True Immortal Flower Demon shook her head, unsure. It seems that the overpowered Sage Tianhe was sent flying with one punch. True Immortal Potbellied said instinctively. I think I saw someone being sent flying as well. True Immortal Invincible rubbed his eyes as well. That scene just now was really hard to believe. Sage Tianhe was sent flying with one punch. That's right, he was sent flying. Everyone was silent. They couldn't digest what just happened. TSK, you want to kill me with that kind of attack? Little Purple was disdainful. She took a step forward and appeared in front of Sage Tianhe. She slapped him and Sage Tianhe was sent flying again like a spinning top. Sage Tianhe, who was sent flying, cried out, Impossible! I'm a half-step heaven immortal. No one can defeat me. This slap on Sage Tianhe's face shattered all of his self-confidence. I won't lose. Sage Tianhe crawled to his feet. A giant foot descended from the sky and stomped on his face, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Young master said that I'll beat you until your mother won't recognize you. Little Purple stomped on him and the space around him fluctuated. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. Another stomp and blood flowed out. You're dead meat. I'll kill you. Who are you? Who are you? Little Purple followed the instructions and stomped on him again and again. Sage Tianhe roared and struggled, but Little Purple's body was like a towering mountain. She kept on suppressing Sage Tianhe and he couldn't move. Later, his voice became softer and softer and his breath became weaker. With the exception of Lin Fei, everyone at the scene was shocked. A half-step heaven immortal was stepped on like that. With every stomp, his breath became weaker. It was too shocking, too domineering. That was a half-step heaven immortal. Their gazes towards Lin Fei were filled with worship. More importantly, they wanted to know where Lin Fei found such a guy. Awesome. Awesome to death. It was unimaginable that a half-step heaven immortal could be beaten like this. Any half-step heaven immortal had a high status. How could he be beaten like this? This was equivalent to hurting his self-esteem, destroying his wisdom and existence. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Sage Tianhe. The atavistic little violet was an ancient overlord. She was just a half-step heaven immortal, and she had controlled her strength. Otherwise she would have been dead for sure. Stop hitting me. I'm going to die. At this time, Sage Tianhe's voice was soft and pitiful, no longer as calm as before. Little Purple, stop it. Little Purple stopped and lifted Sage Tianhe up with one hand. At this time, most of Sage Tianhe's body was blown up, and his face was also smashed. If he wasn't a half-step heaven immortal, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. You really can't recognize him now. Zhang Xiaohu looked up and down, then asked Lin Jiqing, don't you think so? The people behind him all rolled their eyes at him. Was there a need to ask? Sage Tianhe's current sorry state, even if his mother was here, she might not recognize him. Miserable, too miserable. They had never seen a half-step heaven immortal in such a miserable state in their lives. Sage Tianhe, you deserve this. That was awesome. I guess Sage Tianhe must have had a great time just now. Of course. Look at him, I know he's going to die of pleasure. This is the first time I've heard it. It's so good that it can kill. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. These guys were too sharp-tongued. This was a rhythm that could kill. Tower Master Lin, I admit defeat. Please don't hit me. Sage Tianhe was full of grievances. He was almost trampled to death. A half-step heaven immortal being trampled to death was something he didn't even dare to think about. However, Sage Chinha knew that if he didn't speak up, he would really be trampled to death. From then on, there would be the first half-step heaven immortal to be trampled to death. High and mighty? Being mocked? Sage Chinha had long thrown those thoughts aside. He really didn't want to experience the brink of death at such a close distance. You said you won't hit me. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was angry. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. I'll kill whoever master wants me to. I won't hesitate. Please don't kill me. Sage Chinha's whole body trembled. He was scared. He was really scared. If he didn't know the origin of this purple-haired boy, he could just die. A heaven immortal. A follower of a heaven immortal. Sage Chinha had the thought of killing himself. No matter how strong a half-step heaven immortal was, he was nothing in front of a heaven immortal. How could he fight? The four villains were stunned. Sage Chinha, one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise, took the initiative to become Lin Fei's servant? Was there a mistake? The status of a servant was no status at all. A half-step heaven immortal took the initiative to speak. How shocking was that? To be able to scare a half-step heaven immortal like that, this little purple strength must be extraordinary. For a moment, an unimaginable existence appeared in their minds, a heaven immortal. This little purple was a heaven immortal expert. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this a little too awesome? The only one who could accept it the most was the heavenly fiend. At this time, the heavenly fiend was extremely excited. Haha, I've really hit the jackpot. A follower of a heaven immortal. This Lin Fei must be the reincarnation of a deity. Only a deity can make a heaven immortal submit to him. He's a heaven immortal? Lin Jiqing's mouth was wide open as she looked at Little Purple. For a moment she couldn't connect with this word. Lin Fei hugged the woman tightly. That's right. Little Purple is a heaven immortal expert. This time I'm back. I won't let you be afraid anymore. When Sage Chinha heard that, he couldn't move at all. A sentence kept echoing in his mind. Heaven immortal. He's a heaven immortal. I've kicked an iron plate. Madam Lin, it was my fault that I attacked you before. Please, I beg you. Seeing that I can still use my meager strength, you must kill me. I am willing to become your servant. Sage Chinha threw caution to the wind. Young master, this guy is nagging. Let me eat him. Sage Chinha was so scared that he peed his pants. This is too cruel. He wants to eat me. Chapter 6:15. It was just a simple sentence, but the result was the death of a half-step heavenly immortal. Even though Lin Jiqing came from a big sect and had seen the world, she was at a loss when she heard this. She couldn't digest the news for a while. Even though she knew that her man was amazing, she really didn't expect him to be this amazing. This kind of thing was probably just a fantasy, but when it really happened in front of her, the feeling was indescribable. Lin Fei's words were too domineering. Kill was kill. Live was live. It was a matter of one sentence. Lin Jiqing was Lin Jiqing indeed. After 3 years of being in a superior position, she recovered after a moment of absent-mindedness. She was smart to begin with, so a half-step heaven immortal was much more useful. Sage Chinha, seeing that you are still useful, I can spare your life. However, since you took the initiative to attack us, you can be exempted from the death penalty. Serve the mythological tower for 5,000 years, and I will return you your freedom. Sage Chinha's heart was already in his throat. Life and death could be decided in an instant. Having cultivated to this level, he really didn't want to die. After all, anyone who reached this level was already an expert in the continent, one of the true experts. If he could pass the tribulation successfully, he could even ascend to the heavenly realm. Not wanting to die was Sage Chinha's only wish. So what if he was a servant? Sage Chinha had no choice in this matter. Hearing that he would serve the mythological tower for 5,000 years, Sage Chinha was stunned. Thank you, Madam Lin, for sparing my life. Thank you, Madam Lin, for sparing my life. Lin Jiqing's words were simple, but there was another meaning behind them. How could Sage Chinha not know? Serving the mythological tower for 5,000 years was considered a polite way of saying it to take care of Sage Chinha's face. If it was a servant, then the face didn't exist. This was Lin Jiqing taking care of Sage Chinha's face. 5,000 years. It might seem long, but to Sage Chinha, it wasn't long at all. After 5,000 years of freedom, Sage Chinha no longer had any resentment in his heart. Instead, it was replaced by gratitude. When a half-step heaven immortal faced a heaven immortal expert, death would be the best outcome. To be able to survive the hands of a heaven immortal expert, Sage Chinha didn't ask for much. So what if he had to serve for 10,000 years? As for doing something right, that was something that could not be born. A heavenly immortal expert had a very long lifespan. Most importantly, this fellow didn't seem to be able to ascend. This was rather terrifying. Revenge? That was simply courting death. Sage Tianhe was filled with regret. How could he have coveted the mythical tower? He had kicked a huge iron plate, an iron plate that he could not contend against. Fortunately, he had survived. Sage Tianhe, count yourself lucky. Lin Fei snorted coldly and put on a dark face. He admired his woman for changing his impression of Tianhe Jinren with just a few words. Lin Fei saw all the changes in Sage Tianhe. His every move couldn't escape the change. Little Purple threw Sage Tianhe away. This kind of person should be killed. Once and for all. Boring, too boring. After regaining his freedom, Sage Tianhe was filled with worry, fearing that the other party would kill him out of anger. Without any hesitation, he swore an oath to the heavens to obtain someone to rely on. Sage Tianhe had never been so eager. Facing such a monstrous existence, Sage Tianhe's heart was still trembling. After he swore the oath, he hurriedly stood behind Lin Jiqing, fearing that he would be killed by Little Purple. The four evil men were dumbfounded when they saw this. This was the first time they saw a half-step heavenly immortal expert swear an oath to the heavens so quickly. At the same time, he was so dutiful. Lin Fei's view of Sage Tianhe was that it didn't matter if he killed him or not. Although it would be a pity to kill him, it was his fault for intruding the mythical tower. If he didn't kill him, he would be able to gain some help. Hence, Lin Fei gave the choice to his woman. It was up to him to decide what to do. At the same time, Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart that he had brought Little Purple back. Otherwise he would be in big trouble today. If she fell into the hands of Sin Paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sage Tianhe, tell me your plan. Lin Fei said coldly. After solving a problem, Lin Fei didn't think that it would end just like that. Now that he was back, all the troubles from before had to be dealt with. There was no need to hide anymore. In order to prove his usefulness, Sage Tianhe told them the whole plan. He didn't dare to hide anything. As for his half-step heavenly immortal strength, it was nothing to be proud of. If there wasn't any heavenly immortal expert, Sage Tianhe might have put on airs. But now he wouldn't dare to do so even if he was given 100 guts. Tower Lord Lin, we can take advantage of the situation. Sage Reincarnation said to Lin Fei. For the first time his tone had changed. In the past, Sage Reincarnation Shengguan Hong would always address someone with the word little. After Lin Fei came back, his strength had improved greatly. He even brought back a heavenly immortal expert. Unknowingly, his position had been confirmed and his influence had changed. Lin Fei didn't say anything. This time he had obtained the acknowledgement of Sage Tianhe. Take advantage of the situation. I think it's possible. We can take them all in one go. They had always wanted to take care of the higher-ups of Sin City. Back then he had endured because he wasn't strong enough. Now that they had taken the initiative, there was no need for him to continue enduring. Lin Fei had long wanted to get rid of them. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would be so anxious. This proved the saying, haste makes waste. If the higher-ups of Sin Heaven weren't anxious to take action, Lin Fei would take care of them slowly like boiling frogs in water. Sage Tianhe didn't dare to inform them now. Even though they were brothers with different surnames and sworn brothers, in this kind of situation, they would fly away on their own. Why would they care so much? As long as I bring you over, they won't suspect anything. We can take them all in one go. Anyone who goes against Tower Lord Lin will be our enemy. Everyone looked at him with disdain. This guy was a typical lackey. It had only been a short while, but he had already changed his direction. It was hard to imagine that a powerhouse could change so quickly that it was hard for the eyes to follow. 4 great evildoers, you guys stay here. Little Violet and I will go personally. One trouble had been dealt with. Lin Fei didn't know if there would be more trouble. It was necessary to stay here. With a wave of his hand, a spirit vein flew out. Those who were suppressed were sent into the formation. 12 giants flew out, brimming with killing intent, 100 times stronger than before. With this formation, if anyone from Sin Heaven barges in, we'll kill them all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a spirit vein, right? A spirit vein supporting a formation. Wasn't this too extravagant? They had seen extravagant things before, but they had never seen something this extravagant. Chapter 6:16. On the Boundless Sea Realm. Sea beasts rampaged and storms never stopped. At this moment, a team appeared on the Boundless Sea Realm. The huge warship resisted the harsh environment around it. This team moved and stopped, and no one knew how far they had traveled in the Boundless Sea Realm. Finally, one day the black warship stopped in the sky. Streamers of light blocked the beating of the waves. The waves that could crush boulders couldn't shake the black warship at all. That little dragon must have died in this area. A figure appeared in the sky above the black warship. It was Long Outyin, who had traveled tens of thousands of miles. After cultivating the true dragon transformation, Long Outyin had personally come to the boundless sea realm. Nothing was more important than this. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any foreign tribe troops along the way. He took out a dragon scale from his dimensional pocket and flicked it. The dragon scale glowed and turned into a black beam of light that flew out. Long Outyin followed it. This was a method of the dragon tribe specifically used to find skeletons. The dragon scale flew for about 1,000 miles and suddenly stopped, rushing into the boundless sea realm. Long Outyin followed it and saw a white skeleton covered in mud at the bottom of the sea. Dragon bones. Long Outyin grabbed the skeleton and flew out from under Heidi. The opponent is so strong. So many of the bones have been broken. Long Outyin heaved a sigh of relief after finding the dragon bones. He could continue searching for the skeleton. Who owns the sea realm? A subordinate reported immediately. This area belongs to the Silver Shark King, a marquis king of the Oceanus Empire. Little dragon died here. This Silver Shark King must know something. Long Outyin didn't worry about a marquis king. He was just following orders this time. Silver Shark Clan. The Silver Shark King had been in a bad mood recently. All the singers and dancers had been sent out, and he locked himself up all day. He was still aching from the huge loss. Rumble, a loud noise came from outside, startling the Silver Shark King. Before he could do anything, he saw an arrogant young man barge in. If I were you, I would dismiss all my subordinates. The Silver Shark King saw a human with an extraordinary bearing and the aura of a superior. He knew that this was someone with a powerful background. He waved his hand and ordered the people outside to leave. Who are you? Don't you know that the sea race doesn't welcome humans? Long Outyin waved his hand and tossed the dragon skeleton onto the ground. Even though he was already dead, he was still emitting the might of a dragon, and no one dared to look down on him. As soon as the skeleton appeared, the Silver Shark King's expression changed. He cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten to collect this skeleton? His pupils shrank. You're from the dragon tribe? From the moment the Jiao Dragon King died, the Silver Shark King knew that he could not escape. The dragon clan would find him sooner or later. The only difference was whether it was the human clan or the dragon clan. There was a big difference between the two. The former was still acceptable, but the latter was hard to say. It was clear that this person was the representative of the dragon tribe. So you know how the Jiao Dragon King died? Long Outyin knew that he had come to the right place. It was easier than he had imagined. The boundless sea region was so big, and if the feudal vassals didn't know about it, it would be quite troublesome. The Silver Shark King did not try to hide it. Everyone knew about the heavenly tribulation, especially the experts. No matter how the Silver Shark King tried to silence them, it would be easy for the other party to investigate. This is the person who killed the Jiao Dragon King. The Silver Shark King pointed at the void, and a lifelike portrait appeared out of thin air. For experts like them, it was easy to draw a person's face. They could even draw 100 of them. So it's you, Lin Fei. When the portrait appeared, Long Outyin was shocked on the spot. No matter how Long Outyin thought about it, he had never thought that the person who killed the Jiao Dragon King would be someone he knew, and someone he needed to deal with. This was good news. Long Outyin had always wanted to deal with Lin Fei, but he had no way to do so. Now, he had the guts to kill someone from the dragon tribe. This was Lin Fei's own death wish. Let's go. Long Outyin retrieved the skeleton on the ground and left with his subordinates. The Silver Shark King opened his mouth to speak, but stopped in the end. So what if it's the dragon tribe? They have a heaven immortal realm demon beast. You're just unlucky to come knocking on my door. However, I seem to need to find a safe place, lest they suffer losses and come after me. Why don't we take refuge at the Giant Crab King's place for a while? As soon as Long Outyin left, the Silver Shark King disappeared like a wisp of smoke. On the black warship, Long Outyin ordered his subordinates, activate the power of the divine sanctum and find out where Lin Fei is. After discovering that it was Lin Fei who had attacked, Long Outyin didn't need to ask any more questions. He finally had an honorable reason to personally deal with Lin Fei. This time he was going to beat Lin Fei down with one strike so that he would never be able to rise again. Long Outyin could laugh at Lin Fei going against the dragon tribe. If Lin Fei had submitted to the divine sanctum, that would have been the best. Lin Fei shouldn't have chosen to ally with the holy war. This time, Long Outyin could almost see himself knocking Lin Fei to the ground with one punch, and he could complete the mission assigned by the deacon. It was killing two birds with one stone. At the gathering place of the upper echelons of Sin Paradise, Gui, Heavenly Monarch, and White Mountain were all waiting for Sage Tianhe's return. Using the mythology tower as a proof of allegiance was very useful to them, so they couldn't help but worry. Under King Giant Eye, other than the local mutated tribe, there were experts from all walks of life who weren't any weaker than them. If they wanted to stand out under King Giant Eye, they had to produce a satisfactory answer. They couldn't afford to lose the mythology tower. Tianhe has been gone for so long. He's really dawdling. If I had known, I would have gone. Sage Tian Monarch was very unhappy. He had been gone for a long time. It'll be the same if you go. The mythology tower is built in the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, and it's filled with arrays. It'll take time to capture Lin Jiqing. Looking at the time, Tianhe should be back soon. White Mountain said. One myth tower's Lin Jiqing, any one of them could do it. I think he's back. Suddenly Sage Gui opened his eyes and said to them. As expected, there was a fluctuation in the space. Sage Tianhe had appeared. Haha, you're finally back. I thought you had failed. Sage Baishan joked. Sage Tianhe felt aggrieved. You jinxed it. I really did fail. I even signed a 50-100-year contract. Don't you feel aggrieved? You jinxed it. It's just a mythology tower. Isn't it a piece of cake? Sage Tianhe laughed. Moreover, my luck is pretty good. Do you know who I met? It can't be that Lin Fei, right? Sage Tian Monarch casually said. If there was a most mysterious person in the mythology tower, it would be that Lin Fei. Mysterious pills, battle armor, arrays. All of these came from that Lin Fei. However, they all knew that this Lin Fei had gone to the Heaven's secret treasury. The chances of him surviving were very low. After all, the Heaven's secret treasury was filled with experts. Lin Fei only had the battle strength of a mid-stage loose immortal. He was average among geniuses. Ha, you guessed it. Sage Tianhe waved his hand. I really brought Lin Fei back. Lin Fei appeared in the space with a mini flamingo perched on his shoulder. When Sage Tian Monarch and the others made their move, they didn't expect Sage Tianhe to bring Lin Fei back. The possibility was too low. However, when he really appeared in front of them, they felt that the heavens were looking after them. They all knew that Lin Fei was a thorn in the Saintess's side. There was a rumor that whoever captured Lin Fei and brought him to the Saintess would receive a great merit. They didn't know why the Saintess treated Lin Fei as a thorn in her side. They only heard that Lin Fei had tricked the Saintess. Whether it was true or not, they didn't know. No matter what, Lin Fei was in their hands. Tianhe, you did well. It's a great merit. Guiyi's eyes shone with joy. Tian Monarch informed the Saintess immediately. The myth tower has fallen into my hands. And Lin Fei arranged for people to come and take over. Sage Tian Monarch nodded. I'll contact them immediately. You captured me. Aren't you worried about my master's revenge? Lin Fei said to them calmly. Since Sage Gui was going to rely on Giant Eye God King, he didn't have to worry about the pill god behind Lin Fei. They were no longer fighting alone. They had a huge army of strange races behind them. They had the confidence to face them. Lin Fei, you're calmer than I thought. It's a pity you offended the Saintess. Otherwise, I could put in a few good words for you. With your ability, you'll play an important role in the strange races. Guiyi's spiritual master was very far-sighted. He had seen the development of the mythology tower in the past 3 years. If Lin Fei wasn't the Saintess's enemy, they would undoubtedly be able to form a team and be of great use against the Giant Eye God King. It was a pity that Lin Fei was the Saintess's enemy. Under the God King, the Saintess was the commander. They couldn't afford to offend her. Otherwise they could really work together. I'm very curious. Why does the Saintess hate me? Why does she want to kill me? Lin Fei was puzzled. He had been troubled by this question for a long time. He couldn't find an explanation. You'll have to ask the Saintess. At this time, Sage Tian Monarch returned. Later, the Saintess will arrange for people to come. We just have to do the welcoming work. Everyone smiled. They had finally joined Giant Eye God King's side. They even took down the myth tower and handed in a satisfactory result. They would be in high positions. The others wouldn't have anything to say. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei was laughing coldly in his heart. I'll wait a little longer. I'll destroy the Saintess's people. If I can get an answer, that would be for the best. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 617. Spiritual Master Gui, Spiritual Master Tianjun, and Spiritual Master Baishan had never considered why Lin Fei was so calm. It didn't matter now. It was enough that Lin Fei was in their hands. They were dizzy with victory. If they handed over the mythological tower, they would be able to gain status. Spiritual Master Guiyi, did you capture Lin Fei? There was a sudden fluctuation in the air, and a group of people walked out. The leader was the Holy Maiden, the Fox Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden suddenly appeared. Spiritual Master Guiyi and the others were shocked. Greetings, Holy Maiden. They thought that the Holy Maiden would arrange for a commander to come, or else she would take Lin Fei away. They never thought that the Holy Maiden would come in person, even though it was a clone. However, the arrival of a clone was enough to prove that the Holy Maiden valued Lin Fei. Spiritual Master Qianhe had done something big this time. They understood very well what the descent of the Saintess clone meant. They saw a bright future ahead of them. You've all worked hard. You've done well. I will put in a good word for you in front of the Divine King. The Holy Maiden said calmly, but her eyes were on Lin Fei. Spiritual Master Guiyi and the others looked excited. Thank you, Holy Maiden, for your advice. This is what we should do. They all knew that the Holy Maiden was the Divine King's disciple. If there were no accidents, she would be in charge of almost everything. One could imagine how high her status was. If they could put in a good word for her in front of the Divine King, the benefits would be unimaginable. When the Holy Maiden said this, her eyes actually fell on Lin Fei, the kid who made her suffer. When she heard that Lin Fei had appeared, the Holy Maiden came immediately. Didn't expect it, Lin Fei. After 3 years, you've fallen into my hands again. I wonder how you feel. The Holy Maiden gnashed her teeth in anger at Lin Fei. The scene of her being toyed with 3 years ago had always been etched in her heart, and she could not forget it. Now that Lin Fei was in her hands, he was no different from a fish on a chopping board. Everything was up to her. Lin Fei was indeed surprised that the Holy Maiden had come in person. Initially, he thought that he would be able to collect some interest, but from the looks of it, he would be able to reap a huge harvest. It's been 3 years, but you're still the same. It seems like you hate me a lot. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts. Even if he did, he would pry open the other party's mouth and find out what he wanted to know. The Holy Maiden didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. You're still so domineering. It's a pity that you've fallen into this Holy Maiden's hands. You won't be as lucky as last time. I can give you a chance to self-detonate. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I forgot to tell you one thing, my luck has always been very good. If you can tell me why you keep targeting me, maybe your avatar can go back. Crazy, too crazy. Guiyi Dao Master and the others had never seen such an arrogant person who didn't put the Holy Maiden in his eyes. Right now, this is Sin Paradise, not your mythological tower, and not your 8 Desolation 6 directional cauldron. Insolence would not end well. Lin Fei, you're courting death. Guiyi Dao Master coldly snorted. Lady Holy Maiden, please let me kill this sharp-tongued guy. The Holy Maiden waved her hand. No need, it's just Lin Fei. Although it's been 3 years, Lin Fei's strength has increased rapidly, and the Holy Maiden didn't care about him at all. You'll never know. The Holy Maiden indifferently said. Take him away. You guys handle the matter of the mythological tower. Behind the Holy Maiden, her subordinates immediately rushed forward like ferocious tigers, wanting to escort Lin Fei over. Bang bang, as soon as the wolf-like fellows rushed forward, Lin Fei chopped out with his hand and killed them. You're not suppressed. Guiyi Dao Master and the others were shocked and looked on in disbelief. I'm sorry, but I don't like to be suppressed by others. Instead, I like to suppress others. Lin Fei laughed. Lady Holy Maiden, I'm afraid your plan will fail again. Take down Lin Fei. The Holy Maiden didn't think much of it. How could a mere Lin Fei overturn the heavens? Qianhe, what are you doing? The 3 of them attacked together, and Qianhe Dao Master stood in front of them. I'm now a member of the mythological tower. Qianhe Dao Master's expression was ugly, but since things had come to this, there was no need to explain. Lin Fei, you bastard, what did you do to Qianhe? Guiyi Dao Master was shocked and couldn't believe this scene. In just a short time, Qianhe Dao Master had betrayed them. How could this be possible? He couldn't help but be furious. You'll know soon. Lin Fei blinked. Little Purple, suppress them. The flamingo that was originally perched on his shoulder flew up, revealing its huge body. An evil-looking guy with long hair appeared, and a blazing aura engulfed the entire space. You want to deal with us with a demonic beast? You're too naive. Qianhe Dao Master snorted coldly and rushed up. With the celestial artifact in hand, he suppressed the other party. Little Purple's face was full of disdain. She rushed up and the attack was directly repelled. She slashed her hand and hit the celestial artifact. Daring to hit the celestial artifact, it was simply courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party's punch shattered the celestial artifact into pieces, and a palm hit his chest. Without any resistance, he was sent flying. He was defeated in one move, and the celestial artifact was destroyed. Celestial Immortal, you're a celestial immortal. The Qinhedao master who was sent flying felt a terrifying aura in an instant. Bang bang bang, Little Purple ignored them and defeated the Qinhedao master with one punch. Then she appeared in front of Gui Dao master and Baishan Dao master. Two very casual punches, and the two's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely solemn, but they were still sent flying, vomiting blood. He's a celestial immortal, how can this be? The faces of the three were pale. The sky instantly collapsed. A celestial immortal, the top expert of the continent, an existence that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. They actually offended a celestial immortal. What was going on? They were defeated without even being able to withstand one move, but how could Lin Fei invite a celestial immortal expert? They were all wrong. It turned out that Lin Fei was the hidden tiger. They also understood why Qinhedao master betrayed them, and they did not dare to attack again. A celestial immortal expert, even 100 of them would die. If he killed them, the three of them could not help but break out in cold sweat. Little Purple took care of the two and went straight to the Saintess. At this moment, the Saintess was completely stunned. Previously she was arrogant and superior, but now she showed fear. She finally understood what the words just now meant. Lin Fei, you hid so well. Everyone was fooled by you. A celestial immortal fighter, how could it not be shocking? Every celestial immortal expert on the continent would not appear casually. This guy Lin Fei, where did he find him? The Saintess hated him. Chapter 6:18. The Saintess had thought of the problems that would arise. The only thing she didn't expect was that Lin Fei would have a sky immortal by his side. Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. The outsiders only had 10 great god kings, and their giant eye god king was only a sky immortal. There were limited sky immortals, and it took a lot of resources and a long time for him to return to the sky immortal stage. Now Lin Fei had a sky immortal by his side. No one could accept this. It was equivalent to breaking the balance. How could they not be shocked? Saintess, you're just a clone. As long as you tell me the reason why you want to deal with me, I can let you go. Just a clone, there was no point in killing it. The only thing Lin Fei wanted to know was exactly what was going on behind the scenes. A stumbling block for the outsiders? Lin Fei definitely didn't think so. There must be another reason. The Saintess suddenly laughed. You don't have to think about it. Rumble. Lin Fei cursed inwardly in order to suppress the clone. The Saintess self-destructed her clone, just like Lin Fei back then, decisively, not giving Lin Fei any chance. What a pity. Lin Fei knew that such opportunities would be hard to come by in the future. He had missed an opportunity for nothing. This time, the Saintess would definitely bring the news back. When that time came, he would have to attract attention, the outsiders would pay attention to him, and the Saintess would be even more vigilant. Any power, as long as there was a sky immortal in charge, everyone would pay attention to it. So be it, there's nothing to be afraid of, I'll find out sooner or later. Lin Fei didn't expect to hide anything. Now was the time to show off his muscles. The three of you, do you want to live or die? Lin Fei retracted his gaze and looked at Gui and the others. The Saintess had self-destructed. They knew that there was no way out. It was impossible to count on the Saintess to help them. They could only rely on themselves. The Sky Immortal defeated them in one move. If they wanted to kill them, they would be killed in less than 3 moves. It was already good enough that they survived. We're willing to be servants. The three of them didn't know what to say. Earlier, Sage Qianhe had told them that if they wanted to survive, they would have to join the Myth Tower and swear an oath to the heavens. They would definitely die today. At this point, if they still couldn't understand, then they could really go to hell. They had lost. Everything was lost. They had no other choice. If there is a chance, they would absolutely not do such a thing. At that time, if Lin Fei had said that he had the help of a heavenly immortal, then wouldn't everything have been fine? They joined the outsiders precisely because the giant eye god king was a celestial immortal expert. If they followed behind a celestial immortal expert, they would at least be able to live for a long time. Who would have thought that the unremarkable Tower Lord of the Myth Tower would bring them a piece of heavy news that they would never be able to digest in their entire lives? Xintian continent. In the Giant Eye Legion. The Holy Maiden's face turned pale. Everyone's expression changed. No one knew what was going on. The only thing he knew was that if the Saintess was angry, it would be very serious. The Saintess didn't do anything. She stood up and turned to leave. She only left behind one sentence. Stop everything against the Myth Tower for now. No one is allowed to act rashly. Everyone was surprised. The myth tower was within the territory of the giant god king. They had always coveted it, especially the elixirs, armor and formations inside. How did the things that had been discussed suddenly change? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it. What was going on? Many people knew that the Saintess's clone had gone to Sin Paradise. Could it be that they didn't dare to think about it? After returning to her palace, the Saintess White Fox chased everyone out. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, I didn't expect that I would suffer a loss in your hands again. The last loss was still fresh in White Fox's mind. She didn't expect that after 3 years she would suffer a loss again. She even lost a clone and suffered a certain amount of grievance. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about when he lost a clone. But White Fox's clone was different. Once it was destroyed, it would definitely affect the main body. White Tiger stood up and took out a white ball. After injecting energy, the entire palace quickly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. White Fox also knelt on the ground. White Fox, didn't I say that there's no need to look for me if there's nothing? A huge vertical eye appeared under the night sky. It brought with it a terrifying aura. White Fox lowered her head and said, Master, disciple has an important piece of news. It's of great importance. But her tone wasn't as sharp as before. A heaven immortal expert appeared in Sin Paradise. His main body is a bird. Gui and the others have betrayed us. As expected. When the White Fox finished speaking, there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Could it be the reinforcements of the human race? Impossible. Humans are all selfish. They shouldn't have sent reinforcements. Could it be that mysterious myth tower? The myth tower's influence wasn't just a little bit. It's this myth tower. The heaven immortal expert came from there. I've already stopped the plan. A heaven immortal expert wasn't some random cat or dog. The influence was too great. White Fox, the Saintess, couldn't make the decision. If she didn't handle it well, it would cause big trouble. You've done well, White Fox. The giant eye god said with a strange look. You can put the matter of Sin Paradise aside for now, but you must arrange for people to keep an eye on it. You can now mobilize the army and start expanding outwards. I will send experts to help you. Even Master wouldn't dare to attack the myth tower. This was something White Fox could imagine. We've taken down Sin Paradise just like that? Lin Fei brought Gui and the others back to announce this news. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even though they already knew about this after Little Violet appeared, they still couldn't hide their excitement when they heard it personally. Don't tell me you want to fight? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. With Gui's surrender, Sin Paradise naturally fell into Lin Fei's hands. It could be said that Sin Paradise was no longer just a myth tower. 4 half-step heaven immortals had joined the alliance, and a heaven immortal expert was overseeing it. Their strength had improved greatly and they could compete with the top forces. Such a force was a true force. Everyone had to pay attention to it. Big brother Qilian, you guys have to deal with the integration. The myth sect's strength had increased greatly, and their worries had been resolved. Be it Qilian's group or the 4 villains, they all knew that from now on, they were a true force on the continent. Therefore, even without Lin Fei's orders, they would take care of this matter. All right. The original auction will be pushed back half a month. At that time, we'll hold a top auction on the continent. Lin Fei said after some thought. Just now the system had sent another message. It turned out that the myth sect had advanced from a second-grade sect to a first-grade sect. They had obtained a large number of points in vitality. That's great. Looks like we don't need to hide anymore. In these 3 years they had kept a low profile. Qilian's group had long been suppressing their anger. Now that the upper echelons of Sin Paradise had surrendered, they could finally be unbridled. Tower Lord Lin, just relax. Leave everything to us. It had been 3 years. Lin Fei indeed needed to relax, especially since the problem had been solved. In the next few days, Sin Paradise carried out the integration. All the forces in Sin Paradise were shocked. In a single night, Sin Paradise had changed its ruler. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. F***ck, this guy really doesn't give me any face. It's been 3 years and he still hasn't come out. When he comes out, I must teach him a good lesson. In a garden, Lin Fei was accompanying Jean Feng. Looking at Jean Feng, who was 3 years pregnant, Lin Fei had a surreal feeling. He was going to be a father soon. He had left behind his own bloodline in this world and had a true sense of belonging. Jean Feng burst into laughter. How can you talk about your own child like that? Be careful, he might hate you for the rest of his life. Jean Feng smiled blissfully. Hubby, do you like a daughter or a boy? Suddenly Jean Feng asked. I like both. The daughter will be as beautiful as you, and the boy will be as handsome as me. Everyone will love him. Lin Fei had a narcissistic expression. Hubby, you're being narcissistic again. Be careful not to scare the baby. At this moment, Lin Jiqing walked in. When she heard Lin Fei's words, she found it funny. Lin Fei said in a serious manner, "Who said I'm narcissistic? Your hubby is a handsome guy, okay? Otherwise, why would you like me?" Shameless. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes. Back then you were just a little kid. You still have the nerve to say that. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Fei was speechless. Can't you let me be proud for a while? Lin Jiqing didn't continue. Every time she thought of the past, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Oh right, hubby, the purpose of our auction this time should be to display our strength and let everyone know the importance of the mythological tower, right? Smart. Lin Fei nodded. The continent has been in chaos for 3 years. The weak empires have mostly been annihilated. The remaining ones are all powerful. Our mythological tower doesn't need to be like them. We just need to choose our own target. When the continent was in chaos, Lin Fei had never thought of making a move to contribute to the continent. How could he ensure that he wouldn't get hurt in this chaotic war? Lin Fei thought for a long time and finally came up with a solution. After confirming the importance of the mythological tower, he would undoubtedly be able to live a carefree life on the continent. If it was in the past, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to do this. Once he did so, he would be annihilated when all the experts gathered and attacked. Now that his faction was established, he would set up a powerful array outside and make use of the resources in the Qinji secret vault to create an impregnable empire that everyone could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei wanted to create a unique existence. Chapter 619. After a few days of leisurely rest, Sin Paradise reorganized itself, and the worried giant God King did not appear. Lin Fei learned from spiritual master Guiyi and the others that giant God King would not appear for this matter for the time being. The last few times he came, it was only a projection. Could be seen that he was very careful. Moreover, Little Purple was here, so the situation was different from before. With the huge Sin Paradise in his hands, Lin Fei naturally had to set up a new formation. After a trip to the Qinji secret vault, Lin Fei gained a lot of points. The higher the level of the mythical gate, the points were also a huge number. Lin Fei had already treated Sin Paradise as his base and wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. Change places? He was too lazy to look for one. Sin Paradise was not bad at all. Wasn't it just lacking spirit veins? It looked like a dangerous environment. Lin Fei wasn't worried about spirit veins. He didn't go to the Qinji secret vault for nothing. He didn't know how many spirit veins he had refined and at the same time, suppressed many of them. The problem of spirit veins wasn't a problem at all. In the blink of an eye, Sin Paradise would become a paradise, a place that people couldn't stop praising. Go. Under the night sky. Lin Fei stood in the air, and one beam of light after another flew out from his hand, landing in a certain location. After a total of 10 beams of light flew out, the ground trembled slightly. Then the beams of light flashed past. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it at all. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. After this formation was set up, even a Heaven Immortal expert wouldn't be able to break in. With Sin Paradise as his base, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't ignore formations. He gritted his teeth and bought a level 9 formation from the system, the strongest formation in the mortal world. Points were a terrifying number. The strongest formation in the mortal world was a level 9 formation. The formation that could trap a half-step Heaven Immortal was a level 9 formation. The only thing it lacked was resources, so it couldn't display its true power. The former formation was a simplified version, while the current one was the original. There were no cuts or modifications to it. It was the real deal, and its power hadn't been reduced in the slightest. Go. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out a small spiritual vein that burrowed into the ground. He only stopped after releasing a dozen spiritual veins. Damn it, Sin Paradise has become a paradise now. On the continent, Lin Fei was the only one who wasn't stingy. He sent more than 10 spirit veins in one go. None of the spirit veins that could be sent in were ordinary spirit veins. They were absolutely shocking. However, sending more than 10 in one go was too extravagant. Sin Paradise. In an inn, a person was cultivating in seclusion. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged. It was several times more than usual. He was shocked on the spot. Why has the spiritual chi become so dense? This action was not limited to just one person. Soon, Sin Paradise was in an uproar. Everyone could feel the changes in the spiritual chi of the world. It must be the spirit vein. There must be a spirit vein beneath us. Some of the older people immediately exclaimed. Everyone knew that there were no spirit veins in Sin Paradise, but now a spirit vein had appeared? Everyone seemed to have understood something. Rumble, suddenly a sound came from the city gate. Many people flew over and for a moment the city gate was filled with people. Myth City? The word Sin Paradise had been erased and replaced with 3 bold and powerful words, Myth City. When these 3 words came out, everyone sighed. The appearance of the spirit vein and the 3 words on the city gate made everyone instantly understand one thing. The era of Sin Paradise was over and it would never return. From now on, the Myth City would replace it. Seeing the changes at the city gate, the spies hidden inside were all dumbfounded. This was big news and they had to spread it. They all knew about the integration of Sin Paradise, but they didn't know what had happened. Now that the word Sin Paradise had disappeared and was replaced by the Myth City, the significance of this matter was not simple. Because Sin Paradise had a half-step heaven immortal, and there was still a drastic change under such circumstances. One could imagine how important it was. In a single night, Sin Paradise disappeared in the long river of history, and the Myth City ushered in a new chapter. When the various dynasties and forces heard this news, they basically didn't believe that the Myth Tower could successfully reverse the situation and seize control. In the past 3 years, the Myth Tower had thrived with treasures, but no one had ever thought that the Myth Tower would one day replace them. It was an accident, an absolute accident. Many people with strong analytical abilities had long since calculated that the Myth Tower's rapid development would eventually lead to an internal conflict, and the Myth Tower would be the loser. This result was no less than a slap to their faces. The originally hopeless Myth Tower had actually seized control. The drizzle was silent, and no one knew what had happened. The Myth City had replaced Sin Paradise. This major news caused everyone to exchange glances, momentarily unable to digest it. The second news was even more shocking. The Myth City had turned from a barren land into a paradise in the blink of an eye. It was rumored that a spirit vein had appeared underground, and the spirit chi there was incomparably abundant. This news wasn't stopped by anyone, and in other words, it was true. The Myth City had a spirit vein, and it had created a paradise. Very soon, the spies sent back news that the area around the Myth City was no longer barren. Now it was filled with spirit chi and all sorts of life forms were growing. Once they left this region, the spirit chi would return to normal. This time, everyone was astonished. That was a spirit vein. Many sects only had one spirit vein, and it was extremely precious. Now that the Myth City had created a paradise, no one could guarantee that the Myth City still had a spirit vein. They were tempted. Many experts were tempted. The value of a spirit vein was too important. At this moment, another piece of news spread. The Myth City had over 10 high-grade spirit veins, and the person who spread this news was someone who was very familiar with spirit veins. Over 10 spirit veins? And they were high-grade ones? Crazy, everyone was crazy. It was hard to imagine, truly hard to imagine. Spirit veins were enough to cause people to go crazy. As long as they were of a higher grade, the Myth City could produce over 10 spirit veins at once. How many paradises could they create? Extravagant, too extravagant. Those who had thoughts instantly made up their minds to plunder all the resources in the Myth City. Greed was the original sin. Very soon, many people joined forces and prepared to plunder all the resources in the Myth City, occupying the spirit veins and everything else. They were all crazy. Chapter 620. On the continent, news couldn't be hidden, especially this kind of big news. It was simply like a gust of wind, spreading to every corner of the continent. It was impossible not to think of it. When Sin Paradise changed its name to Myth City and over a dozen spirit veins created a paradise, everyone started to move. Everyone hoped to get a piece of the pie from Myth City. Even if it was just a small benefit, it would be extremely beneficial. The old-timers who had been cultivating in seclusion for many years were also alarmed. That was especially true of those who were stuck in certain stages of cultivation, and all of their gazes came to rest on the spirit vein. Everyone knew that spirit veins contained a large amount of energy. Once they refined it, they would be able to make breakthroughs in their cultivation realms and raise their strength. Those who were nearing the end of their lifespans were also interested in spirit veins. For a time, everyone's gazes were focused on the Myth City. The news of the plundering of the Myth City was getting more and more intense. Today a certain person had set off. Yesterday a certain faction had gone to the Myth City. Celestial Sect Righteous Path. They had also received this news and arranged for spies to go out and investigate. They had confirmed that there was no mistake in the news. There was indeed a spirit vein in this Myth City. More than 10 high-grade spirit veins at once was something that even the Xian Gate's righteous path attached great importance to. This was a huge fortune that they could not afford to lose. Martial uncle, this myth city has suddenly become the focus of attention. Right now all the factions have their eyes on this myth city. Why don't I bring some people over and snatch the spirit vein back? Conference hall. A middle-aged man took the initiative to volunteer. This person was a successor disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. His position in the Celestial Sect of Wonders was not bad and he had the right to speak. In this kind of meeting only successor disciples could speak. In most large sects the disciples were the outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples and true disciples. Apart from them there were also the saints. To be able to become a true disciple, every single one of them was shockingly talented. They were not inferior to the Holy Son. The virtuous gentleman was the Holy Son of the Profound Gate. His status was very high and everyone worshipped him. The Spirit Vein and the Celestial Gate of Wonders were also moved. Even though they were a large sect, they didn't care about ordinary things. They didn't care about low-grade spirit veins, but high-grade spirit veins were extremely important to them. Their sect consumed a lot of spirit chi, and using a spirit vein was equivalent to losing a spirit vein. It couldn't be regenerated and it was a one-time consumable. Discovering more than a dozen high-grade spirit veins at once, the Celestial Sect of Wonders really had to eat them. Venerable Hong Tian, this disciple of yours is not bad. He can make a trip there. In the Great Council Hall there was more than one person. All of the people present were elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. All of them had great power and could dictate life and death. Immortal Hong Tian was a gray-robed old man. He looked like he was sleeping but he wasn't. No one could see through him. He said calmly, "This disciple of mine has always been careless. Moreover, various forces have gathered this time. Why don't we arrange for one more person to go? I think Heavenly Star is a good choice. Tianju, Tianxing, the two of you bring a team of black armored army and personally make a trip to this myth city. You must bring back the spirit vein." When he heard that he was going to bring a black armored army, he knew that the Celestial Sect of Wonders attached great importance to this mythical city. No, it should be the spiritual vein. Such a scene. Not only did it appear in the Celestial Sect of Wonders, it also appeared in the other big sections. The smaller sects might not dare to make a move, but the larger sects would consume a lot of resources. In addition, the 3-year war had consumed a lot of resources. Naturally, they would not want to give up on such a good opportunity. Everyone in the continent knew that the Mythology Tower was extremely wealthy. Even though no one knew why the Mythology Tower was doing this, it was rumored that the Mythology Tower had an endless supply of cultivation resources. No one would want to miss out on this opportunity. One by one, the sects started to arrange for their capable disciples to head to the Myth City to plunder the cultivation resources. Everyone maintained a certain level of vigilance against the Mythology Tower. Privately, they felt that they would definitely be able to defeat the Mythology Tower. The 4 tigers of Sin Paradise were incomparably tyrannical. If the Mythology Tower managed to take down Sin Paradise and change their name to Myth City, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. The most likely outcome would be a lose-lose situation. If that was the case, their chances of success would be very high. No one knew how much the Mythology Tower had accumulated in the past 3 years. However, they knew that it was definitely a huge sum. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. Now that someone had made a move, no one was willing to fall behind. They were all prepared to deal with the Mythology Tower. At the same time, Devil Sect. In the past 3 years, the Devil Sect had also displayed a powerful combat strength, establishing a strong foundation. What exactly is this Lin Fei doing? Nangong Chanshan was shocked when she heard this news. Nangong Chanshan's expression changed when she obtained information about the Mythology Tower from the intelligence agency. With so many factions making a move at the same time, in addition to the people who took advantage of the situation, wouldn't the Mythology Tower be destroyed? At the same time she was shocked. Could it be that the 4 higher-ups of Sin Paradise had been killed? Lin Fei's strength was very abnormal, but Nangong Chanshan still didn't believe that he could grow to the extent where he could stop them in 3 years. "My dear daughter, where are you going?" Nangong Chanshan was just about to go out when the energy in the space fluctuated. Then a black-clothed man walked out. "Father, what's wrong?" Nangong Chanshan was very surprised. The Devil Lord smiled. "Why can't I come? You are my daughter, so I came to see you. When are you going into seclusion? But from the looks of it, it seems like you don't need to go into seclusion." "Father." Nangong Chanshan was panting with anger. The moment you returned from the Heavenly Secrets Treasury, You immediately asked about the whereabouts of this Lin Fei. Did you fall in love with him? The Devil Lord smiled as he looked at his daughter. Of course. Nangong Chanqian shook her head. We only fought side by side. I just want to know how he is now. What kind of person was the Devil Lord? He didn't expose her. From today onwards, you will go into seclusion and refine all the devil chi. You don't need to go to Lin Fei's side. Could it be that you can help if you go? But Lin Fei, the Devil Lord waved his hand and opened a door. Nangong Chanqian was sent into the door. When you have successfully advanced, I will let you out. Now go into seclusion for me. The door disappeared. My dear daughter, you want to get involved in this kind of thing? You should just obediently cultivate. The Devil Lord's eyes flickered. What is this Lin Fei trying to do? Could it be that he has the confidence to block everyone's attack? I really can't see through him. If it wasn't for the mysterious existence of the pill god behind Lin Fei, the Devil Lord wouldn't mind arranging for experts to take the opportunity to plunder. However, he couldn't see through this Lin Fei's thoughts, so he didn't dare to take the risk. This time the matter was too big. It attracted the attention of the entire continent. The influence that had been left behind in the past 3 years, coupled with the spirit vein this time, was absolutely shocking. In everyone's eyes, the wealth of the mythology tower was unfathomable. Anyone who could plunder it would definitely benefit endlessly. Everyone's eyes were on it, so there was nothing strange about it. Only when all sorts of circumstances came together could such a big matter occur. It wasn't something that happened randomly, but something that had been built up over many years. The Devil Lord also didn't believe that Lin Fei could block it. Many old antiques cultivating in seclusion had appeared, and each of them had been powerful existences in the past. This time the mythology city was doomed. We brothers can't be slow this time. The mythology tower has countless treasures. If we can snatch one, we'll be rich. That's right. It'd be best if we can get the pill formula. That's the most valuable thing. It's been 3 years and the pill formula still hasn't been cracked. If we can snatch it and sell it to any alchemist, we won't have to worry about cultivation in the future. Humph, with your meager strength you still want to get a share? You're simply tired of living. Someone immediately said proudly, his face full of disdain. *CK, who do you think you are? Everyone, let's attack him together. On the way to the mythology city, there would occasionally be battles. This was especially so for the wandering bandits. After 3 years, these wandering bandits had become strong and powerful. They were no longer the small wandering bandits of the past. They were majestic and majestic. The scene of a fight breaking out at the slightest disagreement could be seen everywhere. It was unknown how many people had died because of this. Almost all the martial artists that were seen on the way were heading for the mythology city. At this moment, the mythology city had become a big fat sheep. Everyone liked to take a bite out of it. Even if it was just one bite, it would feel extremely good. Tell me, is the mythology city that you speak of a paradise for evil? Don't play any tricks or all of you will die. In the sky, a few martial artists flew over. Very quickly, a huge force enveloped them, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to move. Senior, don't kill me. We'll talk. The mythology city is a paradise for evil. This person frowned. So it had changed its name. Could it be that something had happened? Along the way, I saw many people heading in the direction of the mythology city. What exactly happened? These people weren't strong, so they didn't dare to hide anything. They quickly explained everything clearly as if they were afraid of hiding something. You can scram now. These people immediately left, disappearing without a trace. Lin Fei, what the hell are you doing? This person was Long Outyin, who had rushed back from the Boundless Sea domain. Through the investigation of his subordinates, he quickly confirmed that Lin Fei was in the paradise. Originally, he was worried that with the higher-ups in the paradise, it would be troublesome to capture Lin Fei. Now that he heard about this matter, he immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. No matter what you Lin Fei are doing, you deserve to be unlucky this time. With so many people targeting you, let's see how you block them. It's best if you call out the expert behind you. That will save you a lot of trouble. Long Outyin didn't believe that the Flood Dragon King had been killed by Lin Fei. In 3 years, Lin Fei couldn't have become so powerful. There had to be an accomplice behind the scenes, and Long Outyin was the main culprit. After the news of the spirit vein had been leaked, some of the factions in the mythology city felt uneasy. They didn't know whether they should stay or leave. After all, this matter was too big, so big that even they felt pressured. If there was a riot, their factions might also be affected. If that happened, they would really want to cry, but no tears would come. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the mythology tower were very stable. Those recruited members cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic yuan art, and their ambitions were growing. War was what they were most willing to do. Chapter 621. When the outside world turned their attention to the Myth City. As the city lord of the Myth City, Lin Fei was very relaxed. If he wasn't accompanying Lin Jiqing, he would be accompanying Jin Feng and the unborn baby. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to the things that were happening outside. In fact, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. A bunch of bastards. They really did it. In the backyard. This was the place that used to be Sin Paradise. Now it had become the place where Lin Fei lived. After setting up the formation outside, Lin Fei came out of the celestial artifact space and lived outside. To the outside world, it was the city lord's mansion. Once the Myth City was established, Lin Fei couldn't help but be given the title of City Lord. Scarlet Refining Sky Demon hurried in. You guessed it right. Those fellows are really despicable. Since Lin Fei's strength improved greatly and he brought back Little Purple, a heaven immortal expert, Scarlet Refining Sky Demon was really convinced. Unknowingly, he treated Lin Fei as his master. When the forest is big, all kinds of birds will come out. It's not strange at all. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Scarlet Refining Sky Demon's words. When the news spread out, he knew that such a scene would happen. No one could be a saint. Even a saint couldn't be a saint without any desires. Moreover, everyone was actually the same. Let them collude? After integrating the Myth City, Scarlet Refining Sky Demon set up an intelligence agency to collect all kinds of news in the continent. He was the clearest about the internal situation of the Myth City. At first he didn't really believe it. After all, these 3 years weren't spent in vain. There would always be people who would unite around the Myth Tower. But after this news spread out, bad news appeared one after another. Scarlet Refining Sky Demon couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he admired Lin Fei for making such a move. If they want to collude, then let them. Heaven gave them a chance to choose. It's up to them to choose. Lin Fei said calmly. What I need is a united Myth City. Do we still need to continue the auction? Of course. Lin Fei stood up. Without the auction there would be a lot less fun. I want everyone to remember the Myth Tower and Myth City from today onwards. Should we advertise the auction items in advance? Spread the news that among the final treasures, there will be an immortal armor that can withstand the attack of a half-step heaven immortal. Lin Fei said casually, I believe that everyone will be shocked. The Chilean heavenly demon was shocked. An immortal armor that could withstand a half-step heaven immortal. Even he himself was tempted. That's good. Even I'm tempted. Lin Fei laughed and said, No way, is that what you're looking at? This immortal armor is nothing. When the time comes, I will give you a pleasant surprise. The Chilean heavenly demon's eyes lit up as if it smelled something good. That's a deal. Lin Fei sat down again and leisurely drank a cup of wine. I wonder how many fish I can catch this time. I hope you won't disappoint me. At least I've created a big stage. All that's left is you singers. Saintess, are we going to move out? The headquarters of the Giant Eye Legion. A group of commanders sat on the left and right. At the head of the table was the Saintess White Fox. The commanders could not hide their greed. They had been relying on the savage world for a long time. Spirit veins were priceless, not to mention high-grade spirit veins. Let the human race deal with their own matters. The Saintess White Fox said indifferently without a hint of emotion. We will not participate. When this news spread, the Saintess White Fox scolded Lin Fei for being shameless. By using a heavenly immortal as a trump card, it was clear that this was a trap that was specifically used to scam people. The number of people who went was equivalent to the number of people who would die. To be able to defeat a half-step heaven immortal so easily, the Saintess White Fox knew that this person was at least a peak early heaven immortal. She would not send people over as it would be sending them to their deaths. The moment the Saintess White Fox said this, all the commanders were surprised. Not going to act? What was going on? Saintess, this is a great opportunity for us. We can completely assimilate the Legend Tower. According to the rumors, the top 10 factions have all sent out genius disciples. If we can kill them, we will be able to deal a blow to the human race's morale and strengthen our race's reputation. Saintess, let us do it. These commanders were not willing to give up. With the strength of their army, if they cooperated well, they would not expend too much power. If they could take down the Legend City, it would definitely be a great harvest. You want to go against my words? The Saintess's face was cold. Rumble. At this moment there was a fluctuation in space. Everyone quieted down. A person walked out of the void. He was dressed in a black robe and there was only one vertical eye in front of him. It was ferocious and terrifying, like an endless abyss. One look at it would make one fall into it, unable to extricate themselves. Lord Divine King. All the commanders knelt down respectfully. There was no noise like before. They also noticed that there was a black-robed person beside the Lord Divine King. They did not know who he was, but the aura he emitted was definitely a big shot at the Divine King level. Seeing the Divine King appear, the White Fox was shocked. Master, all of you can leave. The moment the Giant Eye Divine King spoke, the group of commanders left. They were lucky to be able to see the Divine King. Tell me about the situation in the Legend City, said the Giant Eye Divine King. This is the Heavenly Wings Divine King. The White Fox was shocked once again. He hurriedly said, White Fox greets the Heavenly Wings Divine King. The Heavenly Wings Divine King and the Giant Eye Divine King had a very good relationship. They were old friends. When he thought of the purpose, the White Fox smiled in his heart. Lin Fei, you are in big trouble this time. Little White, long time no see. You are now the saintess of an army, said the Heavenly Wings Divine King with a smile. The Heavenly Wings Divine King smiled. He appeared harmless, but only those who truly knew him would know the terror hidden behind his smile. You flatter me, Divine King. The White Fox had a humble expression. After the small talk, the White Fox briefly explained the information and waved his hand to produce a light screen. This is what I copied from my memory. On the light screen, the scene of Little Purple defeating 3 half-step Heaven Immortals appeared. He is indeed at the Heaven Immortal realm. After watching, the Heavenly Wings Divine King said, from his actions he is indeed at the Heaven Immortal realm, but I can't tell his exact strength. Perhaps he is about the same as us. He is a demonic beast that has become an immortal, so his combat strength is slightly stronger than ours. Therefore, we need to join forces to deal with this matter and take down this Legend City together. After all, the demonic immortals are not easy to deal with. The Giant Eye Divine King's eyes suffused with killing intent. When the time comes, you and I will split it equally. The resources of the Legend City will not disappoint. We have been old friends for many years. This is just a small matter, said the Heavenly Wings Divine King with a smile. He looked like he was cooperating happily. After all, he was considered a member of the demonic immortals and had the advantage of suppressing the other party. Chapter 622. Ever since they failed in Mythological City, White Fox had arranged for spies to stay in Mythological City and keep abreast of all movements. Once this news spread, the spies immediately sent it back through their channels. There was no time for delay. Heavenly Wings and Giant Eye's eyes lit up. It was not because of the immortal armor, but because of the hidden meaning behind it. This mythological city is quite interesting. Heavenly Wings laughed. An immortal armor that could block a half-step sky immortal was indeed very tempting to everyone. Whoever had such an immortal armor would definitely be able to survive a half-step sky immortal's attack. They had a certain amount of capital. Old friend Heavenly Wings, I guarantee you will not be disappointed this time. To invite Heavenly Wings over, Giant Eye had spent a lot of effort. He had just arrived and there was good news immediately. It was indeed moving. They all suspected if there was a celestial immortal battle armor behind this mythological city. As celestial immortals, they were not interested in other things, but celestial immortal battle armor was different. Wearing it was equivalent to having an extra life. It could block a celestial immortal's attack. I already have the desire to make a move now. Heavenly Wings laughed. Inform me when you make a move. The space was torn apart like ripples on water. Then everything returned to normal. Heavenly Wings Divine King had disappeared. He had left this region. Master. Giant Eye sat down. Disciple, you must be puzzled as to why we must rashly attack the mythological tower. In reality, White Fox was indeed puzzled. Between celestial immortals, it was not easy to kill each other. Generally speaking, celestial immortals would not fight each other. When they did, they would go all out. Once a celestial immortal went crazy, it would definitely be a crazy action. In the mortal world, there were not many celestial immortal experts, and they would not easily attack each other. White Fox did indeed have some doubts as to why they had to make a move. Although he could not wait to take care of Lin Fei, he was still curious. Yes. God King Gargantuan Eye said, I wasn't planning on taking action at first, but this Lin Fei has gone to such great lengths to establish his prestige through slaughter. He wants to truly establish his name on the continent. Our foreign races will not be able to do as he wishes. In particular, there are many experts who have been cultivating in seclusion old antiques. They have all come for the spirit vein. The White Fox seemed to understand. Master, you mean to let the human race fight until both sides are injured, and then we, the alien race, will take the opportunity to strike, and when the clam and crane fight, we will be the fisherman who benefits, and at the same time, we can test the strength of the heaven immortal? God King Giant, I was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed my good disciple. You can think so far ahead. During the past 3 years, the outsiders had taken over half of the continent. However, it would be very difficult for them to take over the entire continent. That was especially true of the old-timers, who were all in seclusion and hadn't made a move yet. Even the colossal Divine King similarly expressed a headache over this problem. Now that the news from Mythology City had spread, the old antiques and old monsters were all moved. Based on the information provided by the scouts sent out by their intelligence department, many old antiques had appeared. A good show was about to begin. Then what does this disciple need to do? You deploy the troops and wait solemnly. Keep them in the Savage God Pearl. When the time comes when both sides are injured, the entire army will move out. We will catch them off guard and destroy them in one go. God King Giant, I laughed. At that time, who can cover up this king's battle achievements? After the news of the auction's finale, immortal armor spread out. The forces that were originally on the road went crazy once again. Especially those high-level rogue immortals, their eyes were red. At their level, the people who wanted to kill them, other than the high-level rogue immortals, were those old antiques and half-step heaven immortals. If they could get their hands on an immortal armor, they would be invincible under the heavens. A strong defense was enough to make everyone stare. Mythology City auctioning one immortal armor, that meant that there was more than one immortal armor. All kinds of gossip spread out from everywhere, making people unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. Snatched from the heavenly secret vault? Possessing a heaven immortal demonic beast leather armor? 3 days later, many people began to appear outside Mythology City. The moment they entered this region, they felt that thick heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ah, the rumors are true. There must be a spiritual vein below. High-grade spiritual vein. Whether the spiritual energy was thick or not, they could immediately sense it. The rumors were confirmed. There must be a high-grade spiritual vein below Mythology City, and there were more than 10 of them. Even the outer region was no longer barren. The huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy created a stretch of green vitality. This caused those who came before to be dumbfounded. Mythology City? Mythology City is right in front. When a huge and majestic black city like a mountain appeared in their vision, everyone could not hide the excitement on their faces. The treasures were right in front of them. The current Mythology City in their eyes was like a kid hugging a gold brick. And they were a group of bandits preparing to break in, ready to plunder at any time. After these people appeared, they did not barge into Mythology City. Instead, all of them rested outside, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The true experts had not appeared yet, so none of them dared to be the first to make a move. They were just here to get a piece of the pie. The main force was not them. At most, they could fish in troubled waters and muddy the waters. Outside the Myth City, the number of people increased. They formed groups of 3 to 5, and all of them were like wolves and tigers. Those bandits were brimming with killing intent and formed many bases, surrounding the huge Myth City. It had truly become an impregnable fortress. There were too many people. Everyone was here for Mythology City. Especially after the news about the immortal armor spread, the reputation it had built up over the past 3 years rapidly set off a wave of fighting. Inside Mythology City, the Wang family was a major force. Back then, after the collapse of several major forces, the originally second-rate Wang family obtained the support of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise. In just 3 years they had already become a first-rate force. Wang family head, the Mythology Tower is doomed. Why can't we cooperate? I think you also do not want to miss such an opportunity. Wang family's conference hall. At this moment, a few higher-ups of the Wang family were meeting a few people. Ever since the news had spread, the major forces that had been nurtured by Sin Paradise had suddenly lost their backbone. Father, there is no need to consider. Wang Shan was the eldest son of the Wang family. He advised, the Mythology Tower will not be able to hold on. Once the people outside kill their way in, we might be implicated as well. This was something that all the major families of Mythology City were worried about. There were too many people. There were tens of thousands of people, perhaps even more. Such a force, excluding those experts, was already terrifying enough. They did not expect the formation to be able to block their attacks. Once the Mythology City was breached, they might be the first to bear the brunt and be unlucky. Now that someone had come to cooperate with them, and it was a major sect, It was undoubtedly a good choice. Father, don't hesitate. We will definitely cooperate. The second son of the Wang family, Iron Mountain, said. Both of them hoped to cooperate. The situation was getting more and more tense. No one knew when the people outside would kill their way in. It was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. They were not willing to be destroyed along with the mythology tower. Wang family head, cooperation is beneficial to you. There is absolutely no harm. The person who came said, moreover, if you are not willing to cooperate, the other forces in Mythology City will also choose to cooperate. Blood was drawn on the first prick. Father, there must be a reason why the Mythology Tower dares to do this. Father, you have to think thrice before you act. The third son, Wang Jiaxing, persuaded loudly. Third brother, what are you doing? What ability does the Mythology Tower have? The eldest brother, Wang Shan, snorted coldly. If the Mythology Tower is really capable, they won't just sit there and wait for death. They should arrange for their subordinates to chase the people outside out. Reason? Wang Shan did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. There is no need to say any more. For the sake of our family, cooperation is a must. In the end, the Wang family had agreed to cooperate. No matter how he thought about it, cooperation had the advantage. Wang Jiaxing was very unhappy. Father, you are bringing the family into danger. The Wang family head felt embarrassed. Get out of here. I don't have a son like you. Wang Shan and Iron Mountain were gloating. This third brother had always been doted on. This time he had really disappointed his father and left a bad impression on him. To them this was the same as losing a competitor. After being chased out, Wang Jiaxing was worried for the family. No, this is harming the family. Wang Jiaxing calmed down. You are dragging the family down. You are forcing me to do this. For the family, Wang Jiaxing decided to do what he wanted. City Lord's mansion. Hearing that the Wang family's third son wanted to see him, Lin Fei was very surprised. This Wang family was also a big power in the mythology city. Although Lin Fei did not put them in his eyes, the third son of the Wang family had come to see him. Lin Fei happened to be idle and had nothing to do, so he decided to meet him and see what the other party wanted to do. Wang Jiaxing pays his respects to the city lord. As soon as he entered, Wang Jiaxing felt a huge pressure. This was the first time he met city lord Lin Fei. He was young, too young, but it was such a young city lord that changed the name of Sin Paradise. This Wang family's son is not bad. With just a glance, Lin Fei made a judgment. City lord, forgive me for disturbing you, but this matter is very important. Wang Jiaxing did not dare to look at Lin Fei and lowered his head. Speak. I want to ask the city lord to forgive our Wang family's ignorance. Wang Jiaxing braced himself, because our Wang family is cooperating with outsiders to try to harm the city lord. After saying this, Wang Jiaxing made his preparations. Maybe if the city lord was angry he would die. Even so, Wang Jiaxing had to give it a try. Your Wang family really ate a leopard's gall. Chapter 623. Don't you want to kill them all? These people are treacherous. After Wang Jiaxing left, the scarlet refined sky demon appeared. There is no need. Lin Fei shook his head. The myth city needs to rely on others. If not, the huge myth city will be empty. Are we going to be the only ones there? Obviously not. Development requires large and small factions. Lin Fei was surprised that Wang Jiaxing took the initiative to look for him. He didn't expect there to be someone with such good eyesight to be able to see the advantage right away. At a crucial moment, such eyesight could be the most important thing. If you put it that way, it makes sense. The scarlet refined sky demon muttered to himself. Then I will personally make a trip to the Wang family. I want to see which faction is so bold to dare to go against our myth city. The scarlet refined sky demon loved to fight. If there was a war, he would be the first. Moreover, this was a taboo. Just don't kill them all. Lin Fei instructed. This fellow loved to fight. Once he started fighting, he couldn't control himself and would kill non-stop. This was why Lin Fei reminded him. If not, if he killed everyone who would come in the future. Wang Jiaxing didn't know how he came out. Looking at the night sky outside, it felt like a long time had passed. It was hard for one to forget everything that happened. Wang Jiaxing thought that he was dead for sure. After all, everyone had witnessed the methods of the mythical tower. Even though they did not usually make a move, their subordinates who cultivated demonic arts were all ferocious like wolves and tigers. In the past 3 years, most of the major powers had been wiped out. Recently, they even changed the name of Sin Paradise. When that cold voice rang out, Wang Jiaxing really thought that he would be slapped to death. But in the end he didn't die. At the same time he received City Lord Lin's support. Position of Chief. Unimaginable, really unimaginable. Before Wang Jiaxing came to the City Lord Manor, he wanted to use this matter to redeem something for his family. At least he wouldn't regret it in the future. But he didn't expect that he would receive City Lord Lin's support and become the chief. Since your family doesn't know when to stop, then you shall be the chief. City Lord Lin's words echoed in Wang Jiaxing's mind. These words were like a huge pie smashing down from the heavens, like a dream, like an illusion, causing everyone to be unable to recover from their shock for a time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was standing in front of the City Lord mansion, Wang Jiaxing would have thought that he was dreaming an impossible dream. Big brother, second brother, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. For the sake of the family, someone has to be sacrificed. Wang Jiaxing's eyes flashed with determination. Wang Jiaxing didn't think he could become the patriarch. According to the Wang clan's ancestral teachings, the one to become the clan leader would definitely be his big brother Wang Shan. It would never be his turn. No matter what, it would never be his turn. He had never dared to imagine it. But now, with the support of the city lord, Wang Jiaxing knew that his chance had come. The clan leader could become the clan leader. Everyone had their own ambitions, and Wang Jiaxing was no exception. Without external support, his ambitions would not be exposed. However, after the trip to the city lord's mansion and the words he had said, Wang Jiaxing's ambitions were exposed. A disciple who doesn't want to be the patriarch's disciple isn't a good disciple. Wang Jiaxing was determined to become the patriarch. More importantly, from the city lord's words, Wang Jiaxing heard a tone of supreme confidence. Although there were people from all walks of life and various forces gathered inside the myth city, there were many worries. But from the city lord, Wang Jiaxing couldn't see any nervousness. Instead, he saw disdain for the enemy. In other words, the city lord definitely had a plan, which was why he was so disdainful. Because of this, Wang Jiaxing was even more determined that the Wang clan must follow the city lord. He knew that if he fought this time in the future, he would definitely occupy an important position in the myth city. As long as the myth city didn't fall, their Wang clan could definitely become a true big clan. Fight. He must fight. You are Wang Jiaxing? Just as Wang Jiaxing was waiting, a group of people appeared. There weren't many people, only about 50 people, but from the killing intent they emitted, one could definitely tell that they were a group of people who had walked out of a massacre. No one dared to underestimate them. Wang Jiaxing lowered his head and said, I am Wang Jiaxing. I am the captain of the Azure Dragon Corps Mu Yun. The person who came introduced himself. Wang Jiaxing was shocked. So it was a captain. Even the patriarch of his clan had to be polite when seeing him. Greetings, Captain Mu. Lead the way. Since 3 years ago, as a large number of villains were recruited, 4 great corps were formed. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Corps. Each corps had a large number of people. A captain's position wasn't low. Wang Jiaxing suddenly had an urge to go home. When the first ray of sunlight appeared tomorrow, he would be the new patriarch of the Wang clan. This was his era. Captain Mu, our Wang clan has a few experts. Wang Jiaxing kindly reminded. Their king class could become a big power because they had experts. Seeing a small team, he felt that it wasn't appropriate and couldn't help but say it. Your Wang clan, a small team, is already giving you a lot of face. Wang Jiaxing was shocked. Was the Wang clan really so weak? Or was the strength of this small team too strong? Wang Jiaxing naturally didn't dare to ask. He wasn't used to that thick killing intent. He understood one thing. This demonic technique was indeed amazing. At the entrance of the Wang clan, Wang Jiaxing led the way with Mu Yun behind him. As for the 50 subordinates, they were kept away. Just as they entered, Lin Ling's footsteps could be heard from inside. Then a group of people surrounded them. Third brother, how could you do this? At this moment, Wang Shan walked out with a pained expression. Looking at his third brother, a look of pride flashed across his face. They were born in the same clan and were the successors. It was impossible for brothers to live in harmony. Even if the position of successor had been decided, no one knew what would happen during this period of time. In order to solidify his position, it was necessary to defeat his own brother. Only when he lost the chance would his position of successor be solidified. Wang Shan ignored the person beside his third brother. Men, bring third brother to the meeting hall. As someone born in the clan, Wang Jiaxing immediately understood what was going on. His big brother was indeed good at finding opportunities. If he didn't get the support of the city lord, he might really lose all his qualifications. Perhaps he would be locked in a small courtyard or killed secretly. Big brother, you will regret this. Wang Shan didn't agree. Regret? Wrong. The one who regrets will definitely be you. Regret? Wang Shan didn't think that once they cooperated and plundered the resources of Myth City, their Wang clan would be able to take another step forward. It was just like how they were now, unable to take another step forward. After all, they had lost the support of Sin Paradise. They didn't know what the attitude of Myth City was. In fact, it was unknown whether the higher-ups of Sin Paradise were dead or alive. Captain Mu, my big brother didn't do it on purpose. Wang Jiaxing transmitted his divine sense and explained. It's fine. You can just follow them. Mu Yun sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the order from above, he would definitely kill the entire Wang clan. In the meeting hall. At this time, the core members of the clan had gathered. Some didn't care, some were gloating, and some were frowning. This was all because Wang Jiaxing had impulsively run to the city lord's residence. Although they didn't know what had happened to them, Wang Jiaxing's action was undoubtedly a challenge to their authority. If this matter erupted, their Wang clan wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Wang Jiaxing didn't seem to see the city lord. Otherwise, the city lord's subordinates would have already surrounded the Wang clan. Even so, they still felt a sense of crisis. Brother Fong, this matter is our fault. When my son returns, I will definitely give you an explanation. The Wang clan head looked calm, but in reality he was filled with anger. He had really given birth to a good son. This was dragging the Wang clan into a whirlpool. This was a trap for the Wang clan to die. Severe punishment, they had to be severely punished. The Wang clan head had a plan. At this critical moment, if he didn't punish those who dragged the clan down, the other bloodlines would definitely muster a large force and create a negative impact. Third brother has miscalculated this time. The young man on the left was in high spirits. It was Wang Jiaxing's second brother, Iron Mountain. Second young master, don't worry. Because of this matter, third young master will definitely be severely punished. He might even lose his opportunity. What's left will be a battle between second young master and eldest young master. Those who originally supported third young master will definitely find someone else to support. Second young master can definitely benefit from this. Hearing this, Wang Taizhan was very satisfied. When tonight's matter is over, immediately contact them. As long as they have this power, Lord Father will only choose one of us. Messy footsteps could be heard. Everyone knew that eldest young master had returned, because the matters outside were personally arranged by eldest young master. There was no doubt that eldest young master had returned. Unfilial son Neil. Seeing his son return, the Wang clan head was furious. If the original cooperation was cancelled because of his third son, the Wang clan would suffer losses. Since the Wang clan head had spoken, no one dared to step forward to help. Wang Jiaxing's matter had gotten out of hand. Even the people present were filled with anger. When it came to family matters or personal matters, they chose the former. Everyone thought that third young master would admit his mistake, especially those who supported him. As long as he admitted his mistake, they would defend him and it wouldn't be too bad. Lord Father, I didn't do anything wrong. Why must I kneel? Wang Jiaxing resisted for the first time. Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Third young master actually resisted in front of everyone. Eldest young master and second young master laughed. They thought that third young master would take the initiative to admit his mistake and play the emotional card to defend himself. If that was really the case, they might have to spend a lot of effort to persuade him. But the scene in front of them made them laugh. They all knew that Lord Father hated it when someone dared to go against his words. Even if it was his own son, he wouldn't be able to escape. Rebellious. This is really rebellious. The Wang clan head was furious, especially in front of everyone. How did I give birth to such an unfilial son? Come, make him kneel and admit his mistake. Wang Jiaxing wasn't nervous at all. He snorted coldly at the person who came, back off, who allowed you to come out. Mu Yun, who was at the side, had been watching. Before he came, he had instructed him to see how Wang Jiaxing did things. If he didn't have any guts, he would destroy the entire Wang clan. From the looks of it, Wang Jiaxing was still capable. At the very least, he could remain calm in the face of the furious Wang clan head. He could indeed be supported. After all, if a person wasn't strong, it would be a joke to support him. A real joke. It was necessary to be strong. The Wang clan head was furious. Did this unfilial son really want to anger me to death? Take him down. Eldest young master gestured to his subordinates to take down third young master so that they could show off in front of their Lord Father. Second young master was no exception. Even though they didn't know what medicine third young master ate, they were the happiest that he could make their Lord Father so angry. Their chance to show off was here. One on the left and one on the right, for loose immortals attacked, wanting to take them down. If it was in the past, someone might have stepped in to protect third young master. But now that third young master was acting like this, they all wanted to retreat. When the four loose immortals pounced, third young master had nowhere to run. Cold killing intent formed an air wall. That huge killing intent caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were facing endless danger. The four loose immortals subconsciously felt shocked. Scram. Killing intent soared into the sky. A black giant appeared enchanted with killing intent. The four loose immortals felt as if their souls were invaded by something. They quickly retreated with horror on their faces. What a cold killing intent. Who is this person? Third young master, when did you get such a subordinate? That killing intent is too terrifying. It makes one feel as if they are facing a butcher. What is going on? The moment this killing intent appeared, everyone's expression changed. The one who was most shocked was Wang Jiaxing. He was a captain of the Azure Dragon Army, yet he could easily chase away four loose immortals. He was simply too powerful, unimaginably powerful. Who are you? Why are you going against our Wang clan? Immediately, some old men stood out. They could feel the killing intent from the other party's body. It was obvious that this person was a bloodthirsty person. He was definitely not third young master's subordinate. A mere Wang clan isn't worthy of going against us, Mu Yun said calmly. Your Wang clan is extremely daring, attempting to cooperate with outsiders and harboring malicious intentions. If it wasn't for the city lord being magnanimous, he could make your Wang clan disappear with a flick of his finger. City lord. Those who were still contemplating stood up with a whoosh. The two words city lord brought immense pressure. Everyone knew how terrifying the mythological tower was. 3 years of development was equivalent to several hundred years of development. If it wasn't for the mythological tower destroying the major factions, they wouldn't be able to take this step. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that third young master would bring back people from the city lord manor after a trip. The Wang clan head's body trembled. What exactly did this unfilial son do? Wang clan head, since the mythological tower has set their eyes on you, let's take this opportunity to take down the mythological tower in one fell swoop. The person who was addressed as Brother Fong suddenly stood up. I forgot to tell you that 70% of the clans in the mythological city have expressed their intention to resist the mythological tower together. The day of action will be tonight. The Wang clan head's expression changed. Brother Fong, is what you said true? Of course. Now that things had come to this, the Wang clan head had to make a choice. Men, kill them and send third young master to the ice palace. The Wang clan head instantly made up his mind. This was an irresistible temptation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the Wang clan head's words fell, the loose immortals immediately took action. A bunch of ants. Do you think you are qualified to compete with the mythological city? Mu Yun shook his head. With a wave of his hand he placed his hand down. Form the formation. Mu Yun formed a killing formation. 50 people and Mu Yun formed the formation. A black giant appeared in the meeting hall. An ice-cold killing intent permeated the entire hall. The black giant held a long blade in his hand. With a slash, a blood-red shadow appeared, slashing at the bodies of several loose immortals. Their sturdy defenses were broken with a single slash, and the loose immortals died instantly. They died just like that? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Kill him. Kill him. No one expected that a mere few dozen people would have such a powerful combat strength. The moment they attacked, they killed several loose immortals, causing them to suffer heavy losses. That black giant slashed with his long blade. Every time he attacked, someone would die. In the meeting hall, fresh blood flowed, filling the air with the stench of blood. At first, the Wang clan head thought that with their Wang clan strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. However, as they continued to attack, corpses appeared one after another. Luo Xia and the others were shocked. A small team was already so powerful, causing them to suffer heavy losses. How could they continue fighting? Mythological city isn't a place you can spy on. Mu Yun coldly snorted and slashed at the middle-aged man called Brother Fong. That middle-aged man seemed to have expected it. A shield appeared above his head, and his face was filled with shock. Killing blade art. Since his first slash failed, Mu Yun displayed his blade art. Once the killing blade art was used, the killing intent combined with the blade turned into a small giant. It caused everyone's expression to change drastically. That middle-aged man's expression also changed drastically. Rip. A crack appeared on the middle-aged man's battle armor. Retreat. The middle-aged man had clearly underestimated the mythological tower's combat strength. A small team of loose immortals erupted with the combat strength of a mid-level loose immortal. Terrifying blade art, coupled with killing intent, suppressed the other party's combat strength. How could they fight against them? "Wanna leave? Stay here." The middle-aged man tore open the void, wanting to leave. A gigantic hand grabbed out from the void, instantly suppressing the middle-aged man like a puppet. No matter how the middle-aged man struggled, he couldn't break free. The gigantic hand exerted force and the middle-aged man's skin was squeezed out, falling in front of them. His face was still filled with unwillingness. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil. Chapter 624. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon appeared, everyone in the Wang clan was expressionless. It should be said that they all had the same expression on their faces. That was fear. That's right, it was fear. In the mythical tower, there was the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon, who was known for being the most ferocious in battle. In the face of such a ferocious fellow, their entire Wang family was not a match, not to mention the old ancestor who was holding down the fort. Originally, the middle-aged man with the surname Fang had attempted to resist the myth tower. However, with the appearance of the other party, his dream had ended. Under such power, even 70% of the powers in the myth city would not be able to resist. They had no chance of winning. What was the point of fighting this battle? They didn't even need to make a move. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon snorted coldly. "You handle the matters here. Kill anyone who isn't satisfied." Those words were naturally directed at Mu Yun. Then he tore open the void and left. Everyone instantly felt as if a huge mountain had disappeared from their heads. They heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Shan and Iron Mountain's faces were pale. They had never expected that their third brother, who had been at a disadvantage, would borrow the power of the mythology tower to reverse the situation. They knew very well what this meant. "Lord Father, in view of the fact that you have made the wrong decision for the family and almost brought the family to destruction, you should abdicate and give up your position." Wang Jiaxing took a deep breath. Victory came too quickly. The formation executed by the squad of 50 people had practically swept through the entire Wang clan, completely exceeding Wang Jiaxing's calculations and expectations. Now it was his turn to take the lead. The head of the Wang family let out a long sigh. Now that things had come to this, no matter what he did, it might not be of any use. If the Wang family wanted to survive, he could only abdicate his position. I am indeed old. It is time for you to lead the clan." The eldest young master and the second young master were dumbfounded. They suspected that they had misheard. The third young master was actually trying to force their father to abdicate. However, in the current situation, the two of them could only feel a deep bitterness. They were unable to fight against the mythology tower, but they still held on to a hope. If the other powers could successfully turn the tables tonight, perhaps they would be able to. "Men, take the eldest and second young masters away and settle them down properly. Don't let them suffer." Wang Jiaxing directly made a decision to his eldest and second brothers. This was definitely not the time to be soft-hearted. "Third brother, what are you doing?" The two of them were shocked. The subordinates were still hesitating as they looked at the old chief. "What are you all staring blankly for? From today onwards, third young master is the patriarch. Could it be that you all still want to go against the patriarch's words?" The Wang family head was enraged. Unwillingly, the eldest and second princes were led away. From this moment on, Wang Jiaxing would be the new clan chief. The outside world had no idea about what had happened to the Wang family, as if it had never happened. Midnight. The originally quiet myth city was suddenly brightly lit up. Shouts of killing rang out incessantly, spreading throughout the entire myth city. Everyone had been in a state of panic, but as this scene unfolded, everyone seemed to understand what had happened. A major faction had turned against them and wanted to go against the myth tower. Crazy, they must be crazy. All of them are making their moves. It seems like someone has instigated their rebellion. The Legend Tower is in big trouble this time. 70% of the factions have rebelled together. It looks like tonight is destined to be a fierce battle. Perhaps tomorrow the myth tower will have a new owner. The major powers of Mythology City rebelled together, and all sorts of people moved out. Some charged toward the Mythology Tower, and some charged toward the City Lord's manor. Their auras were aggressive and their killing intent surged. Such a major power was no different from a disaster to the Myth Tower. Even though the Myth Tower had defeated the upper echelons of Sin Paradise, they didn't think that the Myth Tower could maintain its previous strength. Moreover, there were major powers besieging the Myth Tower from within, and people from outside eyeing them covetously. This was a predestined ending. After many people thought things through, they decisively joined the siege trying to obtain benefits. This was especially so for the Myth Tower, which possessed demonic arts that made everyone's eyes go red with envy. Of course, there were also some people who chose to watch from the sidelines, not replying. The Zhang family was such a family. They were also a major power in Myth City, and when the siege started, the Zhang family remained calm and even arranged for some spies to go out. Clan head, they are making a move. Why don't our clan make a move and get a share of the loot? An elder was puzzled. This was the pro-war faction of the Zhang family. 70% of the factions in Myth City are making a move together, and with the help of experts, no matter how strong the Myth Tower is, they might not be able to withstand the attack. Our Zhang family should make a move. Clan head, if we miss this opportunity, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for our Zhang family to find another opportunity like this. Facing the request of the pro-war faction, the expression of the Zhang family head didn't change at all. Tonight, no matter who it is, whoever leaves the Zhang family will be a traitor of the Zhang family and will be killed without mercy. His cold words caused the expressions of all the elders to change. Some of the pro-war elders had such thoughts. They wanted to act first and report later. When the Myth Tower was defeated and their resources were plundered, the clan head wouldn't have anything to say. However, they didn't expect that the clan head would place so much importance on this matter, to the point of saying such words. The moment these words were spoken, they instantly gave up on the idea of leaving. Regardless of whether it was the elders with high authority or the ordinary elders, all of them gave up and didn't dare to go out recklessly. They knew that the words of the clan head had never failed them. Once they brought people out, they would no longer be members of the Zhang family and would have to face the pursuit of the clan. They didn't want to get involved in such a matter. The interior of Myth City was brightly lit, and the sounds of killing rang out incessantly. The various people in the periphery saw this, but they didn't make a move. They were the ones who had colluded with the people in Myth City. They were the first batch of cannon fodder to test the strength of the Myth Tower. If the Myth Tower couldn't suppress the situation, they would charge in and plunder all the resources. The battle has begun. We have instigated 70% of the Myth City's forces. If the Myth Tower doesn't show some strength, it's best if the Myth Tower hasn't recovered yet. That way we will have less trouble and can seize the opportunity to plunder. Just the cultivation resources alone will be enough for us to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. Who asked the Myth City to be so ostentatious? Otherwise they wouldn't have been ganged up on. They asked for it and can't blame others. If it were me, I would definitely keep a low profile. Most of the people were blinded by greed. Some people didn't think that the Myth Tower could be defeated with just some cannon fodder. If that was really the case, the Myth Tower wouldn't be the Myth Tower they were. In theory, the first wave of cannon fodder could be stopped. If the Myth Tower didn't have some strength to wipe out a few big shots from Sin Paradise, would they be so ostentatious? If that happened, everyone would really doubt the ability of the Myth Tower. City Lord's Mansion. Faced with this unforeseen event, Lin Fei wasn't surprised. He knew that such a day would come when the various forces appeared outside. In the face of absolute benefits, it was impossible not to betray them. 70% of the forces, they're quite generous. After hearing the report, Lin Fei smiled. However, if they can probe out the strength of the Myth Tower with just 70% of the forces, then they really don't take the Myth Tower seriously. Order the 4 great legions to move out. My request is to kill without mercy. Although 70% of the forces were not a simple force within the Myth City, Lin Fei was very calm. They were courting death and they couldn't blame anyone. The forces that were originally surrounding the Myth Tower and attacking the city lord suddenly saw groups of black-armored soldiers appearing in the air. Boundless killing intent gathered together. Kill them. The Myth Tower has finally moved out. These forces couldn't hold back any longer. When they saw the Myth Tower's subordinates moving out, they charged forward without hesitation, preparing to kill them all. Formation. When the 4 great legions moved, groups of black-armored soldiers formed a formation, forming a giant. Wherever the long saber pointed, heads would fall to the ground, and blood would flow like a river. It was a terrifying scene of slaughter. In the sky above the Myth City, there were many giants with cold killing intent. Even the people who were far away could feel that boiling killing intent, as well as that terrifying killing intent. This is the 4 great legions of the Myth Tower. What a powerful formation. It can actually erupt with battle prowess dozens of times. We must get our hands on this formation. This killing intent should be the result of cultivating a demonic technique, using killing intent to boost battle prowess and suppress the opponent's strength. The Myth Tower is indeed the Myth Tower. The entire Myth City was filled with endless killings. As the four great legions moved out, the giants started a massacre. The large and small powers who had been feeling victorious instantly felt as if dark clouds were looming over them. Unease shrouded their hearts. The moment the Mythology Tower's people appeared, their tyrannical attacks and boundless killing intent suppressed their strength. They watched as their subordinates were reaped and blood flowed down the street. Everyone's expression changed. How could the Myth Tower be so powerful? Just the four great legions alone were able to suppress 70% of their forces. How were they going to continue? The four great legions were crazily slaughtering their forces. Very few could withstand their attacks and they started to retreat. The experts that cooperated with them were constantly being killed. This was equivalent to killing their disappointment. Retreat. Quickly retreat. We can't hold on any longer. In the Myth City, the forces that were originally attacking were now in a one-sided situation. The spectators couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They were all scared out of their wits. The Myth Tower was too powerful. It was unknown how many people felt fortunate that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, the corpses on the streets would be one of them. They weren't the only ones feeling fortunate. Those who were firm in their decision were also feeling fortunate. Reporting, the four great legions are moving out. Reporting, the Allied forces are retreating. Reporting, the Allied forces are retreating. The outcome is already determined. Zhang Clan's conference hall. Hearing the news coming back one by one, the elders of the pro-war faction felt dissatisfied at the start. Later on they were shocked. They couldn't imagine that the Allied forces with 70% of their forces would be defeated so quickly against the four great legions. It was truly inconceivable. At the same time, fear filled their hearts. If they had made a move back then, perhaps their current outcome would be the same? They could almost imagine what their current outcome would be. That unknown four great legions had such terrifying combat prowess. Once they formed a formation, their combat prowess would soar. Their killing intent would suppress their strength, allowing them to kill people like they were killing demonic beasts. You should know now, right? The Zhang clan head said calmly, his voice filled with sorrow. Yesterday it was still the same major force, but in the span of a night, it had vanished into thin air, turning into dust in history. Over 100 years of development, a single wrong decision had caused the entire clan to turn into dust. The Zhang clan had understood that being a clan leader didn't only require strength, but also foresight. From the start, the Zhang clan head didn't approve of the cooperation. The Zhang clan had witnessed the rise of the Myth Tower from start to finish. After 3 years, the Myth Tower's name had spread across the continent, and they had cooperated with Sin Paradise. The Zhang clan head didn't believe that the Myth Tower would do something foolish. Everything had a reason. The Zhang clan head was firm in his decision. It was precisely because of his decision that the Zhang clan had avoided a disaster. From then on, he had decided to follow the Myth Tower in everything. On the second day the sun rose. Within the Myth City, the atmosphere was filled with a desolate killing intent. What should have been an intense battle would eventually end in a one-sided massacre. The streets had long since been cleaned up. However, everyone could still smell the bloody stench lingering in the air. It was as though it was silently telling everyone how intense the battle last night had been. The city lord is truly ruthless. That's right. In a single night he killed all of them. Don't forget about the four legions. Last night, all of them were brimming with killing intent. The sight of them was terrifying. It's no wonder everyone wants to join the Myth Tower. After learning the demonic cultivation technique, killing to one's heart's content, this daddy is willing to do so as well. The people of the Myth City. At this moment they didn't have any other thoughts. This was especially so for the cultivators who were determined to join the Myth Tower. They seemed to have found their direction. As for those who didn't make a move last night, early the next morning, they all appeared before the city lord residence as though to prove their innocence. Everyone understood that from today onward, these clans and factions would have a lot of benefits waiting for them. To those outside, this result wasn't surprising at all. In their imagination, it would be strange if the Myth Tower didn't have the strength to do so. The four legions should have been mobilized last night. Their methods are ruthless, killing people and absorbing killing intent. They are just like the demonic sections. They must be wiped out. They must be wiped out. We must plunder the demonic cultivation technique. A sizable battle had undoubtedly allowed everyone to see the hidden power of the Myth Tower. More importantly, they valued the other party's formation and this demonic cultivation technique. Using killing intent to suppress the other party's strength was a good method. Killing continuously and not being affected by the negative emotions of the heart demons was also worth their attention. After all, this demonic cultivation technique could continuously absorb strength and could be used to create a private army. A powerful private army. Plunder. They must plunder. In the next few days, even though they weren't far from the Myth City, no one made a move. Instead, they arranged for some scouts to enter the Myth City. The formation of the Myth City hadn't been activated, so the scouts could enter easily. The internal defenses were lax and the 4 legions couldn't see them either. It was very quiet. No one knew what the Myth Tower was planning. Empty fort stratagem? The attitude of the Myth City gave everyone a lot of pressure. They couldn't figure out the thoughts of the Myth City. This was especially so when the city gates were wide open. It made everyone suspicious and made all sorts of guesses. Rumble, a huge battleship appeared in the sky above the plains outside the Myth City. On the battleship, there was a huge, mystic word, which instantly caused countless people to be moved. Oh my God, the Mystic Sect's righteous path has also come. One of the top 10 factions, the Mystic Sect. Many people were astonished as they looked at the huge battleship. The true major factions had appeared. Among the top 10 elites, one was the Saint of the Mystic Sect. One could imagine how powerful they were. The Myth Tower had lured out a major faction like the Mystic Sect. This was something they couldn't imagine. The experts from the Mystic Sect were enough to give the Myth Tower a headache. What a heavy smell of blood. 2 experts stood at the bow of the battleship. They were Tianxing and Tianjue. They were the direct disciples of the Mystic Sect. Each of them had extremely high seniority and great authority. There should have been a massacre last night. Tianjue smiled. This place is rich in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. There are indeed spirit veins here. Otherwise, a bad place wouldn't have turned into a paradise in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures rapidly appeared on the battleship and knelt on one knee in front of the 2. They were the scouts from the Mystic Sect. They were investigating every move of the Myth Tower. Explain the situation to me. The scouts immediately explained the situation in great detail. They didn't miss a single detail. It was as if they had personally participated in the battle. The 4 major legions are somewhat surprised. They're just a bunch of fools. Since the Myth Tower can destroy Sin Paradise, they must be dreaming if they want to defeat the Myth Tower with numbers. Tianjue and Tianxing were both direct disciples of the Mystic Sect. They were proud and arrogant. When they heard about the battle last night, they didn't take it seriously. Men, follow me to the Myth Tower. Tianjue and Tianxing had discussed this before they arrived. They would pay a visit to the Myth Tower. If the mythical tower joined their celestial sect and was willing to become a subsidiary force, they didn't mind recruiting them. As for the people outside, they didn't have any good intentions. Any one of them could go out and kill them all. If they killed the chicken to warn the monkey, who would dare to go against their celestial sect? Rumble. Another battleship appeared in the sky. Its aura wasn't inferior to the Mystic Sect's battleship. Another major faction had appeared. People from the Sun Moon Sect. A bright moon and a blazing sun hung above the opponent's battleship. It was the unique flag of the Sun Moon Sect. It represented the sun and moon in the sky, ruling over the world. I was wondering who had come. So it's people from the righteous path of the Mystic Sect. So you guys are interested in these small things. As soon as the Sun Moon battleship appeared, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and big eyes appeared in the sky. He stood there casually like the sun and moon in the sky. He was unfathomable. Bright Moon Saint, isn't your Sun Moon Sect the same? Tianjue said indifferently. He retorted, we're all the same. There's no difference. Chapter 625. In the blink of an eye, the arrival of the 2 great sects made many people realize that the attraction of the mythical tower was not just limited to this. Those people, such as the bandits, could not wait for the great sects to appear. When the time came, the mythical city would fall into chaos. Even if they could not plunder resources from the mythical tower, they could still kill people and plunder resources from other clans. Wasn't that what bandits did? They were wary of the first-rate powers and the appearance of the great sections. Their appearance was tantamount to occupying the existing resources. It was not an easy task to snatch resources from them. From the bottom of their hearts, they were very ostracized. They had no choice but to push them aside. Bright Moon Saint, don't brag too much. Otherwise you'll become a laughing stock, Taoist Master Tianju sneered. He did not think much of it. Even though the Sun Moon Gate was also one of the 10 great powers, the Celestial Gate was more famous than the Sun Moon Gate. Brother from the Celestial Gate, well said. Right at this moment, a few more silhouettes tore through the air and arrived. When they saw them appear, there was another uproar. This was because these people were all on the same level as them. They were either true disciples or chosen. They played an important role in the sect. For example, the person who had spoken just now was someone from the Tianluo Gate, the Iron Heart Saint. He was also a chosen, but he acted like he wanted to trample on them. If it was just the Celestial Gate and the Sun Moon Gate, they might have a fight. However, the other powers had appeared. Their strength was about the same, so no one dared to make a move. They were either true disciples or chosen. All of them had a certain level of fame in the continent. It was easy to imagine that there would be a fight when they gathered here. Brother from the Saint Hall, since you're here, why hide? Another group of people appeared in the sky. It was Long Outyin. Long Outyin, what are you doing here? An arrogant young man on a warship spoke in an overbearing tone. Long Outyin had been here for a period of time, but he had not shown himself. He wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he had been exposed. He was furious. Scram. In the past, Long Outyin wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. But now that he had become much stronger and he had learned the ultimate skills of the dragon race, he took a step forward and punched out. A huge dragon roared as it slammed into Long Outyin. That warship was capable of blocking the attacks of loose immortals. The entire battleship shook uncontrollably. One punch had made them lose face. Long Outyin, you're courting death. The young man flew out and raged and attacked Long Outyin. The sun and moon flipped upside down and the void shattered. The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Roar! Long Outyin used the true dragon transformation and turned into a dragon man. His entire body was covered with scales and he punched out with a dragon fist. His dragon might was unceasing, and he was actually able to suppress a true disciple of the other party. This is the dragon race's true dragon transformation. No wonder Long Outyin is so arrogant. With the true dragon transformation, Long Outyin's battle prowess has increased greatly. Reverend Luo Yun is going to suffer a great loss. True enough. Once the dragon fist was unleashed, Long Outyin's attack was boosted. Coupled with his powerful defense, he was able to send Reverend Luo Yun flying in just a few moves, and he was severely injured. Long Outyin nodded and did not continue to attack. In such a situation, Long Outyin did not want to make enemies. Just now the other party had pushed him too far, and there was a conflict between them. Naturally, he had to use the other party to establish his dominance and let them know how powerful he was. Long Outyin, you're too cruel. Reverend Luo Yun was defeated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and returned to the battleship, his face pale. After defeating Reverend Luo Yun, Long Outyin laughed and said, I'm not as good as you. Does Saint of Blood Sea want to have a fight with me? Although Saint of Blood Sea was confident that he could suppress Long Outyin, his opponent was a member of the dragon race. Moreover, the true dragon transformation was a unique skill of the dragon race that ordinary people could not learn. In other words, Long Outyin was valued by the dragon race. I'm not as good as you. Saint of Blood Sea sneered. Then take a punch from me. Monstrous Blood Sea. Saint of Blood Sea was indeed the Saint of the Blood Alliance. As soon as he attacked, a monstrous sea of blood appeared. The weaker ones were immediately trapped in the environment, almost unable to extricate themselves. Some even kept spitting out blood. Saint of Blood Sea's strength has improved again. It seems that this time we've gained a lot in the secret treasury of heavenly secrets. Saint of Bright Moon said calmly. This time, for the sake of the spiritual loads and other treasures of the Myth Tower, it seems that all the major forces have invested a lot. Boom. Saint of Blood Sea and Long Outyin each exchanged a blow. It seemed that they were tied, but in fact, Saint of Blood Sea was slightly better. Even so, the fight between Long Outyin and Saint of Blood Sea was already frightening enough. Long Outyin, you're just SOSO. Saint of Blood Sea sneered. He was afraid and thought to himself, the true dragon transformation is indeed a unique skill of the dragon race. My Blood Sea Divine Fist can't tear apart his defense. He's a tough opponent. Long Outyin was also shocked. No wonder he's the Saint of the Blood Alliance. His fist technique contains willpower. If I hadn't learned the true dragon transformation, I might have suffered a big loss today. Everyone is here for the Myth Tower. Why do you have to fight over such a trivial matter? You'll be laughed at by others. Saint of Bright Moon said with a smile. He stepped forward as if he were a peacemaker. Saint of Blood Sea and Long Outyin both snorted coldly. In fact, neither of them intended to make a move. Obviously, it would not do them any good to make a move at this time. Instead, they would be watched by others. It was not a good thing. They had shown their strength and met the requirements. Long Outyan's attack just now was to show his strength. The Myth Tower has put up an empty city strategy. You and I should take the Myth City first. Don't you think so? Immortal Tianju said. Yes, let's take the Myth City first. The Myth City is very likely to be a stronghold of the Dark Clan. Taking the Myth City is equivalent to pulling out the teeth of the Dark Clan. For this reason, the people below could only say, shameless. As a famous sect, it was fine as long as there was a reason. After all, such an evil demonic skill was 100% related to the Dark Clan. Well, let's let the Myth Tower open the city and surrender. Otherwise we'll directly destroy it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was another fluctuation in the space, and a group of people appeared. As soon as they appeared, each of them was like a divine sword, with a sharp aura that moved people. The Sword God Sect. Someone immediately recognized them. Only the disciples of the Sword God Sect could have such sword intent. How have you been, everyone? The newcomer was all smiles. However, those who knew him inadvertently changed their expressions. Everyone knew this person. Chapter 626. When the Sword Maniac Saint appeared, everyone was naturally shocked. What was this guy doing here? Brother Sword Maniac, what brings you here? The Bright Moon Saint said with a smile. Everyone present knew about the Sword Deity Assembly, especially this time in the Heaven's secret vault. The Sword Deity Saint Child went on a killing spree, killing many elites and plundering large amounts of resources. He was incomparably tyrannical, fighting against several great experts alone. Without exception, the 10 great elites were all afraid of the Sword Saint. Therefore, when they saw the Sword Saint, they had no choice but to be on guard. It was said that when the Sword Saint was not around, the Sword Saint was in charge of the Sword Deity Guild. The Sword Maniac Saint was a cold and gloomy middle-aged man. His body emitted a sickly aura. However, everyone knew that this sickly aura represented great strength. This time I'm here for Lin Fei. The Sword Saint said, I forgot to tell everyone that the leader of the Myth Tower is a disciple of the Sword Deity sect. Who would have thought that he would collude with the demonic sect and ruin the reputation of the sect? I'm here to bring him back to receive punishment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't know much about the Myth Tower. Even if they knew, it was only on the surface. They really didn't know that this Lin Fei was from the Sword Deity sect. Of course, Long Outyan knew this, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Isn't the leader of the Myth Tower Lin Jiqing? The Saint of the Blood Sea said in dissatisfaction. How could he not understand the meaning in his tone? No, Lin Jiqing is just Lin Fei's woman. The Sword Saint said, Lin Fei is the mastermind. He is a true disciple of our Sword Deity sect. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Hearing this, they knew that the greatest value of the Myth Tower was Lin Fei. At this time they were cursing. Because they didn't investigate clearly and neglected such an important matter, they had the guts to slap the spy to death. In fact, this matter was related to the spy. The Myth Tower rose 3 years ago. At that time, the person in charge was Lin Jiqing. Lin Fei went to the Tianji secret vault at that time, so no one paid attention to him. Therefore, it was normal that they did not know. However, to them this was not good news at all. Instead, it was bad news. The resources that they had plundered might not be worth anything compared to Lin Fei. I heard that Lin Fei went to the Tianji secret vault. Could it be that he didn't die in there? Reverend Heavenly Star deliberately asked. The sword addict Saint Sun glanced at Taoist Heavenly Star and said indifferently, Lin Fei isn't dead. Otherwise, how could there be so many spirit veins? Taoist Heavenly Star felt as if he had been slapped in the face. This question was too incorrect. Wasn't it giving the sword maniac Saint Child a chance to slap him in the face? Everyone secretly despised the people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Isn't it obvious that the sword maniac Saint Child is telling us that Lin Fei is in the Myth Pavilion and all the good stuff is with him? They could only watch helplessly? No, absolutely not. They just didn't know. Now that they knew, how could they be willing to give up on this fat sheep? Sword maniac Saint Child, the mythology tower colluded with the demonic sects and harmed our own people. Especially at this time, the mythology tower must be eradicated. Lin Fei, the main culprit, must be punished. Don't you all agree? Although the Saint Child of the Blood Sea was not afraid of the sword maniac Saint Child, he was unwilling to let the other party bring Lin Fei back. The Saint Child of the Tianluo sect Saint Child said, if it wasn't for Lin Fei there wouldn't be this colluding with the demonic sections. This kind of scum of the sect must be eradicated. Since the sword maniac Saint Child is here, let's eliminate him together. It had to be said that the Saint Child of the Blood Sea and Saint Child Ironheart's words immediately received the support of the crowd. The sword maniac Saint Child was very strong and had the backing of the sword god Saint Child. So what? After all, he didn't appear. There was no need for them to be afraid of anything. They were certain that the sword maniac Saint Child would not dare to fall out with them. The sword god sect was just a first-grade sect. They were all one of the top 10 forces. Their strength was not just for show. Everyone's target was the mythology tower. Naturally, they would not let the sword maniac Saint Child gain the upper hand. They immediately joined forces to show the sword maniac Saint Child their power. Saint Child, there's no need to talk to them. Otherwise we'll fall into their trap. A true disciple behind the sword maniac Saint secretly transmitted with his divine consciousness. They just want to capture Lin Fei. Saint Child, you only need to let them go now. When Lin Fei appears, their alliance will naturally be broken. The sword maniac Saint Child was not someone who was good at scheming. This could be seen from his name. This time, the sword maniac Saint Child was under the orders of the guild leader to play tricks on Lin Fei and successfully bring him back. As for why he said that he was under the orders of the elders, it was just to let them back off. Unfortunately, the sword maniac Saint Child neglected one thing. The major forces here were all stronger than the sword god sect. Although he was strong, he still couldn't suppress these geniuses. The sword maniac Saint Child was filled with regret. If there was medicine for regret, the sword maniac Saint Child would definitely not say what he said just now. Instead, he exposed Lin Fei's importance, causing them to reevaluate Lin Fei. At this time, the sword maniac Saint Child could not regret. Humph, I'll let you be proud for now. When it's time to snatch Lin Fei, let's see how you can still be friendly. The sword maniac Saint Child also knew that he could not let his emotions affect his decisions now. If the guild leader came, he could definitely suppress or kill them. The Tianluo sect saint is right. Lin Fei colluded with the demon sect and wantonly harmed the human race when this continent is in chaos. This kind of matter must be judged publicly. I support everyone's decision. The sword maniac Saint Child said with a smile. Everyone despised him in their hearts. When will you, the sword maniac Saint's son, swallow your anger and say such words? However, at this time the sword maniac Saint Child could only make this choice. On the surface, everyone was friendly, but in private they were discussing how to capture Lin Fei. The Sword God Guild had arranged for the sword maniac Saint Child to come personally, so Lin Fei's importance became more important. Since everyone is here, why don't we take this spirit vein first? This suggestion was immediately unanimously agreed by everyone. High-grade spirit veins were good stuff. Every high-grade spirit vein was worth a city. If they brought it back, it would be a great merit. If they didn't seize it now, when would they? Let's do it. The true disciples and saints attacked together and attacked the ground below to seize the spirit vein below. Haha, let's do it. They finally made a move. This is great. Let's start killing. We can seize it now. The bandits who had been waiting to make a move all shouted like wolves, expressing their excitement. Rumble on the plains, the mountains shook. When the saints attacked, their combat power was extraordinary and caused a huge commotion. Could be said that they had mobilized a lot of people. Not here? Below Myth City? What an ingenious arrangement. As these people attacked, the spirit vein could be completely suppressed. Who would have thought that there was not a single spirit vein below? They instantly understood that the spirit vein was below Myth City. At the same time, Myth City, City Lord Manor. What a waste of effort. Lin Fei had been watching all this while with a cold smile on his face. How can my high-grade spirit vein be so easy to take? When can we counterattack? The Qilian heavenly demon was filled with killing intent. A few days ago, the Qilian heavenly demon had personally participated in the battle and killed many patriarchs and elders, devouring a large amount of qi. It's not time yet. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not enough to have them. The big show hasn't started yet. The Qilian heavenly demon also didn't know what Lin Fei wanted to do, but from his eyes he could see that this was a big show. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. After working for nothing, they set their sights on Myth City. There are no spirit veins below. Are you guys interested in going to Myth City to take a look? The Saint of the Blood Sea said with a smile. The true inheritors and holy scions present were all simple-minded. They immediately understood the meaning of this. If this continued, they might lose their advantage. They had to make their move. Once those old antiques were here, they might not have any more hope. Let's do it. Rumble, the warships were activated, and the huge warships charged toward Myth City. Brutal. This scene made everyone turn pale with fright. The major sects and factions were all extraordinary. A small Myth City couldn't possibly defend against the warships. That was what they were thinking. If Myth City's array was not good enough, they could just crush it and destroy it. Boom. Boom. 7 to 8 warships charged toward Myth City. If there were no accidents. Whoosh, just as they were about to reach Mythology City, numerous pillars of light shot up into the sky. Each pillar of light was a spirit vein that flew out from it. When the 18 huge pillars rose up, a huge barrier enveloped Mythology City. The 18 high-grade spirit veins danced and swam up and down. Rank 7 spirit vein. That's an 8 tribulation spirit vein. Oh my, there's even a rank 9 spirit vein. The spirit veins danced in the air. Everyone was stunned. Even the saints were stunned. Then they were filled with greed and desire. Even though they knew that there were dozens of high-grade spirit veins below. But when the 18 spirit veins appeared in front of them, that kind of shock was indescribable. It was a strong visual impact, causing them to be filled with greed. Especially the rank 9 spirit vein in the middle. It was like a blow to their head, and it was unforgettable. How many of them had seen a rank 9 spirit vein before? They might have heard of it, but they had never seen it before. The eyes of the people behind all turned red. They couldn't resist the high-grade spirit vein. They were filled with endless charm, and they couldn't even move their eyes. Seeing 18 high-grade spirit veins at once, and the rank 9 spirit vein of a king was already enough to shock them. They never thought that Myth City would be so rich. Destroy this array. The Saint of the Blood Sea was the first to attack. The Saint of the Blood Sea also came out from the Tianji secret treasury. There were a few low-grade spirit veins, but he couldn't see a single high-grade spirit vein. Naturally, he was unhappy. The high-grade spirit vein was moving up and down. It was very eye-catching, and it kept provoking everyone. Chapter 6:27. Just as they said. High-rank spiritual veins, including a 9th-rank spiritual vein, dropped a heavy bomb in the crowd and blew everyone out. On a mountain millions of miles away from the Myth City. An old man in black was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. As soon as the high-rank spiritual vein appeared, the old man in black slowly opened his eyes and stared at the 9th-rank spiritual vein. A hint of joy flashed across his eyes. I didn't expect that the Myth City would use a high-rank spiritual vein as the formation eye. If I can get this 9th-rank spiritual vein, it won't be a problem for me to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The old man in black tore open the void and disappeared from the top of the mountain. Thousands of miles away from the Myth City. The 3 identical old men also had their eyes on the high-grade spirit vein. Big brother, we've come to the right place. I didn't expect that the rumor outside was true. The Myth Tower does have a high-rank spiritual vein, and it's a 9th-rank spiritual vein. It's worth it for us to break out this time. The high-rank spiritual vein has appeared. Let's go lest we get into trouble. The 3 brothers also tore open the void. Scenes like this kept appearing one after another. At their level, the rippling aura of the high-rank spiritual vein could be easily sensed. It was like the sun in the night, so eye-catching that it was hard not to be noticed. Boom, outside the Myth City. A group of inherited disciples and saints attacked the 18 pillars together. No matter how they attacked, the formation was as stable as Mount Tai. The 18 high-rank spiritual veins swam freely and were not affected by them. Each of their attacks could kill a middle-rank individual immortal and injure a high-level individual immortal. But in the face of the 18 pillars, they were helpless. This must be a 9th-rank formation. Saint of Blood Sea was proficient in formations. After a series of attacks, he couldn't help but frown. A 9th-rank formation? How is it possible? A 9th-rank formation. Only first-grade sects or super forces can have it. How can a Myth City have it? As soon as Saint of Blood Sea said that, many people began to refute. I agree with Saint of Blood Sea. If this is not a 9th-rank formation with our attacks, we can even break a 7th-rank formation in an instant. Immortal Tianju looked serious. Every one of them was an expert of the sect. With so many people attacking together, it was clearly not a difficult task to blast open a formation. But now they had been attacking for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They had consumed a great deal of their true essence, but the array formation had not moved at all. This was not a good sign. Everyone, don't forget that the Mythology Tower is auctioning off formations. It's not surprising that they have a level 9 formation. Long Outyen suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, also, do you see that? If I'm not mistaken, each of these 18 pillars represents a high-grade spirit vein. With 18 high-grade spirit veins as the foundation and the eye of the formation, unless a sky immortal is involved, otherwise, Long Outyen's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with shock. He cursed, this damned Lin Fei, how could he have a level 9 formation? Did he get it from the Tianji secret storehouse? With this level 9 formation, are we going to return empty-handed? A 9th grade formation with 18 high-grade spirit veins. This array formation was no longer something they could blast open. They had come from afar, and although they had seen the high-grade spirit vein, they knew that they could not return empty-handed. They had to bring back the high-grade spirit vein. Let's attack one of the pillars together. I don't believe that we can't break this array formation. Everyone was unwilling to give up. When someone suggested it, they immediately attacked one of the pillars together. Very soon they were dismayed again. The pillars still didn't budge. In this world, the most dispiriting thing was undoubtedly this. They could see the high-grade spirit vein clearly. They were only one step away from it, but they could not take this crucial step. This was the saddest thing. The true inheritors and saints had failed again and again. The onlookers looked at each other in dismay. The mythology tower actually had a level 9 formation and used 18 high-grade spirit veins to set it up. Didn't this mean that they had wasted their efforts? Can't a level 9 formation be broken? I'm afraid we'll need a sky immortal to do it. This is too domineering. No wonder the mythology city is still so calm. It turns out that they have a level 9 formation. Using high-grade spirit veins to set up the formation is too extravagant. Many people started to sigh. The mythology tower, which had been waiting to be slaughtered, suddenly showed its powerful side. It was hard not to be surprised. Lin Fei, come out. The sword addict saint attacked repeatedly, but the formation could not be broken. He was almost going crazy. This Lin Fei was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but at the same time he wanted to capture him. Using high-grade spirit veins to set up the formation was too extravagant. When the sword addict saint stopped, the others also stopped. Guys, why don't you continue? A projection appeared above the cover. It was Lin Fei with a smile. For others, Lin Fei's smile was simply a provocation. Lin Fei, open the formation and surrender. The Saint of Blood Sea's eyes were like lightning, piercing the projection. He was also very angry. His eyes passed through the projection and could not hurt Lin Fei at all. Surrender? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fei laughed. You are the funniest saint I have ever seen. I really wonder how you became a saint. The Saint of Blood Sea's face darkened. If you have what it takes, hide inside for the rest of your life. Seeing that the Saint of Blood Sea was defeated, everyone could not help but pay attention to Lin Fei. You are Lin Fei. How dare you? The sword addict saint's eyes were sharp. I advise you to open the formation. I can guarantee your life. Otherwise, you will be a traitor of the Sword God Gate. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You said I am a traitor? Did you say that, or did the Sword God Gate say that? The sword addict saint would not be frightened by a sentence. This is the opinion of the Sword God Gate. You colluded with the demon clan and killed your compatriots. As long as you surrender, I can speak for you in front of the elders and spare your life. The sword addict saint was about to become a fairy immortal, and the sword addict saint was even more confident. At that time, even if the elders of the Sword God Gate knew that in the face of a fairy immortal, they would have to agree to teach one of them a lesson. The opinion of the Sword God Gate? Lin Fei did not believe it. I'm afraid you are the representative of the Sword God Gate. Hey, I suddenly remember that I haven't eaten yet. You can continue. Lin Fei's projection disappeared, and 18 high-level spiritual veins appeared. How arrogant. The crowd did not expect that Lin Fei would be so disrespectful. How can he still be in the mood to eat at this time? Is he really confident? Boom, above the sky, a huge vortex suddenly appeared. All the high-level spiritual veins are mine. An excited voice came from the vortex. A hand was raised to grab the 18 high-level spiritual veins, but it chose to ignore the 18 pillars. As soon as the giant hand appeared, everyone's face changed, especially the saint and the others. Chapter 6:28. Then the saint's expressions changed. The 18 spirit veins that were originally surrounding the spirit veins immediately flew away from the attack range of the giant hand. They were all true disciples and saints with tyrannical strength, but they were clearly not a match for a half-step sky immortal. In such a situation they did not think that these old antiques would give them face. When they recognized that they were half-step sky immortals, they retreated decisively. If they were killed, they wouldn't even be able to cry. In a breath's time, everyone retreated to a safe area. Although they knew that there would be half-step sky immortals, they did not expect them to come so quickly. They did not give them any face, and the first thing they did was to plunder the resources. Rumble, the giant hand seemed to want to grab the entire earth. Before it reached, the earth seemed to be on the verge of cracking. This person is very ambitious. He wants to take the entire myth city away. Someone saw through the trick and could not help but exclaim. Looking around, there were many cracks around the myth city. It was clear that the myth city was going to be isolated and then taken away. As long as the myth city was taken away, everything would be taken away. The saints regretted not thinking of this idea in the first place. Now that a half-step sky immortal had made a move, they would be courting death if they tried to plunder. Especially these half-step sky immortals, many of whom were unaffiliated and would not give anyone face. They did things their own way, neither good nor evil. They were very difficult to deal with and not to be trifled with. It was easy to deal with those with a sect. If you ran away, you could find your sect. But these unaffiliated half-step sky immortals did not have a sect or family. If they angered the other party, they would destroy the experts of the sect. This was a common occurrence. Therefore, the big sects would rarely find trouble with unaffiliated half-step sky immortals. On the contrary, they would recruit them. Once they became sky immortals, they would owe them a favor. After the myth city's 4 Monday rings cracked, the myth city seemed to fly up and land in the palm. The 18 high-grade spirit veins pressed down, and the myth city landed on the ground once again, as stable as Mount Tai. The giant hand landed on the cover formed by the 18 pillars and grabbed downwards. The entire myth city seemed to fall into the palm. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The grasping move from the half-step heavenly immortal caused the myth city to become as immovable as a mountain. No matter how much force the half-step heavenly immortal exerted, the myth city would seemingly take root and would not budge at all. Just give up, Taoist Master Shroud Heaven. Don't embarrass yourself. A mocking voice came from the void. What? That's Taoist Master Shroud Heaven. When this name came out, everyone was shocked once again. Taoist Shroud Heaven was a veteran half-immortal. Supposedly, he had escaped a calamity at the hands of a heaven immortal, and was a well-known figure. After more than 100,000 years had passed, everyone assumed that Taoist Shroud Heaven was dead. Old ghost, get out here. The giant hand pointed out, causing the void to completely collapse. It was extremely tyrannical, causing people's hearts to jump in fright. The smarter ones quickly retreated to avoid being affected. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. A half-step heavenly immortal has finally appeared. Lin Fei had thought that they were very patient. He didn't expect that they would show up so quickly. Husband, are you trying to establish your dominance by attracting so many people here? Lin Jiqing had appeared out of nowhere and was standing beside Lin Fei. Her brows were slightly furrowed and she was puzzled. She knew that little Z was a celestial immortal expert, but even a celestial immortal expert did not have to use such a method. Lin Fei pulled Lin Jiqing into his embrace. Establishing my dominance? How is that possible? I just need to make little Z stand outside, and who would dare to not take it seriously? Don't think that husband is so simple. But there are more and more half-step heavenly immortals. Perhaps even a heavenly immortal will appear. Lin Jiqing was a smart woman. She didn't continue to ask, but she was worried. That's not a problem. A few half-step heavenly immortals won't be of much use. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You just need to know that once this matter succeeds, your husband will truly become the #1 figure in the continent. At that time, our myth tower will be able to roam freely outside. Lin Jiqing seemed to be thinking about something. My husband's wish will definitely come true. Lin Fei chuckled and raised his head, continuing to pay attention to what was happening above. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven made a move, but he was blocked by someone. A skinny old man appeared in front of everyone, his eyes flashing. Isn't that Enlightened Master Stone Monkey? Ordinary people might not recognize him, but as a saint child, he had a good understanding of half-step heavenly immortals. He was afraid that he would cause trouble if he met him. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven had disappeared for a long time, and now Enlightened Master Stone Monkey had appeared. It sounded like he was quite famous and he was also from the older generation. Shrouding Heaven, your temper is still so bad. I advise you to change it. Enlightened Master Stone Monkey chuckled. You old ghost, are you trying to snatch the high-grade spirit vein from me? Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven's eyes flashed. This Enlightened Master Stone Monkey was also a half-step heavenly immortal. When he attacked just now, he realized that this fellow was a powerful opponent. Enlightened Master Stone Monkey said disdainfully. You still have the nerve to say that? The high-grade spirit vein is still inside. Since when did it belong to you? Old ghost, if you dare to snatch it from me, I'll kill you first. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven said fiercely. High-grade spirit vein, I want to snatch it. What can you do to me? Enlightened Master Stone Monkey laughed loudly, and a long staff appeared in his hand. The staff expanded infinitely and he smashed it down from the sky. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura from the staff. A half-step heavenly immortal was indeed the closest existence to a heavenly immortal. His attack was so ferocious. If it was an ordinary city, it would have been destroyed by the staff. Oh, he resisted it? Enlightened Master Stone Monkey's staff contained the power of a half-step heavenly immortal. Even a ninth tribulation bodiless immortal would die on the spot. The people in the myth city were shocked by the rod just now. It was because that rod was too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Monstrous attacks kept falling on the sky above the myth city, but they were all blocked by the formation. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. A half-step heavenly immortal is even more ferocious than us. His attack is so fierce. Saint of Bloods, he thought to himself. They thought that they were savage, but compared to them they were simply too lacking. They were not on the same level at all. It was a misconception that they paled in comparison to a great wizard. Old Ghost, you're the same. I thought you were something special. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven finally had a reason to laugh when he saw that Old Ghost couldn't break the formation. Who said that? It's easy to break this lousy formation. Enlightened Master Stone Monkey kept attacking. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ever since he became a half-step heavenly immortal, he had broken all kinds of formations. Now that a level 9 formation was stopping him, he was very displeased. Boom, boom. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven also attacked. The two of them chose a direction and surprisingly didn't attack again. They kept attacking one of the pillars. As half-step heavenly immortals, they could see that the 18 pillars and the 18 spirit veins of the level 9 formation should be connected. As long as they destroyed one of the pillars, the level 9 formation would be broken. By then they wouldn't have to worry about not getting the spirit veins. Count us in for this array. 3 people who looked exactly the same suddenly appeared in the void. It was hard to tell who was the eldest, who was the second, and who was the third. But when they appeared, Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven and Enlightened Master Stone Monkey both changed their expressions. You're not dead. The 3 of them landed on the other side of the formation. They had seen what had happened just now and were secretly amazed by the power of the formation. Ha ha ha, we're the 3 Death Brothers. We were born from death. Who can kill us? If you're interested, you can try. We don't mind sending you to hell. The 3 brothers' tone was exactly the same. Their voices were the same, full of a chilly aura. Those who didn't know what was going on might not think much of it. After all, they were just 3 half-step heavenly immortals. But Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven and the others knew that anyone who looked down on them would meet a terrible end. The 3 of them were born from the world of death. Therefore, the eldest was the immortal of death, the second was the immortal of destruction, and the third was the immortal of destruction. When the 3 of them joined forces, even a heavenly immortal would have to give way. Years ago they had killed a heavenly immortal in a great war, and their names had shaken the entire continent. Later they were attacked by an abstruse immortal, and had to flee to a lesser world. Everyone thought that they had died at the hands of an abstruse immortal, and never thought that they would survive. It was no simple feat to survive at the hands of an abstruse immortal. Even though the 3 of them had yet to become heavenly immortals, they didn't have the confidence to fight. It wasn't worth it, not at all. The Saint Child and the others looked on with wide eyes. Taoist Master Shroud Heaven and Taoist Master Stone Monkey had been so domineering and brutal, but now they were completely silent. Many people were trying to guess where they came from. How could I miss out on such a good thing? Another black-robed old man appeared with a wine gourd hanging on his waist. He waved his hand and a group of golden bugs flew out, landed on the pillar and started to chew. Gold-devouring bugs. Those are extinct gold-devouring bugs. Isn't he the Bug King? The black-robed old man was very calm. This level 9 formation is quite amazing. It's perfect for feeding my gold-devouring bugs. A large number of gold-devouring bugs covered the pillar, constantly devouring the spiritual energy on it, and at the same time tearing holes. Enlightened Master Insect King? Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven asked. I didn't think that someone would remember my name. Enlightened Master Insect King rubbed his chin and laughed. Enlightened Master Insect King's gaze made Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven's hair stand on end. He regretted greeting him just now. This guy's bugs were also unfathomable. Chapter 629. All of a sudden, 6 half-step heavenly immortals had appeared. Every one of them was extremely strong, and even from afar, they could sense the atmosphere of power that half-step heavenly immortals were emanating. The people that were gathered outside immediately retreated tens of thousands of miles after they appeared. And the rest could still see tens of thousands of miles clearly, They didn't want to lose their lives for nothing. Rumble, the level 9 formation started to face the attacks of the half-step heaven immortals. This process lasted for 7 days. During this time, another 4 half-step heaven immortals came, each of them famous. They didn't attack each other, they just attacked the level 9 formation together. In 7 days, everyone's impression of the Myth City deepened. The Myth City was amazing, truly amazing. A level 9 formation withstood the attacks of 10 half-step heaven immortals in 7 days. Most importantly, they were experienced experts. Many people were shocked when this news spread to the continent. Everyone thought that the Myth City could be easily taken down by so many half-step heaven immortals. Now that 7 days had passed, the Myth City was as stable as Mount Tai. It was indeed extraordinary. One of the spirit veins is about to dissipate. Enlightened being Insect King, who was sitting on an ugly worm, finally revealed a proud smile. Everyone noticed that the spirit vein was about to die. Needless to say, the heaven and earth spirit chi was used up. Haha, everyone attacked together. Once we destroy this grade 8 spirit vein, the level 9 formation will naturally be broken. Enlightened Heaven Shrouding laughed maniacally as he slapped the formation with his giant hand. Myth City, you should be proud that you managed to stop us for 7 days. Enlightened Stone Monkey didn't stop. Every strike caused the earth to shake. It was extremely terrifying. They had spent a total of 7 days. Although they said so, in fact each of them had a belly full of anger. No one in the continent had ever been so cowardly. The formation is broken. Whoever dares to snatch the grade 9 spirit vein will be going against us 3 brothers. Enlightened Destruction looked at everyone fiercely. I've killed a heaven immortal before. If any of you want to die, we'll send you to hell. The Death Brothers were too strong. Back then they could kill a heaven immortal and survive after being chased by a profound immortal. Enlightened Destruction, you worry too much. I won't interfere with the grade 9 spirit vein. Enlightened Heaven Shrouding immediately said. 3 against 1, they obviously couldn't win. Not even Taoist Master Shroud Heaven would dare to covet something as precious as a 9th grade spirit vein. He didn't want to risk his life for it. I give up as well. The second was the Stone Monkey. Some people gave up but some didn't. They were all calculating in their hearts. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. Sect Master, the formation is about to break. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon could not help but remind. This kind of scene, Chilean Heavenly Demon was also on tenterhooks. The 10 half-step heaven immortals were all veteran half-step heaven immortals. Once the formation was broken, it would not be easy to deal with them. Subconsciously, he had arranged for Little Violet to kill 1 or 2 of them to deter the others. It's fine. Lin Fei had a smile on his face, looking enigmatic. If the array formation isn't broken, how can they fight over the spirit vein and draw out the experts? What? There's another expert? Lin Fei said with a smile. There are still a few truly powerful fellows. I will wait for them to appear. I believe they will definitely make a move. It's good that you're taking action. I'll be able to go on stage then. Little Purple was at the side. She had long wanted to take action. Rumble, it's going to break. The people tens of thousands of miles away all saw this scene. One of the spirit veins was about to break. Among the crowd, there was no lack of formation experts. They understood that this level 9 formation relied on the support of the spirit vein. Once one of the spirit veins was lost, the formation would be incomplete and its power would be lost. It was equivalent to the formation being broken. Could it be that Myth City is scared? They must be scared. This is like shooting themselves in the foot. Later, when the formation is broken, Myth City will vanish into thin air. Many people were already itching to make a move. Half-step heaven immortals were plundering. They were plundering small resources. They could not come empty-handed. In the depths of the void, there were 2 people staring at Myth City. The formation is about to break. It's time for us to make a move. I heard that many old antiques are still on the way. Myth City's level 9 formation is already so mysterious. If this continues, I'm afraid it will attract even more surprises. Giant Eye God King said to the person beside him. God King's words are reasonable. Myth City's secrets are not small. The human race might be tempted. Later, when the formation is broken, we will make a move, Heavenly Wings God King said. These 2 people were Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King. They were the 2 great God Kings of the alien race. Both of them were heaven immortal experts. Haha, it's broken. They made another move. One of the pillars suddenly broke from top to bottom. One of the 18 spirit veins instantly vaporized and disappeared. Do it. Losing a pillar was equivalent to having a hole in the formation. Who were they? Half-step heaven immortals? They were good at grasping any movement. In an instant the formation was broken by them. The level 9 spirit vein is ours. Death Immortal laughed. The three of them grabbed the level 9 spirit vein. As for the others, they did not care at all. Someone was faster than them. A giant worm appeared above the level 9 spirit vein and opened its mouth to swallow it. Insect King, how dare you! Death Immortal was enraged. He slashed at Insect King. A terrifying destructive aura turned into a storm and rushed at Insect King. With just one slash, everyone could feel Death Immortal's extraordinary strength. Especially the terrifying destructive aura. Treasures belong to the strong. You and you are strong enough. Although Insect King said it casually, there was a certain seriousness in his voice. He waved his hand and sprinkled a green mist. Insect King was also known as the Insect King and the Poison King. He was good at using poison, an existence that gave people headaches. The mist flew out and landed on the bodies of the three brothers. Their bodies turned green and their skin began to rot at a terrifying rate. They were half-step heavenly immortals with formidable defensive capabilities. Yet they could still rot. This shocked everyone. This Taoist Insect King was truly formidable. The three brothers suffered a great loss without knowing it. They were at a slight disadvantage. In an instant the three of them turned into bones. You can't kill us. Death Immortal became a skeleton. Death Spear. The giant spear flew out from the void and hit the giant worm. The aura of death filled the air. Half of the giant worm's body was destroyed. Immediately the giant worm's life force disappeared completely. Death Immortal flew out again. Death Immortal is too powerful. Even Insect King's poison can't do anything to him. Death Immortal can devour life force. No wonder the rumor says that they are born from death. Everyone secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the real battle. This was the real battle. Insect King lost a giant worm. He was expressionless, but fear flashed in his eyes. The Death Brothers were indeed stronger than he had imagined. Insect King, you can die now. Venerable Destruction appeared behind him out of nowhere and slammed his palm down on Insect King. Instantly, Insect King's body exploded. Fake. Venerable Destruction's attack missed, and the white bones shot out in a certain direction. A figure appeared. Venerable Insect King, what a good move you have. After Insect King was forced to retreat, Death Immortal and Destruction Immortal suppressed the rank 9 spiritual vein. Boom. A terrifying aura descended from the sky. The Death Brothers' expression changed. Chapter 630. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the terrifying aura. Many people were scared out of their wits and fell from the sky. Half-Step Sky Immortal was shocking enough, but now another terrifying aura appeared. It was countless times more terrifying than before, making people feel suffocated. But that wasn't important. What was important was what Death Immortal said. Sky Immortal. Fuck, a Sky Immortal had come, a powerful one, a peerless powerhouse of the continent. Half-Step Sky Immortals were common on the continent, but Sky Immortals were few and far between. Each of them rarely showed themselves, afraid of facing tribulation and ascending to the heavenly realm. Now, a half-step Sky Immortal had come, followed by a Sky Immortal. Wasn't this like an adult bullying a child? Saints and half-step Sky Immortals were all children. Sky Immortals were adults who could kill countless half-step Sky Immortals with a single move. A Sky Immortal powerhouse being attracted by a myth city was unimaginable. Importance, incomparable importance. Death Immortal, you forgot so quickly. When a huge eye appeared in the sky, people immediately cried out. He's a God King of the Outsiders. My God, a God King of the Outsiders has appeared. That's God King Giant Eye, one of the 10 God Kings of the Outsiders. In 3 years, the Outsiders had taken over half of the continent. Everyone knew how strong they were, especially the 10 God Kings. Each of them was a Sky Immortal, powerful antiques that had lived for countless years. In these 3 years, the God Kings hadn't fought. People had only heard of them, but now they had appeared. This was no small matter. Now that the God Kings had appeared, what about the others? Everyone started to worry. You're God King Giant Eye. Death Immortal's expression changed. To think that you're still alive. Aha, you fought me back then and didn't die. Instead, you became a Sky Immortal, isn't that surprising? God King Giant Eye laughed. Death Immortal, you three are not bad. Join us and we'll give you an army. The Giant Eye God King knew the 3 Death Brothers back in the day. They were domineering figures on the battlefield, killing a Celestial Immortal and countless half-step Celestial Immortals. Everyone remembered them as valiant existences. Later on, when the Shin Immortals attacked, they began to flee. Giant Eye God King thought they were dead. Of course, Giant Eye God King wanted to recruit them to be his subordinates and expand his own forces. When the time comes, this would be a great merit to the variant humans. God King Giant Eye, who do you think you are? Back then, us three brothers roamed the continent. If you want us to join the alien races, I'm afraid you won't be able to tolerate us. The Death Immortal sneered. Besides, even if you're a Heaven Immortal, us three brothers can still kill you. The three brothers had the strength. Even though the outsiders were huge, they had nothing to fear. What was so amazing about the 10 great God Kings? Once the three of them advanced to celestial immortals, even the 10 God Kings would be killed. So you don't want to join us? You want to be enemies with us? You should know that if you offend us, you won't have a day of peace in this world. A peaceful day? We three brothers were born from death. What do you think you are? You talk too much. At worst, we'll just fight. The other half-step Heaven Immortals frowned at the appearance of the foreign race's godly king. They had made countless calculations, but they had missed out on this foreign race. They had not expected them to interfere. What about you? If you join the foreign race, you won't die. God King Giant Eye said lightly. Even though you're a Heaven Immortal, if you want to kill us, a God King like you won't be able to. Venerable Insect King said. Ah, what about me? Another horrifying aura descended. Godly King, another godly king. God King Heavenly Wings. The half-step Heaven Immortals' faces darkened. One God King was enough to give them a headache. They did not expect another God King to come. 2 God Kings appeared. Even the 3 Death Immortals' faces changed. They could kill Heaven Immortals because they did not need to be distracted. With 2 God Kings, the pressure was great, especially the God King of the alien race. He was strong to begin with, and he was a Heaven Immortal. Now it's your turn to think. God King Giant Eye was confident. He was not afraid that they would not agree. With 2 God Kings here, they would kill whoever resisted, even though it was a pity for these experts. Boom. The people within tens of thousands of miles wanted to leave when they saw this change. A battle between Heaven Immortals had too many repercussions. They might die here today. Many people began to regret. There was a loud rumbling sound. A black mass of people appeared, surrounding the perimeter. Not good, the alien race army. And it's an elite army. As the alien race army appeared, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect the alien race army to be lying in ambush nearby. They did not notice it at all. They had fallen into the alien race army's ambush. From the beginning, the alien race army had set up an ambush, waiting for them to take the bait. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Saintess White Fox appeared in the sky. Her voice rang in everyone's hearts. Resist? With 2 godly kings here and the outsider army surrounding them, even if they wanted to resist, only death awaited them. Whoever jumped the furthest would definitely die when the godly kings attacked. I will join the alien race. Venerable Bug King was the first to choose to submit. At this time, if he did not submit, he would die. Even though he was strong, compared to a God King, he would be easily killed. After living for so many years, he knew what to choose. God King Giant Eye and Heavenly Wings were very satisfied. This time they had really made a great contribution. They brought these half-step Heaven Immortals back, and their strength increased greatly. You better stay here or I don't mind killing you. God King Giant Eye's sharp gaze landed on the group of saints. With one sentence, they did not dare to move recklessly. If a God King attacked, they would die without a doubt, no matter how strong they were. The originally contentious situation fell into the control of the alien race God Kings in the blink of an eye. When the alien race advanced to Heaven Immortal, they were naturally stronger than human Heaven Immortals. To deal with 2 God Kings, at least 4 human Heaven Immortals were needed. None of the half-step Heaven Immortals who cultivated to this level were fools. They knew the difference between resisting and surrendering very well. We will join. I will join too. None of the half-step Heaven Immortals chose to resist. Perhaps, the moment they attacked, the God Kings would be able to kill them. This time they had really suffered a huge loss. They were originally living a carefree life, but in the blink of an eye, they had to work for others. It was really indescribable. Lin Fei, show yourself with your Heaven Immortals. God King Giant Eye grasped the situation. Everything was under control. What Myth City has Heaven Immortals? When they heard this, everyone was frightened. Since when were Heaven Immortals as common as cabbages? 2 popped out and then another one popped out? How could Myth City have Heaven Immortals? This did not fit the situation. If Myth City had Heaven Immortals, then what about their previous actions? The half-step Heaven Immortals' expressions changed. Their faces turned red. If that was really the case, they would become clowns. At the same time, they suddenly understood something. Why did the two god kings of the alien race come together? Could it be because of the Myth City's heaven immortals? Myth City was so calm, could it be that there was a heaven immortal overseeing it? Everyone's mind spun quickly. This news was really hard for them to accept. Two god kings came to my Myth City. As the city lord, of course I have to come out. Not far away, Lin Fei appeared with Little Purple. That purple-haired kid is a heaven immortal? How is that possible? There is no heaven immortal aura. The half-step heaven immortals frowned and stared at him, as if trying to see traces of a heaven immortal. Heaven immortals were hard to advance to. They all knew that such a young guy appeared, and he was even a heaven immortal. It was really hard to imagine. They suspected that it was fake. Lin Fei, you put on such a big show. You just want to use a heaven immortal to establish your might. Unfortunately, you can't achieve that. Giant Eye God King said with a smile. Right now, Giant Eye God King was flushed with success, and so was Heavenly Wings God King. Capturing Lin Fei was equivalent to controlling everything in the Myth Tower. More importantly, there was also the Pill God behind him. At that time, the alien race would be in an invincible position. Especially after witnessing this level 9 array formation. Even they had never seen this kind of array formation. 10 half-step heaven immortals used 7 days. This level 9 array formation was so powerful that even they, as heaven immortals, were tempted. Yeah, I wanted to establish my might. Lin Fei shook his head, but no matter how they looked, there was no disappointment on his face. Now it has been destroyed by you. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown. What was this? Couldn't you at least have some anger on your face? No matter how they tried to listen, they couldn't hear any anger at all. Instead, it was calm and indifferent. What was this? However, they all saw what Lin Fei admitted. Heaven immortal. Was that purple-haired guy really a heaven immortal? Giant Eye God King said so. In addition to what Lin Fei said, all the half-step heaven immortals broke out in cold sweat. They all wanted to fight for the spirit vein and plunder the resources of the Myth Tower. They didn't care about the other party, but they never thought that they were the prey in the other party's eyes. This was the first time the half-step heaven immortals, encountered such a thing. Heaven immortals were powerful. It would be extremely easy for them to kill any one of them. No one knew who they would kill when the time came. One of them wouldn't be able to escape. Lingering fear and terror filled their hearts. They had seen powerful people, but this was the first time they encountered someone who was willing to use a high-grade spirit vein as a trap. They were so close, and they would become the target of the other party's display of might. Lin Fei, as long as you join our alien race, we can let bygones be bygones. We can even promise you a high position. This opportunity only comes once. Cherish it. Killing Lin Fei wasn't worth it. If they brought Lin Fei back and let him join the alien race, there would be more benefits. Moreover, there was a pill god behind him. The benefits were much better than killing him. They were willing to give Lin Fei a chance. Chapter 631. I didn't expect the Divine King to think so highly of Lin Fei. The treatment is really different. If Lin Fei joins the outsiders, we'll be the unlucky ones. The stunned Holy Sons had complicated expressions on their faces. Clearly, they could tell from the words of the foreign race's God King that Lin Fei was highly valued. As long as Lin Fei agreed to join the foreign race, they would be the ones to suffer. One sentence from the Divine King made them not dare to move or use any tricks. The power of life and death was in the Divine King's hands. A mere Lin Fei was worthy of a foreign race God King personally speaking to him. What an honor that was. Even though they were the saints of their sects, the Sky Immortal Patriarchs wouldn't speak to them so politely. Everyone below the Sky Immortal stage was like an ant. They weren't worthy of being personally spoken to. They couldn't understand the feeling of being valued. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Fei would choose. In theory, the possibility of him joining the foreign races was very high. With two great divine kings here, under the encirclement of the army, as long as there was nothing wrong with anyone's head, they would definitely choose to join the foreign races. Who do you think you are to make Master agree? Little Purple's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold. Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one slash. Boom. A terrifying aura descended, not any weaker than the two divine kings' auras. Another Sky Immortal expert. If they were doubtful earlier, yet at this moment, they truly believed that this violet-haired kid was a heavenly immortal realm expert, a supreme expert. Myth City had a Sky Immortal. From now on, Myth City would no longer be an ordinary faction. It would become a first-rate faction and a key one at that. We all misjudged. After fighting for so long, we became a joke. Venerable Insect King laughed bitterly. He had been tricked. This kid is detestable. Venerable shrouding heaven's eyes flashed with cold light. Kill him. Another half-step sky immortal said coldly. As half-step sky immortals they were all powerhouses. Only sky immortals could compete with them. They had no choice but to join the outsiders now. They didn't dare to do anything to the Divine King, so their hatred naturally fell on Lin Fei. They never thought that if it weren't for their greed, they wouldn't have fallen into the Divine King's hands. He really is a heavenly immortal. The expressions of the people on the periphery changed. The target they were planning to plunder was actually a celestial immortal. Too ruthless. The Myth City was using them to establish their might. Their methods were too cruel. Even the saints and the experts from various places couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They were unknowingly frightened. They had thought themselves to be ferocious wolves. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the other party would become a ferocious tiger? They had almost become the sacrificial lambs to establish their dominance. He had seen cruelty, but he had never seen such cruelty. Above the Outlander army, the holy daughter White Fox had a look of resentment in her eyes. Lin Fei, with 2 God Kings here today, let's see how you are going to act rashly. It would be best if you end up getting killed by the God Kings. Lin Fei brought a celestial immortal with him. His identity suddenly became mysterious. On the continent, the number of celestial immortals was limited. More importantly, this celestial immortal was too young. Giant Eye Divine King and Heavenly Wings Divine King released their auras to resist Little Violet's heaven immortal pressure. Lin Fei, could this be your choice? Giant Eye Divine King stared straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei said proudly, I, Lin Fei, have killed countless people along the way. Let alone you 2 God Kings, even mystic immortals can't shake my heart. You want me to join the Outlander race? You don't have the qualifications. Giant Eye Divine King inviting someone to join the Outlander race was a great honor. Who would refuse an ordinary person? Lin Fei instead refused. This undoubtedly made Giant Eye Divine King lose face. Good. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you have a celestial immortal holding down the fort. This king will let you know the battle prowess of a celestial immortal. Giant Eye Divine King snorted coldly. Enlightened Insect King, you guys capture Lin Fei. Nothing must go wrong. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you and I will join forces. Good. This king also wants to know just how powerful a demonic immortal is. Heavenly Wings Divine King raised his brows. A great battle was about to break out. Little Violet, you just have to delay them. Lin Fei sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. Just 2 fellows who haven't even reached the peak early celestial immortal realm. Little Violet snorted coldly. Flaming Saber. In the void, a flaming saber slashed towards the 2 God Kings of the Outlander race. The blazing aura caused the expressions of the half-step celestial immortals to change drastically. Facing this saber, their scalps went numb. Strong, too strong. The moment this celestial immortal attacked, his aura swallowed the galaxy. He was invincible and domineering. Facing this saber, they would be killed on the spot. Worldly poison. Enlightened Insect King was the first to attack. Since he was unwilling to join the Outlander race, he had to get himself a good position. Poison filled the sky and shrouded the location where Lin Fei was. We definitely can't let Enlightened Insect King attack first. We must capture Lin Fei. Once Enlightened Insect King attacked, they instantly understood his intentions and immediately attacked Lin Fei. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Fei would not be able to escape this time. The celestial immortals were blocked by the 2 God Kings and lost the chance to support them. It's best if Lin Fei dies in their hands, then everything will be over. The true disciples and saints had the same thought in their eyes. Lin Fei was too despicable. He created such a big scene and wanted to use them to establish his dominance. If he really succeeded in establishing his dominance, the sects behind them would really lose face and become the laughingstock of the continent. They hated Lin Fei to death from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from this, there was also a kind of jealousy. They were true disciples and saints. In terms of status, none of them was higher than Lin Fei. However, in the eyes of the God Kings, they were disdainful. Instead, they valued Lin Fei so much. Also, Lin Fei, a person from a small dynasty, had a celestial immortal as his subordinate. This undoubtedly made their eyes red with jealousy. A celestial immortal as his subordinate? Damn, what kind of concept was that? With such a celestial immortal, he could go anywhere in the continent. Even the big sects had to give face to Lin Fei. They believed that they had the advantage, that each of them was stronger than Lin Fei. However, they could not gain the favor of the celestial immortal. Even if it was guidance, they would still benefit from it. Yet, Lin Fei had a celestial immortal as his subordinate. There was probably no one else like him in the entire continent. This was what it meant to be truly awesome. If they were not jealous and envious, then they were all saints. Now that they had made their move, they could not wait for Lin Fei to die. Only with this guy's death could they feel better and not have a belly full of pent-up anger with nowhere to release it. Rise. The half-step celestial immortal attacked with all his might. The besieged Lin Fei disappeared right before their eyes, causing their attack to miss. Chapter 632. What's going on with these fire pillars? Huge pillars of fire rose up in the entire myth city. The scorching aura caused them to smell an uneasy aura. The pillars of fire appeared very quickly. Above each pillar of fire, there was a thick fire dragon coiling around it, releasing a blazing aura, making it hard for people to understand what was going on. Where did Lin Fei go? The half-step sky immortals missed their attack. They didn't even know how Lin Fei disappeared. No need to look. I'm here. In the sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was dignified, like a saint, making people want to worship him. Activate. Lin Fei's words were solemn and sacred. Roar. A fire dragon flew out and soared into the clouds, raining down flames. It was too fast for people to react. Heaven and earth divine fire formation, burn as much as you want. Boom. A sky full of flames appeared out of thin air. Everything within the perimeter was covered in flames, red flames. Lin Fei also sat down in the void. Just a formation. Once I catch you, the formation will be broken. Venerable Insect King and the others didn't care. A giant insect flew out. Zhang Kong wanted to swallow Lin Fei and become the first person to catch Lin Fei. Swish. As soon as the giant insect appeared, a fire dragon rushed out of the void. Zhang Kong breathed out fire, which fell on the insect. My insect has a strong defense. You think you can defeat it with fire? Venerable Insect King snorted. However, before he finished speaking, the giant insect, which was usually successful, rolled on the ground in flames and evaporated in an instant. How could this be? How could my insect be burned to death? Venerable Insect King was dumbfounded. His insect was burned to death just like that. What a joke. How could this be? He wanted to say that, but the scene in front of him told him that his insect was really dead. 2 insects in a row today. It was a heavy loss. Under the formation, you'll all die today. There's nowhere to run. Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged. His cold eyes caused people's hearts to turn cold. Divine flame, fire beacon mountain, slaughter without mercy. Boom boom boom, tall volcanoes stretched out endlessly, crushing down towards them. Meteors rained down from the sky. Boom. A meteor shower landed on a profound sage. That profound sage let out a pained cry as his body began to burn. In just a few breaths of time he was burned into nothingness. It hurts. Not good, these flames are dangerous. Retreat. Meteors rained down from the sky, raining down on the crowd. At the same time, they also rained down on the army of the outsiders. In an instant, the originally controlled situation turned chaotic. We've been trapped by a formation. Hurry up and break the formation. I don't want to die. When they reached the end, they were blocked by a huge pillar of fire. Miserable screams rang out incessantly, causing their scalps to go numb. How could there be such a terrifying formation? My teleportation talisman is useless. The void space has been sealed. As all sorts of methods failed, the crowd felt endless fear descend upon them. They had never thought that they would be met with such terrifying flames so soon after encountering the army of the outsiders. Volcanoes, meteors, fire giants, they kept appearing inside the formation, killing the crowd and forcing them to retreat. Faced with this formation, they were actually unable to withstand it. The terrifying flames would burn them to death if they came into contact with even a little bit of their bodies. Even though they were wearing battle armor, they were still unable to withstand the scorching flames. Everyone was afraid. This was the beginning of a nightmare. Mythological city. Everyone saw the flames that filled the sky. Even though they were inside the formation, they could still feel the fear from the heat. They would never forget such a terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. Even those as strong as sages and emperors were burned to death in a few breaths of time under the attack of the flames. Even their origin spirits were burned to death. The flames seemed to be their nemesis. Everyone was numb. All that was left in their hearts was fear. What a terrifying formation. When did this guy set it up? City Lord's mansion. The scarlet refining heavenly demon and the others looked at the scene in the sky and gasped. The flames seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Yeah. Do you see those loose immortals? Their defense was broken in an instant. They could barely resist it. Sage Reincarnation squinted his eyes. This is really a show of strength. I think Lin Fei's formation is not simple. It's not just a show of strength. Invincible True Immortal looked at the scene in the sky and frowned. Could it be that Lin Fei wants to break through and become a celestial immortal? Everyone's eyes lit up. Ah, that must be it. Sect leader is really good. Swallowing the Milky Way and breaking through in one go. Amazing. Truly amazing. They all knew that Lin Fei's strength increased very quickly. However, they never thought that he would set up such a formation to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Lin Jiqing also understood her husband's words. Sister Lin, my husband, will he be okay? Jin Feng was still very worried. The two divine kings of the alien races were not that easy to resist. Our husband dared to set up such an unprecedented formation. He must have taken all the changes in the situation into consideration. Lin Jiqing said, but her face was still full of worry. It was too risky. The formation wreaked havoc. In less than a moment, thousands of people died. The half-step celestial immortals carefully resisted the attack of the rain of fire. All of their faces were filled with horror. This seemingly insignificant rain of fire could actually break their defense. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Kill him or we will all die here. The terrifying flames had already made their faces change. Especially this formation, it was endless and could not be broken at all. The void was also sealed. They had never seen a formation that could make them feel endless danger. For a moment they all attacked at the same time. They did not care about their orders and tried to kill Lin Fei. Facing such a domineering attack, even celestial immortals had to take a step back. They did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to look down on them. A flame giant appeared above Lin Fei's head. This flame giant was incomparably huge. Its eyes were closed and its divine aura rippled. With a slap of its giant palm, their joint attack was disintegrated. How is this possible? He actually blocked our attack. Is he also a celestial immortal? The group of half-step celestial immortals looked at each other, unable to believe this scene. They could not do anything to the alien race's divine kings, but they could not kill an itinerant immortal? Oh no, the formation is shrinking. Suddenly, an itinerant immortal cried out. The shrinking of the formation meant that the formation's power was gradually increasing, and it would kill them inside the formation. Lin Fei, you are so ruthless. You actually want to kill us all in one fell swoop. I'm afraid this is your real intention. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood why the Myth City did not make a move. Instead, they allowed them to attack. This was the real purpose. You know, too late. Lin Fei opened his eyes, which flickered with a fiery light. The Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King became more and more shocked as they fought. With their combined strength, they actually could not kill the other party. Instead, it was a draw. Heavenly Wings Divine King, go capture Lin Fei and break this formation. When the formation kept shrinking, the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed it. If this continued, they would suffer heavy losses on this trip, especially the Giant Eye Divine King. The Heavenly Wings Divine King had long examined the formation and was extremely shocked. He could not find any flaws in the formation, but time waited for no man. It was very difficult to break the formation. They had never thought that Lin Fei had schemed against them and still had such a terrifying formation in his hands. Where do you think you're going? Little Violet was the only one who knew Lin Fei's goal. Little Violet, who had transformed, returned to her true form. Her huge body blocked in front of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. She communicated with the divine fire, and a wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, protecting Lin Fei within. If you want to deal with my master, you have to defeat me first. Little Violet let out a long howl. The divine fire was a saber, and the sky was filled with fire sabers that slashed at the two foreign race divine kings. Ever since Little Violet succeeded in atavism, she could imperceptibly control the divine fire. Now, inside this formation, the divine fire was invincible and could be used for her own purposes. Little Violet's combat strength soared by a great deal again. Although the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King were not afraid of fire, for some reason, this fire gave them a terrifying sense of danger. Rumble, the formation shrank and a huge millstone crushed down from the sky in a grandiose manner. The sages and emperors were the first to be unable to withstand it. Their bodies were crushed and inside the formation, there was a sea of blood. After that, the low-level itinerant immortals also began to have their bodies shattered. We miscalculated. The Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King felt their faces burning. This time they had been schemed against by someone. The other party was a demonic immortal with powerful combat strength that could block their attacks. This was the most depressing thing. Damn that Lin Fei, he's using a demonic art to break through to the next realm. The giant Eye Divine King's expression changed drastically again. Sitting cross-legged in the sky, the aura in Lin Fei's body continued to strengthen and rise. They had never seen such a domineering cultivation method. There were hundreds of thousands of people here, including the foreign race elites. Now they had all turned into pure power. Demon? Lin Fei must be a demon. How can he contain so much power? Isn't he worried that his Dantian can't withstand it and self-destruct? As the divine fire millstone descended, people were constantly killed. The two foreign race divine kings were blocked, and the half-step heaven immortals could not break through the defense. The situation was one-sided. It made people grit their teeth, but they were powerless. 3 full days passed. The two foreign race divine kings fought against the demonic immortal Little Violet, but they were unable to break through the defense. The millstone was already above them, making them feel great danger. In these 3 days they used all sorts of methods, but they just could not kill this demonic immortal. Every time they severely injured the other party would devour the divine fire to recover. It was in a state of inactivity. Inside the formation, apart from the saint and the half-step heaven immortals, everyone else died under the divine fire's attack. It could be said that they were completely defeated. Giant Eye Divine King Lin Fei hid too deeply. We can't go on anymore. We must break through the formation and leave. Chapter 633. For the next 3 days, the Heavenly Flame Formation's millstone kept crushing all the experts. Apart from a limited number of experts, almost everyone else was killed by the formation. At every moment, an expert would be killed by the formation. We surrender. We surrender. I don't want to die. I'm a rogue immortal. I don't want to die. Lin Fei, our sect won't let you off if you kill us. We'll kill you. Everyone in the formation was going crazy. The formation was crushing them and they were in complete despair. The Heavenly Flame Formation was too powerful. No matter how they tried to break it, it wouldn't budge. There were formation experts present, but they couldn't see the flaws in the formation either. At the core, they could only watch as one expert after another died to the formation's attacks. The true disciples and the holy sons had also perished one after another. This was something they had never imagined would happen. They were filled with despair and regret. In the air, a flame giant was protecting Lin Fei. Lin Fei's aura kept rising until he reached the half-step sky immortal level. At that moment, only the half-step sky immortal and 2 alien godly kings were left in the formation. Everyone else was dead. Lin Fei opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in them. Then he opened a hole in space, leaving behind a sharp aura. I finally reached the half-step sky immortal level. His eyes were wide open and his body was filled with immense power. Every punch he threw seemed to be able to blast a hole in the world. Lin Fei, let us go. We'll let bygones be bygones. Taoist master shrouding the heavens was in a sorry state. He had been resisting for days and was on the verge of collapsing. The flame millstone was too powerful, and when the unknown flames landed on their bodies, their defenses became useless. Because of this, they were restricted. Let us go and we won't come here again. Taoist Master Insect King said. They were all scared witless. 200,000 to 300,000 experts had been killed by a super formation, right in front of them, and they had almost become one of them. Fear. Boundless fear. In their eyes, Lin Fei was no longer a scheming person. Instead, he had become a ferocious tiger that was ready to devour people. Even though Lin Fei only had the strength of a half-step heavenly immortal, they did not think that his strength would stop there. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. How terrifying was that? Their only hope now was that Lin Fei's strength had reached its limit and he was unable to continue absorbing. This was their last chance at survival. Do you think that if a bandit barged into someone's house, robbed them, killed them, and set them on fire, and the owner of the house was stronger than the bandit would just pretend that nothing had happened? Lin Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. Today none of you will leave. I'll use you to level up. Let's do it. Let's fight him to the death. His strength is at most slightly higher than ours. We don't have to be afraid of him at all. His strength is not stable. Kill him, kill him. Lin Fei wasn't going to give them a way out, so they had no choice but to fight. Hand of Heaven shrouding. One shrouding the heavens. Taoist shrouding the heavens was the first to act. He pushed his strength to the limit, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as a huge hand slammed toward Lin Fei. Almighty God of fate, I sacrifice my lifespan to unleash the art of fate. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as a power descended from the sky. The art of fate was like a river that would last for all eternity. He's crazy. That's a branch of the grand art of fate. Block it. Block it. The half-step heavenly immortals' faces fell. They had all heard of the art of fate before. They had never imagined that Lin Fei would use the fate art and even burn his own lifespan. He was trying to kill them. The art of fate flashed and the enormous hand vanished. Taoist shrouding the heavens' face fell as a suit of armor appeared in front of him. The art of eternal river swept forward, and Taoist shrouding the heavens thought back to his life. He let out a long cry of unwillingness, and perished along with his nascent divinity in the art of fate. Taoist shrouding the heavens was the first, Taoist insect king was the second, and Taoist stone monkey was the last. Lin Fei was currently invincible in the river of fate, slaughtering thousands upon thousands of enemies. At the same time, an invisible power flowed into Lin Fei's body. Under the burning of his vast lifespan, Lin Fei's black hair turned white again. Let's go. When Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King saw this scene, they sensed endless danger from the mighty river of destiny. Lin Fei was too crazy. He actually burned his lifespan to kill half-step heavenly immortals. More importantly, he killed all of them in one go. The art of fate was extremely terrifying. They had suffered from it before. A madman burning his lifespan, an extremely powerful monster immortal. With danger looming over them, they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. They had never expected this result. Giant Eye God King turned into a giant eye. This giant eye was formed from thousands of smaller eyes. It was extremely shocking and his heart shook. Heavenly Wing God King, blast this place with all your strength. This is a flaw. Lin Fei opened his eyes again, his killing intent thick. Two great God Kings, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The art of fate rushed towards the two great God Kings again, wanting to kill them. Even if it could not kill them, it wanted to injure them. Little Violet's purple hair fluttered. Her killing intent locked onto Heavenly Wing God King. She spat out a mouthful of purple fire and a giant bird flew out. With a long cry she rushed over. Whoosh, the river of fate slashed down on the eyes of the Giant Eye God King. Instantly, countless eyes shattered as blood splattered across the sky. A massive amount of energy separated out. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed this energy. Rip. Little Purple's most powerful and ferocious attack also chopped off half of Heavenly Wing's Divine King's body. In a one-on-one battle, Little Purple won. Moreover, she had used her killer move, Demonic Immortal Flame, to burn the void. Rumble, the world suddenly darkened. A giant hand broke through the array and grabbed Heavenly Wing God King and Giant Eye God King. Then the sky returned to normal as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei, just you wait. We will come again. Giant Eye God King's extremely resentful voice came from the distant horizon. Little Violet, there is no need to chase. Lin Fei stopped Little Violet from continuing the chase. It was clearly a God King who attacked just now. It was not appropriate to continue the chase. Protect me. Once they left, Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the void again, refining the power left behind by the two great God Kings. This harvest was far better than killing the half-step heaven immortal. There was no one else in the huge array except for Lin Fei and Little Violet. Chapter 634. In the Battle of Myth City, everyone was wiped out. When this news spread out, no one believed it at first. Everyone was paying attention to the progress of Myth City. From the various factions to the 10 factions, to half-step heaven celestials, all the way to the God King. One could say that everyone knew about it. A few days later, a scout came and realized that Myth City was surrounded by a formation. A terrifying blood stench spread and in the end they found living people nearby. Thus this news spread like wildfire. Myth City had a heaven celestial. This news shocked everyone. Combining everything that happened before, they finally understood why Myth City was so calm from start to finish. This shocking news couldn't be compared to the last one. Myth City Lin Fei used a powerful formation to wipe out all factions, experts, and even half-step heaven celestials. This news spread like wildfire. Soon, many experts stepped forward and recounted the events that had taken place that day. Demon Lin's name spread like wildfire. No one could accept this outcome. Myth City hid so deeply and even wiped out the elites of the alien races and injured 2 God Kings. Any one of these was enough to shake the continent. In the sinister demon sect. When this news came back, the entire demon gate was shocked. Myth City had a heaven celestial? Lin Fei became a demon? A heaven-defying technique to raise his strength? Killed half-step heaven celestials? Defeated God Kings? No matter which news it was, everyone sucked in a deep cold breath. 2 to 300,000 experts were killed just like that. Brutal, it was just too brutal. Then they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Back then, Myth City spread the news of a high-grade spirit meridian and large amounts of resources. The demon sect was tempted and was prepared to hit them when they were down to snatch resources. Thankfully, the demon lord didn't agree, otherwise, we would have suffered huge losses. Lin Fei is too terrifying. To raise his strength, he set up such a huge show. This is too terrifying. Meeting hall. When the various demon sect elders heard the news from the scouts, all of them were dumbfounded. Only the demon lord was the calmest one. As expected, I was right. Lin Fei is truly not a simple person. Not only does he have a heavenly immortal holding down the fort, he even has a heavenly immortal expert holding down the fort. This time the Myth City has truly become famous. The demon lord stood up. Prepare a gift for me. I will personally make a trip to the Myth City. He walked towards the void and disappeared. From this moment on, Lin Fei was already worthy of the demon lord's friendship. This ruthlessness, this scheming, the demon gate needed such an ally. Prepare the gift immediately. All the big shots knew that this was an opportunity to befriend Lin Fei. Daughter, come with me personally. The demon lord appeared in a space. Did something happen to Lin Fei? Ever since she came in, Nangong Chanchan's heart hadn't been able to calm down. Every time she was worried about Myth City, she would suddenly hear her father's words and think that something had happened. Unexpectedly, the devil lord burst into laughter. And you say you're not worried about that brat Lin Fei? Nangong Chanchan didn't know why she was worried. Ever since she returned from the Tianji secret vault, Lin Fei had left a deep impression on her. She loved to listen to his every move. After returning from the Tianji secret vault, Nangong Chanchan was really worried that something had happened to Lin Fei. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, she wouldn't have had a fortuitous encounter. But not long after she returned, Lin Fei made such a big scene. Only then did Nangong Chanchan know that she was worried about Lin Fei and couldn't wait to rush over. Nangong Chanchan blushed. I'm not worried. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Fei's help, I wouldn't have had a fortuitous encounter. Father, quickly tell me what happened to Lin Fei. What kind of person was the demon lord? He could lead the demon sect and suppress all the big shots. How could he not see the change in his daughter? That brat Lin Fei is really impressive. In the demon lord's impression, only Lin Fei was to his liking. He set up a big show and killed at least 200,000 experts in one go to increase his strength. Being one of the top 10 prodigies is already amazing. I didn't expect that this Lin Fei would be even more tyrannical. Now he is known as Demon Lord Lin in the mainland. Ah, he killed 200,000 martial artists. Nangong Chanchan's mouth was agape. It was hard to imagine such a result. In her impression, Lin Fei would definitely fight a bloody battle. Satisfying, very satisfying. The Demon Lord laughed. He also killed the representatives of the top 10 forces one by one. Among them were the true disciples, the saints' sons, and even the half-step heaven immortals. Nangong Chanchan couldn't imagine how strong that fellow Lin Fei was. Then now, daughter, your eyes are very good. This fellow Lin Fei has a bright future. He did such an earth-shattering thing in one go. He is really full of demonic nature. The demon lord really admired Lin Fei. Nangong Chanchan let out a long sigh of relief. I knew he was not ordinary. Daughter, dress up well. We are going to the Myth City. The demon lord laughed. Are you allowed me to go out? Don't you want to see Lin Fei? Don't you want to go? If you don't want to go, then father will leave. I'll go. Nangong Chanchan didn't have the mood to go into seclusion. Right, father, where are we going? When the demon lord saw his daughter like this, he knew that his daughter had been charmed. We are going to participate in the auction. After this battle, Lin Fei's name will be known by the world. Moreover, there is a demonic immortal beside Lin Fei who suppressed 2 foreign race god kings. Demonic immortal? Lin Fei was suddenly filled with endless mystery. You can rest assured now. Even the top 10 super forces won't dare to act recklessly. The demon lord said. The Myth City has a great array that trapped the foreign race god kings. If it wasn't for the other god king, they might have fallen. The Divine Sword Sect. In the depths of the void there was a huge palace that was like a pyramid. It seemed to reach the sky. This tower had a name. It was called the Tower of Heaven. It was an immortal artifact. The Saint of Sword Maniac is dead? Below the Tower of Heaven, a hand knelt. Lin Fei set up a great array and killed the army. He killed the Saint and a half-step Heaven immortal. The hand trembled. Go down. The Tower of Heaven fell silent. An elder walked out of the void and appeared on the Tower of Heaven. Divine Sword, the grudge between you and Lin Fei ends here. This elder can pretend that I don't know about what happened this time. If there is a next time, you know the consequences. This elder was the supreme elder of the Divine Sword sect. He was the former punishment elder. As soon as he said this, he was filled with killing intent. Without waiting for the Divine Sword to react, he turned and left. On the Tower of Heaven, on the huge throne, the Divine Sword was sitting. His whole body was like a sharp long sword, killing enemies from thousands of miles away. What does the Supreme Elder count for? The Divine Sword opened his eyes and the void shattered. When I become a heaven immortal, I'll see what you choose. The Tower of Heaven flew up and disappeared into the depths of the void. In the endless sea. On an island. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the sky. Long Outyin is dead. A middle-aged man walked out, his eyes cold. This person was Long Tianyi. That good for nothing. I taught him the true dragon transformation, but he still died in his hands. He's simply a piece of trash. He's useless. Long Tianyi's hatred was overflowing. But City Lin Fei. Long Tianyi had given the mission to Long Outyin, and Long Tianyi had secretly arranged for his trusted subordinates to go. Lin Fei wait for the Dragon Clan's revenge. In another place. It was also in the Endless Sea. Father, I didn't expect the Myth City to be so amazing. Also, this Lin Fei is really fierce. We underestimated the Myth City. Sea God Empire's main hall. A handsome young man was saying something. High Air, the Myth City's auction is about to begin. Bring some people there and give them a generous gift. On the throne, a middle-aged man said lightly. This person was the Sea God Empire's Sea God King, who controlled the Endless Sea. Although the Endless Sea was in chaos, as long as the Sea God King was there, it was just a small fight and would never become a big deal. This High Air was the Sea God King's third prince, and the eldest prince was Caesar King, titled King Cheng. Father, don't worry. High Air's eyes flashed with joy as he said with his head lowered. The Myth City is now an independent force. It's best for you to cooperate with the Myth City. The Sea God King said lightly, this emperor suspects that there's a huge force behind Lin Fei, and he's just a spokesperson. You must treat him well. On the continent. The Celestial Sect of Wonders. This was one of the top 10 super forces. They suffered heavy losses on this trip. 2 direct disciples were gone and they even lost a team. At the same time they helped Lin Fei establish his prestige. Tianxing Tianju is dead. Can't we take revenge? Perfected Hong Tian lost a direct disciple, so he immediately came to the conference hall. The Myth City shocked the world with a single brilliant feat with such combat power and a demonic immortal overseeing it. The Celestial Sect of Wonders did not dare to make a move easily. When a demonic immortal became a celestial immortal, their combat power was already very strong. Hong Tian, you must endure this for me. An elder said. But are we just going to let Lin Fei step on our celestial sect's face like this? Perfected Hong Tian said. We will naturally have a plan for this matter. You must know that the Myth City is showing off its abilities now and we must plan for the long term. You only need to know that the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders will not die in vain. The Myth City's outburst caused the Celestial Sect of Wonders to vomit blood as well. To the Celestial Sect of Wonders, face was very important. Right now, everyone was watching and would definitely not make a move. If they made a move, it would instead help others. The rest of the major forces also chose to remain silent. The Myth City's formation and a demonic immortal had temporarily suppressed them. After all, they all suspected that there was a force behind the scenes that was not inferior to their major forces. Lin Fei was the spokesperson that they had arranged. A person who was not a celestial immortal subdued a celestial immortal? They would not take it seriously. It was definitely arranged by the higher-ups. There was also the mysterious formation. It was also from behind the scenes. Lin Fei alone would not be able to set up such a formation.